David Buck as Captain Pat Harris, Barry Foster as Engineer Jim Lawrence, Roland Karam as Tourist Commissioner Davis, Bill Simpson as Commodore Hanstein, Richard Pearson as Dr. Lawson, James Aubrey as Morris Spencer, Libby Morris as Myrie Schuster, Harry Taub as Irving Schuster, and Jane Knowles as Stewardess Sue Wilkins. A Fall of Moondust.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. Look at a good view.
Welcome aboard, sir. Madam.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hope the ship's big enough to take me, Irving. Seems awful small.
Stop worrying, Myra.
I just don't want to get stuck in a seat.
Everywhere we go, you say that. It's not happened yet.
There's always a first time.
Look, we didn't come all the way to the moon for you to get stuck in a seat. Just enjoy the cruise.
How long is the trip expected to last, young lady?
4 hours, madam.
Do we sit anywhere?
Yes, Selene has been designed to give a panoramic view for all its passengers.
Well, I'll stay here at the front, if you don't mind.
I'm sure you'll be very comfortable. Welcome aboard, sir.
Hello.
Welcome aboard.
My name is Jayawardena. Do I sit anywhere?
Just sit anywhere, sir. All seats have a perfect view.
Thank you.
Everything shipshape, sir?
Yes, Captain Harris. Full complement, as usual.
Good. Catering facilities checked?
Of course.
I'd like the seafood morning, if that's possible.
I'll see what I can do, Pat.
Good. I'll complete my pre-cruise checks.
Welcome aboard.
Oh, I hope I haven't kept you waiting, young lady.
No, sir, you are the last, but not late.
Ah.
You'll find a seat down on the right there.
Thank you. That'll be fine.
Excuse me, the young man in uniform who went through to the front,
Captain Harris has just gone to the bridge.
are you the only 2 crew members?
That's right.
Oh, dear.
Don't worry. The Selene's a very simple ship to operate.
Don't think I'm making a fuss, miss, but that door seems a bit flimsy. I mean, compared with an aircraft door back on Earth.
The moon creates her own conditions. Just relax and enjoy the trip. Selene's been through the most rigorous safety checks.
You okay, Myra?
Fine, Irving. These seats are very comfortable.
Yeah, it's a neat little ship.
I think that's one of the things I like best about the moon. Everything is so clean.
We're a long way from 39th.
New York's still home. I hope the apartment's okay.
David will look after everything.
Welcome aboard, Selene. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sue, and Captain Harris and I are pleased you could join us on the only sightseeing trip across a lunar sea. We shall be away from Port Roris about 4 hours, and our first objective will be Crater Lake, where we will have a breathtaking view of the mountains of inaccessibility. To reach our destination, we shall travel across the Sea of Thirst, ironically named because it is formed from the driest dust imaginable. A vacuum-packed souvenir awaits you at Port Roris on our return. The surface temperature of the sea at this moment is around 300 below zero.
God, you wanted to get away from the heat, Myra.
Irving.
We are rather proud of Selene. She's a unique craft even for the 21st century. Compact, extremely simple to operate, and her terminology will be familiar to most of you as it's taken from Earth maritime phraseology. We refer to her fore and aft, port, starboard, bridge, and portholes. She is propelled by electric motors that drive fans below the dust surface, but unlike conventional seacraft, there is no discomfort to be experienced by erratic motion. There are no waves, and seasickness is something we'll never experience. If during the trip you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. A 3-course meal incorporated in the price of your cruise ticket will be served in about an hour and a half from now. Enjoy your trip, everyone, and I'll now hand you over to Captain Harris.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Captain Pat Harris speaking to you from the bridge. If you would care to swivel your seats to the rear, you will observe the domes of Port Roris dropping swiftly from the skyline.
Oh, isn't that a sight?
You have all, no doubt, observed the stars from the clarity of space and been dazzled by the face of the mother planet, but this is a new experience for you. We are now traveling on neither land, nor sea, or space, but a little of each. No sea on Earth could ever be as calm as this. We'll stop for a moment and let you experience how still and placid the lunar surface can be.
Isn't it so quiet and peaceful?
Ghostly. Still grayness.
This is the real face of the moon. That view hasn't changed for billions of years. It's an enormous thought, isn't it? Now, just how far do you imagine the horizon is? Believe it or not, only 3 kilometers. It looks a couple of light years away, but if you could walk on this stuff, you'd be there in 20 minutes. We'll move on, and I'll leave Sue to explain how the sea was formed.
Most of the moon is covered by a thin layer of dust, usually no more than a few millimeters in depth. Some of the debris fell from the stars when meteorites rained on the unprotected surface over at least 5 billion years. Some has flaked from lunar rocks as they expanded and contracted in the fierce climatic conditions. It's more liquid than sand or anything similar. It flows quicker than syrup and just slower than water. Over the ages, it has flowed down from the mountains into the lowlands to form pools and lakes. The first explorers expected this, but the Sea of Thirst was a surprise because of its size. And ahead we now see the Mountains of Inaccessibility, so called because they are entirely surrounded by sea.
Have they ever been climbed?
No, they haven't. Aren't they a wonderful sight? I'll go through to the bridge and put the main lights out to give you a better view and leave you to take in the haunting beauty.
Look.
I've never seen anything like it.
What are the passengers like?
They seem an ordinary bunch. There's one man I seem to recognize from somewhere, but I can't place him.
I'll point him out when I do my walkabout. Are you busy later? After the trip, I mean.
Well, I said I'd go and see the latest Earth video with a friend. Why do you ask?
I'm thinking of trying the new restaurant that's opened in Clavier City. I thought you might like to join me.
I went 3 or 4 days ago. It's very good.
Oh. Some other time then.
That'd be nice. I don't think you'll need to eat out tonight. There's plenty of seafood Mornay aboard.
Good.
Oh, there's a Miss Morley sat front port who asked who you were.
Yeah, I think I noticed her. Why do they always look like that?
Now then, Captain, diplomacy and charm. Remember your code of conduct. I'd better get back to them.
Out of this world.
Strange, isn't it? That man has to travel so far from the fields, lakes and forests to appreciate the real beauty of his own world.
Are you a poet?
No, ma'am. I just never dreamed it could look so beautiful. Bluey green crescent hanging in space.
Do you think David's looking up at the moon, Irving?
I hope he's looking after the office.
Forget the office. That's what we came here for. Rest, the doctor said.
You tell me. And who's worrying about the apartment?
Not now. I'm looking at a wonderful world.
Are you New Yorkers?
How'd you guess?
Oh, I worked in the Bronx for a while.
You're not American.
No. Australian, one of the originals. Long way from the Big Apple.
Nobody calls it that anymore.
We can almost see both our homes from here. I'm Irving Schuster. This is my wife, Myra.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Duncan Mackenzie.
It's our first trip to the moon.
Really?
Our first trip anywhere for years.
Wow.
The doctor, a personal friend,
says,
Irving, you have a fine son to take care of your business. Take a vacation. Next year, maybe, he says.
So, here we are.
Always next year.
So now it's next year. And you? First trip?
Oh, yeah. I've been promising myself this for a long time.
You're alone? You don't have a wife with you?
Myra.
Excuse me, sir. Please don't think me impertinent, but have we met before?
Oh, I'm sure I couldn't have forgotten such a charming lady.
I'm sorry, I rarely forget a face. Occupational hazard. You must remind me of someone else.
I just seem to have that sort of face.
I'll get the cans in my bag.
Are you sure you shouldn't be at the front, Captain?
We're quite safe on automatic pilot for another 7 minutes, Miss Morley. We're traveling a well-trodden route in a straight line.
But what's that?
Sorry?
Up ahead. Captain, we're heading straight into it.
Irving! Irving, there's a hole in the sea!
It'll be planned, Myra. We'll be programmed to go around it.
Pat, what is it?
Oh, God, I don't know. I'm going on the bridge.
My God!
Pat, we're sinking. What's happening?
Hang on, Sue. I'm trying to lift her. We're going down.
Look at the portholes. The dust is halfway up the glass.
Chief Engineer Lawrence, Mr. Davies.
Oh, Jim! Good of you to come. Take a seat.
I don't have long. What can I do for you, Rex?
You've time for some tourist office refreshment, I'm sure. Anne, would you please?
Yes.
Are you buttering me up for something, Rex?
Just being courteous to a fellow member of the Moon Management team.
Always the PR man. Come on, let's have it.
I had a stroll through the park earlier and happened to bump into the chief administrator. He's rather taken with the park, Jim, particularly impressed by the 15-metre sunflowers.
And the back-projected clouds, no doubt. It must be nice to have the time to admire them.
Oh, those clouds are lovely. You should dream a little.
I can look at clouds on Earth and listen to birds.
Oh, perhaps you'd like something else. A thunderstorm, maybe?
No, thanks. So, what did the chief have to say?
We discussed an idea for tourism.
Oh, you know my views on tourism. Just an additional headache we can live without.
Oh, no, we can't. It's our lifeblood here on the Moon, Jim. The only way we can be independent of Earth. This idea would benefit both our departments.
Go on, Rex. I'm listening.
The water skiing champion of Australia has contacted me to ask if anyone has ever skied on the Sea of Thirst.
I thought you wanted me here for something serious.
I am serious. It could be a whole new sport. Is it technically possible? That's all I want to know.
It's probably just a matter of being able to maintain speed and maneuverability. I just don't know. We'd have to do some experiments.
Could Cellini do it?
It's possible. All I can see from my department's point of view is headaches. I'm running on a shoestring as it is.
Exactly, Jim. The tourists bring the money in. Any extra revenue generated by a fresh influx would be used to benefit both our departments.
When I've got time, I'll see what I can do, all right?
That's all I'm asking.
Excuse me, sir. Red priority column 7.
Put it through, Anne. Chief Engineer Lawrence has the same clearance as me.
It's for Chief Engineer Lawrence.
Oh, fine. Put it through, Anne. Call 317, Jim.
Thank you. Lawrence, yes? How long ago? No answer whatsoever? Try the moon crash band, Ed. You did. Right. See you in control in a couple of minutes.
Trouble?
That was Ed, my number one. It's probably a false alarm, but I'd better get down to control. Cellini hasn't made her routine call.
Oh, what do you think could have happened?
I'm going to find out.
I'll come with you.
If anything has happened to her out there, we can only reach her with the dust skis. I've said all along we should have had 2 dust cruisers operational before we started these trips.
Couldn't agree more. That's the sort of equipment we could buy with any additional revenue.
Ed,
what's the problem?
The 1900-hour signal came in bang on time. That was here.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing at 2000. That's when they called me. I've had the instrument guys check it out our end, and it's all right. We tried to contact her on her regular frequency and do a blank. We've scanned the adjoining bands, and again, nothing. That's when I called you.
And nothing on the moon crash band?
Not yet.
If she travelled from the 1900 signal until now, how far away from the last point of contact could she be?
Flat out. She'd only have travelled 80 kilometres, but she won't be travelling that fast on a sightseeing trip.
Right, if we draw a circle with her position at 1900 hours as its centre and an 80-kilometre radius, she's got to be in there somewhere. Then if we concentrate on this arc in the direction she's travelling, that'll cut down the odds for finding her.
Let's not provoke publicity over this. After all, it's probably just a simple breakdown.
Yes, but we'll dispatch the dust keys anyway. Even if it is a false alarm, it's good training.
How long before we know?
Well, it'll take a while to search several thousand square kilometres at night. Ed, get them started in this area. I'll prepare for us to travel to Port Roris in a suborbital, just in case we're needed.
Okay, Chief.
What could have happened?
I don't know. If it isn't a communications breakdown, there can only be a few possibilities. It was sudden. An explosion, maybe.
I'd better set up a meeting with the legal department. Do you think we should tell the chief administrator?
I'll leave that to you. Maybe he's wandering around your park somewhere.
Thanks, Jim. This won't do the tourist industry any good.
You should be worrying about the tourists that went out on Salini.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'll contact Port Roris and make sure they all sign their indemnity forms. If it came to the worst, we could be sued for billions.
That isn't what I meant. Let's hope they've just hit something and put their communications out of action.
Excuse me, Chief. I've had an idea.
I'm listening, Ed.
Well, why don't we try Lagrange satellite? The astronomers up there might be able to see something.
At night? From 50,000 kilometers?
It's worth a try. Salini's searchlights could still be burning, and they'd easily spot that on the sea. Contact them, Ed. I'll get our transport arranged to Port Roris.
Dr. Lawson?
Yes, what is it?
I'm very sorry to disturb you, Doctor, but we've received a priority red signal from Lunar Traffic Control, Earthside North.
Traffic control? I'm an astronomer, not a parking attendant. What do they want?
A dust cruiser, the Selene, has gone missing on a sightseeing trip across the Sea of Thirst. 22 people on board. Traffic Control thought there may be a chance we'd spot her lights through the telescope.
I don't know. I'm supposed to be carrying out serious scientific research. Not looking for a busload of lost pleasure seekers.
Yes, Doctor.
100-centimetre telescope. Beautiful instrument. Designed to look at objects billions of times further away from us than the moon. Here we are, like a ping-pong ball, perpetually balanced between Earth and the moon. Where do you say that thing was supposed to be?
The Sea of Thirst, Doctor. I've brought a map.
Map? Map? Don't need a map. Let's look at that view on the screen. That's the Sea of Rains. Those craters are Archimedes, Plato, Aristotles, and Eudoxus. Marvellous! Even on low power.
Yes. Shouldn't we be scanning the dark section, Dr. Lawson?
Of course we should. That's where we're going. It's a big place, the Sea of Thirst. Do you have any coordinates?
Yes, Doctor.
Well, punch 'em in. You're expecting now to work this thing.
Yes, Doctor. There. It's very dark.
Well, of course it's dark. It's night time. Scan slowly.
What was that?
What? Where?
A bright light. It could have been a searchlight.
Well, trace it back. Very slowly.
There.
Much too bright. Those are the lights at Port Roris. Now, if she's on the Sea of Thirst, we should locate her with a light amplifier or a radiation detector.
It's so dark. I can't see.
Quiet, everyone, please. I think we've stopped moving now. Is anyone injured? No. Just make sure that everyone within touching distance of you is conscious. I'm going to reset the main lights and the purification system.
Irving, you all right?
I'm okay. Are you?
Yeah. Mr. Mackenzie?
Oh, fine. Look at the portholes.
Oh, we're buried. Oh, God, we're buried.
And Miss Morley, are you all right?
We are buried, aren't we?
Yes, we are under the surface, but we can't be very deep.
At least we now have light. How is everybody, sir?
At the worst shaken, I think.
Well, if the food's still servable, this might not be a bad time to serve it.
I'll see what I can do.
Good. Could I have your attention, please?
Sure.
We are still in one piece, and no one is worse than a little shocked, as far as I can see. If anyone does need first aid, Sue is a trained nurse, so speak up. I think we've been unfortunate to have been caught in some sort of landslip or moonquake. There's no need to be alarmed. Even if we can't get out under our own power, Port Roris will soon have someone here. Meanwhile, Sue is about to serve refreshments, so I suggest you all relax, and I'll contact base. Selene to Port Roris. Selene to Port Roris. Come in, please.
Food's underway. Are you through?
Not yet.
What's happened? Any ideas?
I'm not sure. Some sort of landslip. Selini to Port Roris. Come in, please.
Perhaps the radio's damaged.
Possibly. I'm getting an outside pressure reading, which indicates we're deeper than I first thought.
Well, how deep?
Well, at a rough estimate, I'd say about 10 meters.
As much as that. Is everything else all right?
All equipment appears to be functional.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. No passengers allowed in here.
No, that's all right, Sue.
I don't want to intrude, Captain. Selina is your ship. I thought I'd introduce myself in case I can be of some assistance.
Glad to have you aboard, Commodore.
Commodore?
Commodore Hanstein.
The man who led the first expedition to Pluto.
I thought I recognized you, but your name didn't ring a bell from the passenger list.
I've shaved off my beard, and my alias is Hansen. Since my retirement, I've tried to do some quiet sightseeing.
Sorry about this, Commodore.
No, it's not your fault. How desperate is the situation?
I'll carry on with the meeting.
Yeah, fine, Sue. We're deeper than I first thought. My guess is about 10 meters.
Doesn't sound too good.
We aren't too far from Port Roris. They should find us fairly quickly.
My experience tells me to look on the black side. How long could we last if we had to?
Oh, oxygen would be the limiting factor. We've enough for about 7 days, Earth days, that. There are no leaks, and she seems sound enough.
What about food, water, and power?
No problem. We carry the compulsory emergency supply rations. We can purify all the water we need, and there's ample power now that the main motors are shut down.
Any luck with the radio?
I think the dust's blanketed everything out. I've left the beacon on Moon Crash. If anything can get through, it'll be that.
If they had to find us any other way, any estimate how long it would take?
Well, the search would have begun as soon as our 2000 signal was missed. They'll know our general area, but we'll have sunk without trace.
In the meantime, you've got to keep the customers happy. Why not give them a pep talk about the search procedure?
Yeah, I'll do that, Commodore. Thank you.
Best not to give the impression somebody will be knocking on the door in half an hour, though. It would make it difficult if we had to wait a day or two.
Can't see a thing. Can you?
I felt sure we'd find something after the photographs had gone through computer enhancement, but it's just as if the sea hasn't been touched for hundreds of years.
Billions of years. In the Earthlight, it'll be possible to see her shadow clearly. If not, then we can assume she came to grief in this area. Put these through the enhancer, Ingrid.
Right. Crater Lake? In the middle of the mountains?
Well, it's far more logical to assume she'd have an accident where always boulders are strewn about the place than in the open sea where she'd be unobstructed.
It's still very black, Doctor.
No light at all. Scores of isolated crags and boulders. You see, all this area is blocked from us by the mountains. The only chance there is to investigate at ground level. Inform Earthside Control and give them our interim report.
Are we giving up, Dr. Lawson?
Good Lord, no. Just getting interesting.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes, Anne?
The copy of the report from the Lagrange satellites through on Telefax.
Oh, any news?
No, they haven't seen anything at all.
This has happened at a very bad time. Is that the passenger list?
Yes, sir. There's an appendix.
Hell, that's all I need. Commodore Hanstein's on board, travelling under an assumed name.
The Commodore Hanstein?
Imagine what that's going to do to our public image. Lawrence should have arrived at Port Roris by now. Make sure he's got all this information.
Yes, sir.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the position. We're only about 60 kilometers from base, 3 from the mountains of inaccessibility, and we are in no immediate danger.
But how long, Captain?
As I said earlier, I've no reason to believe we won't be located quite soon.
Shouldn't someone be on the bridge by the radio?
Now, I've boosted reception. We'll hear any incoming signal throughout the ship, and they can hear us from in here.
What do we do in the meantime?
Well, we are very fortunate to have Commodore Hanstein aboard. As you probably know, he's the most travelled Earthman in history.
And I don't intend staying still for long here.
Perhaps, Commodore, you can suggest ways we can pass the time.
All right, Captain. Do we have any books on board?
Do we?
There's one. Would you mind passing it up, please? And another. Oh, fine. We seem to have an overkill of the official tourist handout. Now, what's this one about?
Oh, I'm afraid it's only a little drawn through history.
The Orange and the Apple.
It's absolute rubbish.
We're not looking for heavy literature. The Orange and the Apple. The Truth of the Romance Between Nell Gwynn and Sir Isaac Newton. It sounds juicy.
It was written by a promiscuous schoolgirl on Mars.
Thank you, Miss Morley. Ah, I know this one. Shane. Good old-fashioned Western. Well, that's a start. Later on, we could have some volunteer readers, Captain.
Good idea. Well, that's our entertainment taken care of. Are there any more questions?
I noticed there was a spacesuit in the airlock. Well, couldn't someone swim up to the surface? Then the search party would know where we were immediately.
Sorry, Miss Morley, but it would be like swimming in sand. You'd be absolutely blind. How would the person know which was up or down? How could he close the outer door after him? The dust would just flood in.
If there are no more questions, why don't we all introduce ourselves? I'll go round the ship, and perhaps you'll give your name, occupation, and hometown. You have a remarkable collection of talent on board, if I may say so, Captain. Any sign of our rescuers?
No, Commodore, not as yet.
Do you mind if I have a word, Captain?
No, Mr.
Mackenzie. Yes, our Australian physicist, correct?
Correct, Commodore. I'm a little worried.
Go ahead.
What's it all about?
If my reasoning is correct, a 7 days limitation on our oxygen supply won't be our greatest danger.
Then what is?
Heat. We're blanketed by dust. It's about the best insulator there is. The heat from our bodies and the machinery can't escape. That means it'll get hotter and hotter until we cook.
I never gave that a thought. How long do you think it'll take?
Well, not much more than a day. It'll take me about half an hour to come up with a more accurate estimate. The cabin temperature readout will give us a fair indication.
Yeah, he's right. It's gone up 2 degrees already.
Yeah, a degree an hour. I was afraid it might be as bad as that.
We'll have to increase the cooling, Pat.
Won't that make matters worse?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. All our refrigeration system does is pump heat out of the cabin. Now there isn't anywhere for it to go.
Well, check your figures, Mackenzie, and let us know how long we've got as soon as possible.
Right.
And, we'd better keep this between the 3 of us for the time being.
Hello, Chief. Hi, Ed. Welcome to Port Roris.
Anything new on Selene, George?
Oh, nothing good, Chief. We have a report from Lagrange Satellite and another from Plato Observatory, and get this. Commodore Hanstein's on board.
Aboard Selene?
Yep.
Is Tourist Commissioner Davis now?
Oh, he's taking it very personally, Chief.
I'll bet. Anything from the Duskies?
Afraid not. I'll have to pull them in soon to change crews.
Okay, but make it snappy. What does Lagrange say?
Even with computer enhancement, they can't see anything out there. I suppose all her lights could be out.
No lights, no radio. That would mean a breakdown of at least 10 circuits. What does Plato Observatory have to say?
Oh, it gets worse, Chief. At 1936 hours, they recorded a massive land slippage in the area of the Mountains of Inaccessibility. A violent moonquake.
Hell. So that's what's happened. A lot of activity?
Like nothing they ever recorded before.
Are there likely to be further tremors?
Well, they say very unlikely. Once the stress has been relieved, it isn't likely to happen again for a couple of thousand years.
The time's about right for Selene to have been slap bang in the middle of it.
If they are buried under those rocks, they'll have had it by now. Selene's hull would have cracked like an eggshell. Okay. Get the Duskies back, George. I'm calling off the search in the Sea of Thirst. Get them fixed up with metal detectors and gas sniffers and head for the mountains when they've changed crews. It's time to pick up the pieces.
Right, Chief.
Ed, inform Dr. Lawson on Lagrange of the news. Thank him for his help and all that.
Yeah, will do.
That's it, then. I'd better speak to the administrator. And to Rex Davis, I suppose.
Doctor, there's a message from Chief Engineer Lawrence, thanking you for your efforts and saying the search has been called off. There's been a report of a moonquake causing an avalanche on the Mountains of Inaccessibility, and it seems that Selene is crushed under the rocks.
Blast. I was almost ready.
What's that, Doctor?
It's an old-fashioned infrared scanner linked up to the telescope. Quite enjoyed the challenge. All a waste of time, now. Those poor people.
Isn't it still worth a try, Doctor? She might have survived the avalanche. Would it work in the mountainous area?
No, of course not. There's been an avalanche and landslides. All the temperatures would be uneven. Complete waste of time.
Sorry, sir. I don't know anything about them.
Come here. Very basic. Though Selene left no visible trace across the sea, she will definitely have left an infrared one. You understand?
Not really.
Oh, she'd have stirred up relatively warm dust from a few feet down and scattered it across a far colder surface. An eye that could detect heat could pick up her track for hours after she passed. It would have just been time for us to make a survey before the sun rose and obliterated all trace of the heat trail.
Couldn't we still try it?
No reason to now.
I'm still not sure how it works.
Good gracious, Ingrid, look, it's fundamental. Now, all you have to do...
Captain, Commodore, can I have a word with you?
Yeah, of course, Mac. How bad is it?
It's bad. If conditions remain the same, we could have our first death from heat stroke within 20 hours.
As soon as that?
Doesn't give 'em much time to find us and get us out, does it?
No.
If we slept, that would lower the body temperatures.
It'd help. It would make sense to sleep now before conditions become unbearable.
And we could turn the main lights off.
Right. We must give ourselves every possible chance. May I speak with them? With your permission, Pat.
Yes, sure, Commodore.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we've all had a busy day, and I think most of us would be glad to get some sleep.
In these conditions?
I agree, Mrs. Schuster. You've probably all noticed that it's becoming a little warm in here, and my advice is to remove all unnecessary clothing.
What do you mean by that?
Now, comfort is much more important than modesty. We'll turn the main lights off and leave the emergency ones on. Somebody will remain awake all the time in the bridge, waiting for our rescuers.
If anyone would like a drink or anything else, please don't hesitate to ask.
Come on, Myra, take off your dress. Be comfortable. Nobody's looking. Everybody's concerned with themselves.
That stewardess, Sue. If God had given me a figure like hers, I would undress. Myra Schuster stays covered up.
Okay, Myra.
I'd like to take the first watch, Captain. I can do some more calculations.
Yeah, I'll be over there if you need me, though I doubt if I'll sleep.
How did the meeting go, Chief?
They're preparing a press release and messages to the next of kin. The administrator's going to come in for a lot of flack.
And Tourist Commissioner Davies?
Smooth as ever. He's writing the press release. Wouldn't surprise me if he didn't try to make out it was a mass suicide to save his precious tourist industry. Oh, what's the situation with the dust skis, Ed?
Oh, they've left for the mountains with the detection gear, and we're set up for a quick turnaround of crews.
Fine. Well, let's hope we can give him a decent burial. I'm going for a drink.
Pat, I'm sorry to wake you, but I can hear something.
I wasn't asleep. What is it?
Look, just put your ear to the hull. Can you hear it?
It's the dust moving.
Thank God. They must have found
No,
us.
I'm not sure. How's the temperature?
It isn't going up as fast as I predicted.
Because the lights and sleeping?
It shouldn't have made that much difference. I don't understand.
The noise. I think I do.
Should we wake the others?
No. This dust is so fine it'll flow like water in the right conditions. I think the heat is slowly dissipating into it and causing a convection current.
I thought they'd found us.
It's a bit of good news anyway, if Selene isn't heating up as quickly as we thought. The dust skis will be out searching. They could even be near us right now.
Browning your sorrows, Chief.
Oh, on this stuff? You know, we've beaten most of the killer diseases, and we can still lose 22 people out on a joyride.
I know how you feel, Chief. The first ski is back. They're turning it round at the moment.
Fine, Ed.
Oh, and Dr. Lawson from Lagrange Satellite wants to speak to you.
Didn't you tell him about the mountains?
Yeah, I told him earlier, but the message is he wants to speak to you.
Oh, well, I better call him. Ed, use the extension.
Yeah, right.
Hello? Hello?
Dr. Lawson?
Speaking.
Hello, Doctor. Chief Engineer Lawrence.
Good. Selene, dear fellow, the missing tourist bus. I believe I know where she is.
Yeah, in the mountains.
No, she never got that far. Anyway, it won't work there. The temperatures are too uneven. No, it was while I was explaining the infrared technique to Ingrid. It's very simple, but she wanted a practical demonstration, and that's when we spotted the trail.
Doctor, where have you found Selene?
Ingrid has just sent the photographs over telefax to you.
I'll go and get them.
Look, yeah, could you start at the beginning, please?
Certainly. You see, after I was unable to locate any sign of your missing craft by conventional use of the telescope, I rigged up an infrared scanning device. Then the word came from you that you were calling off the search because Selene was probably buried under the mountains. I was a little annoyed about that, but as I was explaining the method of heat detection to my assistant Ingrid, we picked up Selene's trail. It's quite elementary.
Here you are, Chief.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, I have the photographs in front of me now, yes. I see what you mean. Yes, I can see the trail, but I can't see the cruiser.
That's a puzzle, isn't it? It seems as if she's just flown away.
Doctor, she can't fly.
I know that, of course. So if she can't go up, she must have gone down.
Hey, could be right, Chief.
What are you saying, Doctor?
Well, it's obvious to me she can't fly. There's no trace of her leaving that spot, so she must be under it.
What about an explosion? She could have just disintegrated.
Well, there'd be hot fragments all over the place. My infrared scanner would be going wild.
Hell, Doctor, I hope you're right. Excuse me, one moment. Ed, contact Davis and tell him to hold any press releases. Tell him there's a slight chance she's under the sea. I want both dust skis holding here at base. Then, contact Plato Observatory and see if there could be a connection between the landslide in the mountains and that point on the Sea of Thirst.
Sure, Chief.
Dr. Lawson, how accurate is your infrared scanner?
Totally. Depending on the range, of course.
To what accuracy could you pinpoint the last location of Selene?
Well, not very well on this floating ping-pong ball. Say to roughly within half a kilometre.
I see. That's still a wide area for such a small craft, but it's a very good start. I'll get the search party back out there straight away.
There is another way.
I'm listening, Doctor.
You could do an infrared scan on the surface of the sea with a great deal of accuracy, provided we did it before the next sunrise and the heat of the sun's rays obliterated all signs.
Doctor, that's it. Brilliant.
Quite. I could be ready to leave in, say 7 minutes, if you'd like me to come down. Feel like stretching my legs.
I'll see what traffic's like in your area, have you picked up. See you soon.
Goodbye.
I've got both dust skis back here waiting, Chief. What's going on?
There may still be a chance. Selene could be buried somewhere here, under the Sea of Thirst.
Whew. Well, if her systems are still functional, they could still be alive.
That's right. Ed, find a suitable craft in the region of LaGrange to bring Doc Lawson and his machine down.
Right, Chief.
Shall I get the skis to this location?
Send one out with a surveyor's rod. There's no harm in trying. Tell them that I'm coming out myself as soon as Dr. Lawson arrives.
I'd like to drive, if that's okay. Pat and Sue are friends of mine.
Oh, sure, George. Contact Farside and ask for a loan of one of their skis. Have another crew wait for it here at a moment's standby.
Right. Chief, there's a ship, the Auriga, 10 hours out from Earth, bound for Clavier City. There's time to divert it to LaGrange.
That's fine, Ed. I'll do it. I have a feeling there'll have to be a few strings pulled. Keep Davis in touch with what's happening, but keep it low-key. We've an awful long way to go yet.
Quieten that bluegrass down, Lester. I have a job to hear if there are any more messages.
Just keeping my roots, man. Where is it we're going to?
LaGrange Satellite, then diverting to Port Royce.
Oh, Skipper. I had a little lady lined up in Clavier City.
I had to cancel my own arrangements too, Lester. This diversion has come from the owners via the government.
That important? Why are we going to LaGrange?
Picking a guy up. He's got to be at Port Royal as soon as possible. Better tell the passengers.
Bet it's something to do with that tourist bus gone missing.
We aren't supposed to listen to that security band.
It'll be a boring trip without it. That and my banjo.
Go tell the passengers.
Okay.
Auriga to LaGrange, ETA 5 minutes.
What's it all about then, Lester?
Mr. Spencer, all I know is diversion to LaGrange observation satellite, then on to Port Royce, a one-horse town. Don't know how long we'll be there. Had a hot one lined up in Clavier City. Even booked a restaurant.
Oh, you must have some idea. You can tell me, Lester.
Couldn't tell you, Mr. Spencer. I know you're a newsman. Even if I did know something, Skip would go mad.
I have a 12-month contract on the moon. I'll be making lots of important contacts. Anybody who does me a favor could be helping themselves for the future.
Well, Don't tell anybody I say it.
I never reveal my sources.
I reckon it's something to do with the missing dust cruiser.
What missing dust cruiser?
Skipper and me were listening to a security band. Shouldn't have been, though. Tourist cruiser Cellini's missing. 22 on board. Messed up my stay in port.
Lester, will you get on back here? We're about to dock.
Now, don't say I said. We're picking a scientist up.
Hey, Lester, you make sure he takes this vacant seat, huh?
See what I can do, Mrs. Spencer. That seat okay for you, Dr. Lawson?
Yes, thank you. Very comfortable. Are you sure my luggage is safe?
Oh, it'll be quite all right. But what the hell is it anyway?
Scientific equipment. Very sensitive. Be careful.
Sure will.
Bit of a late change of plan, Mr.
Lawson. Dr. Lawson.
My name's Spencer. Are you visiting Port Royce or a patient?
I'm not a medical man. Astronomer, actually. Spot of bother in the Sea of Thirst. Fascinating.
Oh, I don't know that area too well.
Oh, I have some photographs. Now, see that line?
Yes.
Ah, you're a newsman.
Does it show that much?
Badge protruding from inside pocket. I'm a trained observer, you see. Excuse me. Oh, just catch a few minutes sleep. Knew it was going to be a busy day.
I refuse to listen to any more of the orange and the apple. It's nothing less than pornography, and with most people down to their underwear.
She's right, Myra. Most people are. It's roasting in here. You're gonna have to take your dress off. This is no time for modesty. It's time for goddamn comfort.
Irving.
Look, I'm sorry, Myra, but be sensible. Miss Morley, I can understand. You, I can't.
All right, maybe we've had a little bit too much reading, but we can't sleep all the time. Does anybody have any ideas for recreation?
Let us have an examination of the motives of people for traveling to the moon.
That's a good idea, Professor...
Jayawardena.
I came here because somebody told me I'd only weigh 20 kilos up here. That's why I came.
Oh, do you feel comfortable in a spacesuit, Doctor?
Never worn one in my life.
As long as you don't suffer from claustrophobia.
If you could see the size of my laboratory aboard Lagrange, you wouldn't ask that question. Oh, it's nice to be somewhere with a bit of gravity. This oxygen flask looks a bit small.
Oh, that's just your emergency supply. The main supply is on the dust ski. Now, let's get our helmets on.
Right, Chief.
How's that? Seems fine. Now, the only control you need worry about is the intercom. That's the panel on your right. It's switched on now, so we can talk quite freely. Any questions? What's this red button for? Emergencies. You won't need it, I hope. It sets off a homing radio beacon if you get lost. Don't touch anything you aren't certain of, Doctor. Don't worry, I won't. Okay, George. Ready to roll.
Right, Chief. All my life I've studied other worlds from afar. This is my first taste at first hand, so to speak. How long will it take us to get to the spot?
How long, George?
About an hour. It's uncannily exhilarating. Silence. No feeling of motion, yet we're moving quite rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
Just how much time do we, or rather, do those unfortunate people down there have?
Oh, provided the quake hasn't caused any leaks or systems damage, they're okay for about, 6 days.
How far down are they likely to be?
Anybody's guess. Sea's never been plumbed out here, but the deepest dust bowl we've found so far was 41 meters. Does the depth matter to the scanner?
Does it? Obviously she's giving heat out, and the nearer the surface she is, the more detectable it'll be.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm down here, there should be enough heat to give a reading. Not like being stuck up in Lagrange. Once she's been located, just how do you intend getting them out?
Good question, Doctor.
How do you manage to get the only genuine bottle of hooch in Port Royce, Mr. Spencer?
The power of the press, Skipper. I had a bigger job getting these lunar survey maps.
All right. So, that's the Sea of Thirst. That there'll be the mountains of inaccessibility where Seleni's lost.
Where she may be lost.
Huh?
Just between you and me, I believe the old man we picked up from Lagrange satellite has evidence that she's down in that sea. I stuck close to Lawson. I know he was whizzed through customs and immigration, but the man who met him was Chief Engineer Lawrence, the man in charge of the rescue. He was overheard saying there was a dust ski ready to take them out to the spot.
Sure don't take you long to find your way around, huh?
I'm a pro. I believe that spot there is where Selene is buried. If there are people still alive down there, there's going to be one hell of a salvage operation not too far from here. Port Roris will be the biggest news center in the solar system.
Oh, where do I come in?
Right there, Captain.
Huh?
I want to charter your ship to land me and my video equipment on that promontory, on the western wall of the Mountains of Inaccessibility.
You realize how much that'd cost?
My station will pay. I've spoken to them, and about a bonus for you and Lester. This could be one of the biggest news stories of the century. What do you say? Can it be done?
Well, that's one good thing. There's enough food here for 6 days if we start rationing.
Rationing? It seems a long time since you asked me to go to that new restaurant.
Your friend must have been disappointed.
You never asked me who it was, did you?
I thought if you didn't want to eat with me, that's your business.
You shouldn't accept things at face value.
What do you mean? If I'd asked about the friend you were seeing the video with, there might not have been one.
Possibly. I might not have wanted you to think it was so easy.
I've always thought you attractive, Sue. I mean...
I know. But let's wait until we're out of here, okay?
Everything all right, Doctor?
No. It doesn't look too good, I'm afraid. Could we stop a moment?
Sure. George?
I heard, Chief.
What's the problem, Doctor?
The heat image is too confused. There are dozens of hot spots. I was expecting to find just the one, where the dust has been disturbed.
I see. Why was it uniform on the photographs?
I was just confused at the moment.
Selene shed a fan blade around here a week ago. It isn't very deep in part.
Of course, I should have thought of that. When we reach the depth deep enough to swallow Selene, the temperature will be more uniform.
Good. Let's get a move on.
It's going to be a matter of minutes now, Chief.
Right.
How will you be able to differentiate between hidden rock and Selene? Presuming you hit something with your probe.
Doctor, I just don't know.
This could be it. Stop! Stop! Okay. Just look at the screen.
I'll get the other dust ski over here. Let's get the probes rigged, George, and start praying.
Now let's all settle down.
They're doing their best.
Settle down. The heat is getting to us. We've got to be patient.
What's the trouble, Commodore?
There's a feeling we're not doing all we can to get out. I've explained that we've no alternative but to wait for rescue.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at least 10 meters down. Even if we could get the airlock open, no one could overcome the dust's resistance and get to the surface.
But what about the main motors, Captain? We could try them.
I doubt us moving a centimeter, and we go forward, not up.
Well, we could all stand at the back.
That would probably just damage the hull.
But if there's one chance that it might work, isn't it worth the risk?
Yeah. We're boiling down here.
All right, that's enough from everybody. The danger in trying to escape unaided is too great. We're safe here for at least 6 more days.
6 days.
Might not be too comfortable. In fact, it'll get hotter. But we've got to stay calm and cooperative.
Calm and cooperative. Listen to that. Shut up! Shut up, everybody!
Myra!
Be quiet! Listen! Listen!
Hey.
They found us! Harvey, they found us!
I'll look back.
I'll go and try the radio.
I've hit something, but I can't tell what it is.
It's Selene, all right. Just look at the trace on the screen. She's giving off an awful lot of heat. The surface of the dust is moving.
let's all just stand still.
I don't think there's any cause for alarm. I think it's probably just a convection current.
Okay, George. Follow the image of the scanner with Dr. Lawson and stake her out.
Okay.
Must be her. I've hit her again. She's deep, about 15 meters.
This is the old-fashioned echo sound that couldn't be used.
Yes, you may have something there, Doctor. Now, the next time I hit her, I'll leave the probe in. If it is Selene, she's blanketed by dust. That's why the radio didn't work. Yeah, I've hit again. I'll try the moon crash band. Yeah, it doesn't mean they're alive, though, George. That signal's on automatic. Probably lasts about 3 weeks. I'll try our own frequency. Loud and clear. This is Chief Engineer Lawrence, right above you. What condition are you in?
As you can probably hear, you're a popular man at the moment, Chief. I'm Captain Pat Harris. We have no injuries. The hull is intact, and we have oxygen and food supplies for about 6 more days. Our only cause for immediate concern is temperature. It's very hot down here.
It was through heat detection we found you, Pat. And we should be making you a bit more comfortable before very long. We'll have you out as quickly as possible. I'll report back to base with the good news. I'll contact you soon and keep you all in touch with progress. Out.
That's the word, Chief. Out.
Lawrence to Port Rora's control. Come in, please.
Hello, Chief. It's Ed.
Good news, Ed. We've found them. Radio contact established and everyone's okay, but suffering from the heat. They have enough oxygen and supplies for 6 days. The problem is going to be getting to them through the dust. She's about 15 meters deep and 3 kilometers from the nearest solid land, and we don't know how deep the dust is below her. I'm going to leave George here, and the doctor and I will come back to base to organize rescue equipment. We can only use the skis out here. Now, how much equipment can any one ski carry?
In total, about 5 tons, but because of balance, the largest single item they can carry is about 2 tons.
So, we can't use any really heavy gear.
Right.
Okay. I'll do some thinking on the way back. Have that ski from Farside standing by.
Will do, Chief. Good work.
Yeah, up to now it's been easy. But let's not kid ourselves. The hard part has just begun.
Are we down, Skipper?
Yes, sirree. We've landed.
It was a bit hairy, I must admit.
Yeah, nothing in the Master's handbook about a spaceship traveling 100 kilometers. Even the computer wouldn't be bothered with an efficient trajectory readout. I just let her rip upwards for 1,000 kilometers and brought her down on a normal vertical approach with final auto guidance. Kind of neat, eh, Mr. Spencer?
I didn't much care for free falling between the retros firing. I kept wondering what would have happened if they hadn't fired again.
Right into the moon.
Mighty cheerful, Lester. Here we are then, Mr. Spencer. Hope you're satisfied with the view. It's costing you enough. Oh, I hope you realize that the 1,000-kilometer jaunt just qualified us for deep space rates.
Have you no soul? There are 22 people buried out there.
Flying this rig is our living, amigo. I know how it is. All sweet talk and promises at the moment to get your story. Then when it's all old news and the accountants get involved in the cold light of day, that's another story.
Yeah, point taken. Like a scene from a dream, isn't it? The sea stretching out into space. I can see what must be a dust ski. And even the pole joining Selene to the rest of humanity.
Where's that?
Here, you'll need the binoculars. I'll get the camera set up. This is fantastic. By the time anybody else gets anywhere near here, we'll have all the Earth networks tied up. What a picture. The plane, the probe stuck up into the freezing stillness. The loneliness of man personified in this huge and hostile universe he is set out to conquer.
Fancy some chow, Skipper.
Smart idea, Lester. We could be here for some time.
There's no
great sound. Listen. Fantastic.
Hello, Cellini. Rex Davis here. I just thought I'd leave you a moment with the sounds of Clavier City Park, but await your return. On behalf of the Chief Administrator, I want to assure you that all the resources available on the moon are being mobilized for your aid. Engineering and technical staff are working around the clock to help you. Chief Engineer Lawrence tells me the provisional plan is to sink pipes down to you to ensure a limitless oxygen supply. Sorry for the inconvenience and strain you've had to undergo. That's all over now. Just relax. Sit and wait. And we'll have you out in no time. Good luck. Best wishes. And we'll be in touch again soon.
Lovely.
I wish the Commissioner wouldn't be quite so optimistic, Commodore.
I'm sure he was just thinking about her morale.
It's been fine since the link was established.
I'll be glad to get out of this. I'm getting too old for these sort of adventures.
You've coped admirably, Commodore. I'm glad you're with us.
Nice of you to say so, Captain. It's good to feel useful in retirement. I'm sorry to be so miserable just when everything has taken a turn for the better. Rather a bad headache, that's all.
Yeah, I have a muzzy feeling myself. Must be to do with being cooped up for so long.
What about these drums, Ed? Will they do?
Tests show they'll support 2 tons before sinking.
Fine. Get at least twice as many as we'll need. An important point, everybody. We must have all tools and spares tied down. All tools to be attached to your belts. That's an order. Can't be wandering back to the stores once we're out at sea.
We have problems with breaking through the roof, Chief.
What's the trouble?
Well, we've tried using a bar on the mock-up, but the roof's too springy and it bounces back every time it's hit.
But will it happen when we're using a 15-meter pipe with dust packed round it? Do a test, see if it absorbs the recoil.
Yeah, there's another problem. Most of the control circuitry is in the roof, and it's too tough to put a clean hole through it. If it splinters, it could put one of her main systems out.
Well, we'll have to bore. Use a detachable bit. How's the rest of the plumbing coming along?
Oh, it should be ready in 2 or 3 hours, Chief.
Good. I'll be back in 2. Oh, blast. Lawrence.
Ah, Mr. Lawrence. It's Dr. Lawson here.
Oh, hello, Doctor. Did you sleep well?
To my shame, yes, and a very long time.
You had quite a day. Is there anything you need?
No, thank you. I'm being looked after extraordinarily well. I'd just like some advice from you.
Certainly. Anything at all.
I appear during my hours of slumber to have become something of a celebrity in my own way, and I'm being inundated with questions from the media. What shall I do?
Just tell them everything that happened. Enjoy yourself, Doctor.
Well, it does seem rather decadent here in this luxurious hotel room. Tourist Commissioner Davis said I could have anything I fancied. Rather a rash statement, I thought, when I like unlimited use of all the Grange's facilities to study the planet Gagarin 1.
I'll consider it a personal favor if you keep the newsboys off my back.
If you put it like that, I shall do my best.
I'm sure you will, Doctor. See you later.
I'm sorry to make a fuss, Sue, but if you got something for my headache...
Excuse me, I am also suffering.
We do have some mild painkillers. I'll get them.
Mr. Mackenzie, could you come through to the bridge? The captain would like to see us.
Yes, of course.
Oh, if they're for a headache, I'd like some too.
Mac, I'm afraid we've got another serious problem on our hands.
Another one?
I'm afraid so. It appears we're experiencing a build-up of carbon dioxide.
But I thought you were safe for another few days.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, but unfortunately I think the heat's affected the CO2 conversion system.
How long do you think we got?
Impossible to say accurately, but I'd say a matter of hours.
That doesn't give Lawrence time to get here with his team.
It could be a bit of panic.
Oh, I'm not too delighted myself.
Any ideas?
Oh, there's always the sleep treatment.
It would have the respiration rate.
Well, that's all we can do then.
I'll have a word with him while you radio through, Pat.
Right. I'll come with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I have some grave news. You may have noticed some difficulty in breathing.
Now we have.
And several people have complained of headaches. I'm afraid it's the air. We still have plenty of oxygen, but the carbon dioxide we breathe out isn't escaping. The chemical conversion unit has been affected by the heat. As we see it, there's just one chance. We must render ourselves unconscious.
How can we do that?
Asleep, our respiration rate is halved, and the air will last twice as long.
How do you propose we do that, Commodore?
Sue, I take it the first aid kit is the standard issue.
Yes, Commodore.
Could you pass it, please?
Oh.
Now,
Here.
this, for those of you who might not know, is a standard sleep tube. Now, each tube is sufficient to render an adult instantaneously asleep and keep them asleep for approximately 10 hours.
I'm having none of it.
Now, please, let me finish. We don't have any other choice. 2 people will remain awake. 1 will be the captain.
And I suppose the other one will be you.
No. I'm taking the easy way out. Just to show you how harmless it is, I'll go first. Now, you just unscrew the top and put this end against your forearm. And press here. I'll see you all in 10 hours.
Sleep well, Commodore.
There's no need to worry about that. This stuff just...
The rescue base know our position. All that remains is to take a sleep tube. Ah, I see the Commodore has set us a good example.
I'm a paying passenger and I have my rights. I have no intention of taking one of those.
Miss Morley, I am not arguing with you. I am in total charge of this vessel and its occupants. I am tired, I am hot, and my head is banging. I'd much rather sleep, but it's my duty to stay awake.
Morley, we must help the captain. We must preserve the good air. Please pass me one, miss.
Thank you, Professor. Let's not waste any more time. These are microjet hypodermics. You won't feel a thing.
Here you are. Please,
thank you.
Pass them around.
Please, this way, this way.
Thank you.
I refuse to do it.
What really worries the lady, Captain, is she thinks you'll take advantage of her while she's asleep.
Dare you? I've never been so insulted.
Neither have I.
Oh, give me the damn thing. Don't come any closer.
Sleep tight, Miss Morley.
Everything will be all right. I know it will. Are you comfortable, Mr. Schuster?
Oh, yes, thank you, Sue. Look, Mara's already asleep. See you later.
Cellini to Chief Engineer Lawrence, Port Roris Control. Come in, please.
Hello, Pat. Lawrence here. How did it go?
More or less as planned. Myself and Duncan Mackenzie are the only 2 left awake.
I'll give it to you straight, Pat. Even if we don't hit any snags, we can't reach you in under 5 hours. Can you hang on?
We'll have to. Mac's getting the oxygen supply from the spacesuit. It's the passengers I'm worried about.
All you can do is check their breathing and give them a blast of oxygen when it's necessary. We'll do our best. You can rely on that. Any more you want to say?
No, I'll call you every quarter of an hour. Cellini out.
I've got the oxygen.
You go first. Sorry. We'll take it in turns to keep a check on the passengers.
Oh, I never thought breathing could be so enjoyable. Here you are, Pat. How long will this last?
About 12 hours between us. Don't know how much the others will need.
What have you found to smile at?
Sorry, I was just thinking I wouldn't have much chance if you decided to keep the bottle for yourself.
I thought all you moon-born men were sensitive about that.
Oh, no, it's never bothered me. Couldn't help being born in a gravity 1/6 of yours. How could you tell?
How you're built, mainly. You all have the same tall, slender physique. And your skin. The lamps never seem to give the same tan as natural sunlight on Earth.
I've never been to Earth, never will. Couldn't take the gravity. Looked Australia plenty of times through my telescope. I have a sentiment for it. My parents took off from Woomera.
Oh, Woomer's an Aboriginal word meaning a booster stage for spears.
Wow. Well, live and learn. I'd better go check the others.
Might not get your story after all, Mr. Spencer. That oxygen cylinder runs out.
You sound a heartless man, Skipper.
Just one of life's realists. That right, Lester? I hope they get the poor devils out. Feel like a goddamn vulture sitting up here on a mountain shelf.
Well, I hope it's going to be a rescue, not an exhumation.
Have to be quick. Captain Harris didn't sound too perky last time he reported in.
Cellini calling Lawrence. Come in, please.
Pat, we aren't far away. I can see the probe. It won't be long now.
At last. It's the heat as well as the carbon dioxide.
I know. Don't talk unless it's absolutely necessary. I'll leave this waveband open, and I'll do the talking. I'll let you know everything that's going on, okay, Pat?
All right.
My God, this is better than I could have hoped for. We'll go on air as soon as you can take me. I'll do the intro, and then you can pick up Lawrence on the security radio wavelength and let him do all the work, huh? My cue out will be, the next voice you hear will be that of Lawrence himself.
Understood. Coming to you in 20 seconds.
Okay.
What about the epic struggle for survival and all that?
This could be the greatest event in live television, and I must insist on silence. That's if you want a big fat bonus, huh? What do you say, Skipper?
Lester, shove that cotton-picking banjo and keep your mouth shut.
You'll be on air in 5 seconds from now. 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Morris Spencer, coming to you live from the Sea of Thirst, Earthside, the Moon. The points of light you see on the right of your screens is Chief Engineer Lawrence and his gallant crew of rescuers. The probe sticking starkly from the surface of the sea is the only link 22 people entombed in the dust cruiser Cellini have with the rest of humanity. I'm going to leave the man in charge of the rescue, Chief Engineer Lawrence, to describe his plans to bring the 22 people to the surface, as he is in direct contact with Captain Pat Harris of the stricken craft. I'll leave the hellish conditions down there to your imagination. It's very hot, and there is a serious buildup of carbon dioxide. Let us pray to our own God that Lawrence can get them out of there in time. The next voice you hear will be that of Lawrence himself.
Uh-oh. We got big trouble, Mr. Spencer. I have Tourist Commissioner Davies on a priority channel.
Hell. Okay, I'll handle him, Skipper. Right. Hello, Commissioner Davies. How are you?
I don't know how you got there so quickly, Spencer, but you've got 1 minute to get off the air. Don't you have any sense of moral decency?
I'm just doing my job the best way I know how, Commissioner.
Off in 1 minute, or your channel loses its franchise.
Let's not get excited, Commissioner. What's the problem?
We have nothing to discuss, Spencer.
I've got one of the greatest news items in Moon history. That's what we've got to discuss. Now, calm down, Commissioner, and, let's look at it from your point of view.
What the hell do you mean?
Strictly between us, Commissioner. Think positive, huh? What way can this tragedy benefit you and your department?
I don't think I follow you.
You must be going through a pretty hard time, huh? Tourist boss with 22 people incarcerated. It doesn't look, too bright for the future, does it?
What are you getting at?
I think we could be men who, understand each other. You could break me and my station, but in the minute I'd take to get off the air, I could break you.
Are you threatening me?
Damned right I am. But I'm also offering you a deal.
I don't have to take this from you.
Commissioner, I have an audience of 200 million people and rising by the minute. I could tell them what a job you've done here on the moon, what tourism is like here and what it could be. I could have your hotels and pleasure domes overflowing. We've got the solar system sat on the edge of their seats, Commissioner. What do you say?
We're here, Pat, right above you. Would you believe there's a spaceship just on the ledge in the mountains waiting for all of you to come out and take your photographs?
Well, must remember to comb my hair. Why didn't you land there and save time?
Wouldn't have saved time, Pat. The ledge is too high, and there are too many rocks to climb. We'd have spent longer getting our equipment down from there and across the sea. How are you?
Max giving oxygen to Mrs. Schuster. She's in a bad way. It seems to be getting foggy in here. Or is it just me?
We're ready to drill now.
I think the bottle's nearly empty, though.
We're on our way. The first section's 5 meters down. Hang on.
Yeah, I'll just have a sleep until you come in.
No, Pat. No, keep awake. Talk to me. How's Mac?
Who?
McCabe. awake?
Why is it so foggy in here? I've only seen fog on videos.
God damn it, we should have made the drill detachable from the surface. He isn't going to have the strength. We had to risk it. There wasn't time to improve it. There, it's there. We've hit the roof. Pat, do you hear that? The first pipe is there. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I heard you. You're on the roof.
Listen very carefully. You're seconds away from fresh air, but this is very, very important. We will bang it a couple of times, and you have to tell us if it is clear of the circuitry. Do you understand? Pat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that clear?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Start the drill. We've got to risk it now. Pat, listen. This is very important. Your pressure down there is greater than up here on the surface. Do not undo the bit until we tell you, or air will escape up the pipe. Do you understand that? Do not undo the bit. We didn't have time to fit a non-return valve. We're through, Chief.
Mark, it's through! It's through!
Thank God. Coleman, Matsui, help George with the oxygen line. Chief, I think he's undoing the bit. What? Pat, Captain Harris! Do not, repeat, do not disconnect the bit until I tell you. It's too late. He's going to pull a vacuum. Get that generator at full pressure, quickly.
Commissioner Davies, there's a huge jet of mist or something, like a geyser shooting up in the air.
I can see it on my set.
I must comment on it to my viewers.
Is that agreed then, Mr. Spencer?
Yes, Commissioner. It's been a pleasure doing business with you.
If that geezer means they're all dead, I still want the same arrangement. Is that agreed?
Of course.
And no comments at all from Lawrence?
That's already been actioned. We can all benefit from this, Commissioner.
Pat, are you all right?
I put a book over the end of the pipe. The air was going out instead of in. It's gotten very dark in here.
You had us all scared there for a moment, Pat. Everything's going to be all right. Okay, George. Pat, we're going to blast that book away with the sweetest smelling oxygen you've ever known.
That's fantastic, Chief. Mac! Come and lie over by the pipe. Mac, you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. Why is it so dark?
They got through to us. The main lights are out.
I went to sleep.
No, it doesn't matter. They aren't all breathing properly. Can you give artificial respiration?
Yeah, sure. Mrs. Schuster's a strange colour.
Oh, do what you can.
How's it going down there?
Hang on. Give us a few minutes. We've got to give some artificial respiration.
Mrs. Schuster's breathing.
Yeah, I think we might make it.
We're giving you oxygen at the lowest temperature we think is safe, so don't be alarmed. When we've cooled you down, let us know.
How are they, Mac?
Oh, they're all alive up to now.
I think we're going to be all right.
Pat, in about 5 minutes, we'll be sinking the second pipe. We'll bang on the roof again to make sure we are clear of your controls. It's looking good, Pat.
As you can see through the transparent dome that encases the rescuers, the first stage, dropping an independent oxygen supply to the stricken Selene, has now been completed. Another pipe, a vent pipe, is now being lowered by Chief Engineer Lawrence and his crew to complete the respiratory circuit. As the rescue continues to unfold live on this channel, I cannot help, even with a lump in my throat, thanking the good Lord for granting us people like Chief Engineer Lawrence, working under the leadership of Tourist Commissioner Rex Davis. I've tried repeatedly to talk to the Commissioner on the air, but he won't budge from his single-minded task of getting these people out alive and well. Perhaps he'll speak to us later.
You're through, Chief.
Okay, Pat. Now unscrew the bit, and then you can relax just a little. Is there anything you require urgently?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to get the main lights back on before they all wake up.
Fine. Our igloo above you is being pressurized now, so that should make our work a little more comfortable and avoid the danger of any more air escaping. Once you're out of there, we'll ferry you back to base in 4s or 5s, after a preliminary check by medics. What the hell was that?
It was just a sneeze. It's getting quite cool down here now.
All right, we'll put the oxygen temperature back to normal. The ski borrowed from Farside is just arriving. Nearly there, Pat.
Okay. Breathe deep, everyone. We have fresh air again.
Pat, how are we doing?
So far, so good, Commodore. Breathe deep. I'm just unscrewing the vent pipe. There. Come on, Sue. Wake up. Breathe. Enjoy the oxygen.
Oh, it's so cold.
We're going to be all right.
What's happened?
They got through to us, Professor. Breathe.
That's
great. Oh, God.
My goodness.
Make sure anyone who's still asleep is breathing normally and keep them warm.
I'll do a tour of inspection.
Good girl. You okay, Mac?
Yeah, terrific. Mrs. Schuster, you had me worried for a while.
Good to see you, Mr. Mackenzie. Irving, you're sleeping in.
It's a vacation, Myra. You sure you're all right?
I'm fine. Did I snore, Mr. Mackenzie?
Myra, 40 years married. You still amaze me.
I'll get the main lights back on. Just relax.
All right. How did they propose to get us out, Pat?
I think you'd better ask Chief Engineer Lawrence, Commodore. Come under the bridge with me.
Hey, what's happening anyway?
Pat.
Yes, Chief.
We've stabilized pressures now. We'll have to give you a boost now and again, but most of the time the pipes will be open-ended.
Great. I'd like to introduce Commodore Hanstein to you.
Very pleased to talk to you, Chief. Thanks for the fresh air.
My pleasure, Commodore.
What's the plan to get us out, Chief?
At the moment, we've just rigged up an igloo above you. That means we don't have to work in spacesuits. And when you come up, you'll be in a pressurized atmosphere. We're going to use a large sectional cylinder that'll sink under its own weight. We've more than enough sections to reach you, and the pressure of the tube will make the seal. Then we'll have a sort of well shaft down to you, and I have the dubious honor of cutting through Cellini's roof.
That sounds straightforward enough.
We're starting now. The sections are sealed with a rather flimsy material that stops the dust coming up, but won't stop me getting down.
We seem to be in capable hands, Pat.
Yes, I think we are.
Oh, you look tired, Pat.
Well, I feel it. Mackenzie was a great help. Is everybody all right?
They've all come through it very well.
We're down more than 8 meters, more than halfway.
Pat?
Yeah, Mac?
How far down was the oxygen pipe when it first entered the cabin?
About a meter.
Take a look now.
I see what you mean. Chief, have you pulled the vent pipes up at all?
No, there's been no need.
We're still sinking. The dust must never have settled.
We're within half a meter of you. Almost there.
When that tube hits us, it might shove us down.
Lawrence, we're still sinking. You'll have to give us more airline and make it quick.
What the hell's that? The suction pump from Cellini's out of the ship and in the dust. We're pulling dust. Switch it out. Cellini, what's happening?
Pat, the rear pipe's out. Dust spraying in. And we're tilting. The airline's out. Dust's coming in from both.
Did you get that?
Yes, okay. Get those pipes out and new bits of
Keep your head down. It's easier than this. Myra, can you listen?
It's so dark. The dust is floating everywhere.
Now we must jam the holes. Use my shirt. Commodore, will you block the other one, please?
I can't see. My eyes are full of dust.
Hang on, I'm coming your way.
The lights are still on. It's the dust.
You all right, Commodore?
I've managed to jam the hole, I think, but I can't see a thing. My eyes are clogged up with the dust.
Pat, they've drilled again, but it's gone into the bridge's control panel.
Lawrence, can you hear me?
Yes, Pat, what the hell is going on?
You've drilled into the control panel. Take it up and come rear a meter. Everybody stay calm. Cover your mouths and noses up with clothing.
Right, we're drilling again.
Yes, go ahead. Mac, be ready to detach the bit.
Right.
Get through to us.
Good. At least you've got oxygen. All right, now let's get that cylinder down to the roof.
She's on an uneven keel. We won't see her properly now.
Get down.
Mac, the bit.
Okay.
They better get us.
Tying a rope round my ankle.
Could you be quiet, please? Be quiet, everyone, please. We have to listen to
First with the grinder.
Shush.
I'll cut a hole in the hole, then you pull me up again. Then drop the rope ladder.
It's too risky, Chief. It won't seal. You might get stuck. If the Selene sinks anymore, you'll drown in the dust.
Shut up, Ed. I can't think of anything else. Put the power under the grinder, George. Give me a hand with the rope. I'm going down, right?
Bits off, Pat. We have air again.
Good. Stand back, they're cutting through.
Captain, the dust is more than a meter deep at this end.
It's pouring into the bridge.
I'm through. Keep that damn rope tight, Ed. I don't want to drop in. Pull me up. Pull me up. Dust pouring in. I'm choking.
I think the bridge is beginning to smolder.
That's where they drilled into the panel. Close the door. We get a spark, we could explode.
Pull me up, Ed. Get me out.
Oh, my God.
Chief, the bridge has exploded.
Grab the rope ladder. It's coming down to you.
Is she all right there?
Dust in my eyes. I can't see a thing, Ed. The medics aren't far up.
There's the ladder. Now quickly, start climbing. Come on, next, quickly.
Help me, I'm stuck in the dust.
Help me, madam.
Girl.
Someone help, please.
Are we getting out?
Next, quickly.
Hold on tight, Commodore. I'll get you out.
The bridge door isn't going to hold.
How many people are out, Sue?
11. Halfway there.
Keep it moving, eh? Come on, Myra. Get up there.
I'm not leaving you, Harvey. I'll get stuck. Put her up. She can't climb.
Goodbye, Myra. What's happened? I can't see.
The bridge door's gone. There's a tidal wave of dust from the bridge.
Hey, grab that hand quickly. Someone's got it.
Okay.
Come on, Miss Morley. I've got you.
Darling. Yeah. Come on, darling.
How many more?
It's just the four of us. If anybody's buried, they're lost.
You next, Commodore.
If Sue's still here, she should...
Get up there and don't waste time. You next, Sue.
That's 20 with the girl.
Go, Mac.
Hang on to the ladder, Pat, or you'll go under.
Don't worry about me. I'll be okay.
There's just the captain left. Drag him up. Drag him up. Come on, Ben. Oh, we'll lose him.
He's
coming up.
Oh, you're all right, Pat.
Welcome aboard, Pat. Lawrence here.
I can't open my eyes, Chief, but it's good to hear you.
I can't see you either, but the medics are just arriving. Make them comfortable, Ed.
You did a great job, Lawrence.
I've never been so frightened in all my life. Thought for a moment I was going to join you.
What the hell caused it in the first place?
Moonquake. A chance in a million.
And I always thought I had a nice, safe job.
Confirmation has just arrived that all 22 passengers and crew buried in the dust cruiser Selene have been rescued unharmed by Chief Engineer Lawrence and the team put together by Tourist Commissioner Davis. They are all alive and well. After a chance in a million Moondust fall, the rescue operation has been a total success. And we now have a live interview with the man responsible for all tourism on the moon, Rex Davis. Commissioner.
Please, call me Rex. I must apologize for not speaking to you earlier, but I had other things on my mind. Even though I had 100% confidence in Jim Lawrence and his crew, I felt it my overriding responsibility to be on hand at all times.
We understand, Rex. Was there ever a time when you thought they may be lost?
No, not for a second. If this mishap has taught us anything, it's that the personnel on the moon are equipped to deal with any emergency. And as man becomes even more adventurous, we will be tested again and again, and again and again we will prove ourselves equal to the task. Why, even now, there's a man who wants to pioneer dust skiing as a sport.
Do you mean like water skiing?
Exactly. Out there, on the Sea of Thirst. Isn't that an exciting prospect?
It is indeed, Rex. I see, as we speak, more of the team of highly trained medics are arriving at the rescue point, just as planned. When do you think the passengers and crew will be available for interview, Rex?
Oh, now, Morris, we don't want to rush these people. Let's give them a chance to experience some lunar hospitality, all courtesy of the tourist board, of course.
Well, I think you know best, Rex. Who is this enterprising man who wants to pioneer dust skiing?
He's an Australian champion. And I have high hopes that he will be only the first of many who will wish to visit the Sea of Thirst. Who knows? It could even become the moon's main recreation center.
In A Fall of Moondust by Arthur C. Clarke, adapted for radio by Andrew Lynch, David Buck played Captain Pat Harris, Barry Foster, Engineer Jim Lawrence, Roland Curran, Tourist Commissioner Davis, Bill Simpson, Commodore Hanstein, Richard Pearson, Dr. Lawson, James Aubrey, Morris Spencer, Libby Morris, Myra Schuster, Harry Taub, Irving Schuster, and Jane Knowles, Stewardess Sue Wilkins. Miss Morley was played by Brenda Kay, Mackenzie by John Rye, Professor Joe Werdiner by Saeed Jaffrey, Skipper by Ed Bishop, Lester by Guy Gregory, Ed by Hayden Wood, George by David Timpson, Ingrid by Christine Absalom, and Anne by Amanda Murray. The banjo was played by Peter Sayers. A Fall of Moondust was directed by Glyn Dearman.
Okay, take us down, please.
Propulsion engaged. Blowing ballast tanks. 9,000 meters to the ocean floor. The final frontier. Deeper than women have ever been before. Sit back and enjoy the ride, Crenshaw. Dive! 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 Oh, God, I love saying that. That's why I became a sub-pilot, just to say those 3 delicious words.
Deep Station Emerald by Joe Turner. Starring Maureen Beatty, Tom Georgeson, Danny Webb, and Ricky Tomlinson.
Auto descent track locked on. You comfy?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Don't you realize what a buzz it is to pilot one of these DSVs to the seabed?
No, I don't.
This is a one-way sub. It's designed to cope with extreme pressure. Once it's downstairs, it can never return to the surface. It has to be scrapped down there. I'm the only girl who gets to drive this ship.
I'm thrilled for you.
I'll enjoy the sheer wastage, Crenshaw. With petrol at €50 a litre now, this is the biggest thrill I'm going to get for a while.
Depth.
1,000. Roll up your sleeve, please.
Piss off.
You know the rules.
I'm clean.
Well, then you've got nothing to be worried about.
Oh, yeah? And who gave you a drug test?
NCAM's head medical officer.
Bollocks. Just go easy. I'm nervous of needles.
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Oh, yeah? You're more like a science officer with a stethoscope round your neck. When was the last time you wheeled out the bedside manner, Crenshaw?
Keep still.
Ah!
There. All done.
Bloody butcher.
You were very brave. Do you want a lollipop?
Harris to com. Harris to com. All right. Station requests priority 2. All right. Harris to com.
Right! Harris calling top station. Come in, top station.
What's happening, Harris?
Nothing is happening.
We've been buzzing the com for 7 minutes.
I was out on the drilling rig.
Why?
Hey, it's my job.
Progress evaluation, please.
We've moved the rig to the new drill site in the Miller Trough.
You've started drilling?
Yes.
Right, we want core samples every 15 metres from now on.
Every 15?
Yes. What depth have you reached?
40 metres.
40 metres, confirm?
Yes, 40 metres.
Well, we're not happy with that figure.
I don't care if you're happy or not, that's as deep as we've got.
Your job is to lead the drilling operation.
Which I can't do if I'm answering the comm every 5 minutes.
But your new sub-pilot, Rossi, she should be with you by now. Once she's installed, we expect 220 metres a day.
That's not possible.
But she's worked on Alpha 5 and the Longman Trench.
Yes, I've read the report.
So make good use of her.
Oh, Risa's positive.
So did I pass?
That information is confidential.
It's my blood.
Not anymore. Once it leaves your body, it belongs to NCAM.
Well, if they're that keen, I've got plenty more bodily secretions they're welcome to.
Captain Harris will discuss the results with you once we've docked with Deep Station Emerald.
5,000.
Come on, then. What's the gossip?
No gossip.
You're telling me that 8 people have been living together on the seabed for 6 months and there's no gossip?
Do you mind not talking? I got today's geological reports.
Oh, I can see we're going to be best chums.
Look! My crew are exhausted. 220 metres is out of the question. We're already digging rocks faster than you can analyse them. Now, what is the point? I thought the primary function of Deep Station was geo-research.
The only prime function you have to worry about is fulfilling NCAM's orders.
You can only push me just so far.
Wrong. We can push you right to the very end. Do your job, Captain Harris. Top station out.
Damn! 42 metres!
Cut and drill!
Drill stuff! What's the problem out there?
The drill rod's warped. I've sent Frosty for a new shaft.
Well, make it quick, eh? I've had Alice up my arse all bloody day.
Who's the lucky boy then?
Get your filthy mind out of the gutter, Kettle.
I can't help it. Object of all my wet dreams is descending in the DSV as we speak.
Read your contract, Kettle. Fraternisation between crew members is a sackable offence.
Answer me a question, O'Connor.
What?
Are you a prude or a homosexual or both?
All you need to know, lad, is I'm head of engineering, and I can book your ticket back to fresh air anytime.
Don't stop. I love it when you talk dirty.
Where's Frosty with the new shaft?
I can't see anything until the drill dust sinks.
Frosty! Frosty!
Maybe he's nipped back to Deep Station for his scarf and mittens.
I've got suit readings.
Frosty, don't do that. I've got it. You hear me?
Frosty!
The radio is playing up again.
Frosty!
Hey, you, just man.
You're breaking up!
Frosty! Unscrew the radio link cable, stamp on the plug, and then stick it back in.
Frosty, are you okay?
Oh, Connor, can you hear me? Come in.
Yes, where are you?
I'm behind Kettle with a new shaft. My bloody radio link went out.
State-of-the-art technology.
Crap. Hey, O'Connor, what's the temperature in this suit?
It's normal.
You sure?
Of course I'm bloody sure.
It's all right for you and your warm bloody drill pod. Feels bloody cold out here.
Get on with it, client ass. Get on with it.
Easy. You're too high.
Shut it, I'm concentrating.
No, I will not shut it. Don't forget that I outrank you, Rossi.
Docking in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have achieved penetration. Hatches open.
I'll give Captain Harris the results of your test. He'll want to see you straight away.
I'm a bit miffed he didn't lay on a welcoming committee.
We're short-staffed. That's why you're here.
I know.
Your cabin is next to mine in corridor B9. I'm sure you can find your own way there.
Welcome to Deep Station Emerald.
You have activated the secure storage unit. You now have 5 seconds to enter the correct code.
Punch in the numbers, Sergeant McAndrew.
Yes, Colonel Sherwood.
You and I are the only personnel with the access code. It's a bit more important than your cash point number, so please don't forget it.
No, sir. The safe is open.
Carry on, then.
Yes, sir. 2 standard issue revolvers.
Check.
2 9mm semi-automatic machine guns.
Check.
2 chemical weapons gas masks.
Check. God knows why HQ thinks we need a cache of deadly weapons to monitor a science research project.
6 electro grenades.
Check. You don't deserve this posting, Sergeant. I've stepped on enough toes to earn my 12 months solitary on the seabed, but you...
Sir, there's something missing.
What?
Well, there's 4 files of G&A on the list, but there's nothing here.
Oh, my God, let me see. They were here 2 days ago. I checked them myself.
What is G&A, sir?
Genetic nerve agent. It attacks the victim's DNA, killing from the inside out. It's never been used in action. So even the twisted boffins who created it don't know exactly what it does.
Why would anyone steal the poison and not the guns?
I don't know. But I suspect we are going to find out.
Captain.
Shush.
42 meters. Easy. Steady, Kettle. No worries.
I've got the results of Rossi's drug test.
Yes?
Don't you want to read it?
No, you're a doctor. Tell me if she's clean or not.
The test revealed no detectable trace of narcotics in her blood.
So she's clean?
She was an hour ago. By now she could be a dribbling wreck, drenched in sweat, jacking up in the toilet. I'd like you to look at these geological readings.
You don't like her, do you?
I have no opinion on the subject.
Oh, for God's sake, Crenshaw, will you just loosen up a bit? I know you're the first woman in NChem to reach the dizzying heights of Chief Science Officer, but that doesn't mean you have to act like Dr. Spock.
I think you mean Mr. Spock, Captain.
We're all under a lot of pressure here, Crenshaw.
Yes, I appreciate the situation, sir.
Then I'd be really grateful if you'd let your human side sneak out every now and then, hmm?
If I find my human side, sir, I'll let it out every chance I get.
Thank you.
Now can we look at the reports?
Yes.
Look, there's a 5-degree temperature anomaly in the rock samples. Now, I've checked this against the gauges of the drill, and
I can stop it if you want. 44 meters. Go easy, Frosty. 45 meters. Drill stop. What is it?
So, are you one of those cooks who gob in the stew?
Only into the portions of the people who complain about the food.
Oh, understood.
Yeah, taste this. Careful, it's hot.
Oh, more salt. Lots more salt. So what's the captain like?
Harris? Big appetite. He likes a good roast dinner. Sticks to the rules, mind.
We are big on rules down here.
Not my idea. The way I say it, rules are for breaking.
Oh, you dog.
Hey, we're a dry ship. NChem regulations. But there's ways and means to imbibe if you've got the cash.
No, I'm on the wagon, thanks.
Just so you know where to come when the going gets tough. Shouldn't you have reported to the captain by now?
I'm taking the scenic route. Tell me about the rest of the crew.
O'Connor hates vinegar. Kettle, he has chips with everything. Crenshaw's allergic to bananas. Frosty likes fish. Sherwood, oh, he loves Chinese. That new one.
Report.
It's an old shipwreck wedged in the rock.
There's no way we can move it without the heavy gear.
We'd be losing time and money.
So you're suggesting...
Drill through it.
What about the heads?
Laser heads can rip through diamond.
Okay, but take it easy, go half speed. And have Kettle and Frosty monitor the drill. Anything else?
The temperature's crept up. We could be close to a hydrothermal vent.
Hopefully it'll stop Frosty moaning.
I heard that.
Keep me informed. Harris out.
Captain Harris? I'm Ellie Rossi.
Take a seat, Rossi.
Thanks.
What took you so long?
Excuse me?
You've been on board over an hour.
Well, I had a bit of trouble finding my cabin. God, this place is like a maze.
Crenshaw says you're clean.
Well, I'm not arguing with science.
Don't play me for a fool, Rossi. NChem seem to think very highly of you. And I know you're a good worker, but I also know you have a fondness for recreational narcotics.
But that's in the past. I'm a clean living girl now, Captain.
You've had a look round?
A bit.
Okay, do I need to give you the spiel?
Oh, it is traditional.
Fair enough. Official welcome to Deep Station Emerald. Blah, blah, blah. Exploratory investigation of physical, chemical and biological conditions on the ocean floor. Blah, blah. One big happy family. Blah, blah, blah. 200 tons of stainless steel tubes. Blah. Multinational energy company. Blah. Government research station. Blah, blah, blah. Pull together and muck in. Happy.
I'm touched. You have the gift of making a total stranger feel like a valued member of the crew.
You'll start on the drill site first shift tomorrow. Any questions?
One thing.
What?
Every Captain Kirk I've served under has gone out of his way to make it clear that if I ever have any problems, his door is always open.
Rossi, if you've got time for problems, then you're not working hard enough.
We've got a problem!
Who's that?
The drill pod. O'Connor?
Move! O'Connor, what's going on?
Captain Hammond, I've got no control! What's happening?
Turn the drill off!
I'm trying!
O'Connor, I'm stuck out here, for God's sake! I can't move! Stop the drill! O'Connor, report!
The drill shaft snapped off, Captain, and it's out of control! And Frosty's trapped in front of the head!
O'Connor!
You're leaving us hanging out here, you! Stop the bloody rig, will you?
The drill's coming straight for me! O'Connor, do something! The panel's not responding!
I heard the alarm. Is he on manual?
Are you on manual override?
Yes, there's no bloody response!
O'Connor! We've only got seconds!
No control! Please!
Hang on, Frosty! I'm behind you! I'll try and pull you out!
O'Connor, hit the kill switch!
There's no response! The thing's got a life of its own! Coming straight at me!
Oh, come on! Frosty!
I can't move!
Has he tried turning off the power? Oh, well, that's the first thing he would do.
O'Connor, have you turned off the power?
O'Connor, can you hear me?
I told you! None of the controls are responding! None of them! Nothing bloody works! Oh, Jesus! I can see Frosty and I'm gonna kill him! Oh, God!
Tell him to hit the power on!
What for?
Well, have you got a better idea?
No, she's right. Maybe the electrical polarity has been reversed.
Oh, God, I can't stop it!
O'Connor, hit the power on button! No!
Oh, Christ! I'm sorry, Frosty! Frosty, I'm so sorry! O'Connor, hit the power on button now!
Oh, shit! I can't get out of the way! I'm stuck! O'Connor! This is not how it's meant to end! O'Connor! Do something!
What?
Just do it!
What? Power on! Bloody hell! Kettle!
Kettle!
Oh.
Kettle!
Oh, God.
Did Kettle get it too?
O'Connor! Can you see anything?
The drill made a mess. I can only see bits of blood and he's liquidized and I must have got Kettle!
Kettle? Kettle, come in! O'Connor, make your way back here. There's nothing you can do from there.
I couldn't do anything. To stop it.
Rossi, go down to the subdock and suit up. As soon as the debris clears, I want you to find out what's down there.
I'm on my way.
Hello?
O'Connor!
I
can't believe it.
Oh, shit. Bloody radio link. Kettle? I think I've broken my solid leg.
Rossi?
I'll go get him.
Crenshaw?
Yeah.
I want to know exactly what happened out there.
I'll get straight on it.
Harris to Com. Top station requests priority 1 conference.
In the meantime,
Harris to Com. Harris
I'll
to
make
Com.
it up.
Top station requests priority 1 conference.
Captain Harris!
I haven't got time now, Colonel. This is important. Frosty just got killed on the drill site.
An accident?
Yes, an accident.
I'm sorry.
And I've got to report to top station so you can wait in line.
I'm afraid not. There's been a break-in in the military section. Items have been stolen.
What sort of items?
I can't tell you.
Then I can't help you.
Oh, careful, your hairy leg's getting dangerously close to my stewed mind.
Do we have to put up with Kettle's hairy leg on the table while I'm trying to serve the supper?
It's just bruised. Put your trousers back on.
Oh, hey, you can work on your bedside manner, Doctor.
It's a stew tastes great.
Yeah, well, I don't know how you lot can eat after what's happened out there.
Leave her alone, O'Connor. She saved my life. I owe you one, Rossi.
Nah, forget it.
No, another meter, I'd have been pureed.
Rossi, how did you know the polarity had been reversed?
I've seen it happen before.
Really?
Yeah, well, I've been drilling 12 years and I've never seen anything like it.
Well, I must be lucky.
Ah, I'm the lucky one.
Was there a magnetic pulse?
What?
That reversed the electrical polarity?
Where did you see it happen before?
What is this? The Spanish Inquisition?
There's no time. Recommence drilling on the morning shift.
I can't guarantee the safety of my crew.
The accident was regrettable, but it was an accident. Crenshaw can file a report.
What about the magnetic pulse that reversed the polarity of the drill rig?
Do we have to remind you of the circumstances that facilitated your appointment on this project?
You can threaten me as much as you like. Drilling starts again when I say so. Harris out.
He's a heartless bastard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, there's no need to take it out on the pit.
O'Connor, you know what he's like.
Kettle, sit down.
Look, all I said was if we have to stop drilling, we can kiss goodbye to this month's bonus.
We should recover the body.
What body? Frosty's fish food.
Look, he's right. God, I'm no scooping up the bits with a tea strainer.
Yeah, because you've got no blood in these
Once you're dead, you're gone. Nothing else matters.
It matters to his wife and kids.
Well, that shows how well you know the dearly departed. Frosty's wife and kids died in a sudden car crash.
Right, listen up, and I don't want to know what the shouting's about.
Listen, Captain, all
I said I don't want to know, Kettle. Now, we lost a good man today, and there'll be no more drilling till we know why.
Bloody right.
And I don't need your approval to make a decision, O'Connor. First shift tomorrow, I want a solo diver to examine that shipwreck. Volunteer?
I'll go, Captain.
Sergeant McAndrew?
No, I'll go. I was with Frosty.
Like your kids.
What about your leg?
It's just bruised.
It's okay, I'll do it.
Rossi?
Well, unless you've started paying volunteers, I'm happy to let these two fight it out.
We'll toss for it.
Captain? Go on, then.
Call, soldier boy. Tails. Bugger.
Thanks, Sergeant McAndrew. I want you suited up and ready to dive at 0600 hours.
Yes, sir.
I've checked the marine database, Captain, and there's no record of any shipwrecks in this area.
That's what top station said, but it must have come from somewhere.
It could be a ghost ship.
That ship's very real.
Back in the 70s, toxic nuclear waste was transported by sea. But when governments got the environmental bug, they created a fleet of ships who were refused docking at every port in the world.
Ghost ships?
Ah, they sailed round in circles, and when they thought no one was looking, they'd scupper them in deep water.
If it's a ghost ship, it won't be listed.
You saying that wreck could be packed to the rafters with nuclear waste?
We don't know anything until we take a closer look. Now, I suggest we try to get an early night.
Captain Harris. I know this is a bad time, but this break-in is a serious matter.
Serious enough to tell me what was stolen?
You know that's classified information.
I know this is one thief who is not going to make an easy getaway.
Don't make the mistake of thinking I like this job, Captain. I'm a soldier. I did not volunteer to babysit a gang of roughnecks and boffins at the bottom of the ocean.
What was stolen?
I can't say.
Then there's nothing for us to discuss.
A weapon.
Shit! When?
Sometime in the last 48 hours.
Then we've got 7 people in the frame.
7?
I'm assuming neither you or I did it.
How do you want to play this?
Keep quiet and wait.
Captain, do you realize that if
Yes, I realise. Do you realise what effect this tidbit of gossip would have amongst the crew right now? I'm not posting neighbourhood watch stickers. We keep stum until we know more. Agreed?
Agreed.
Maybe if we work together and share information, we can sort this out without anyone getting hurt.
I hope so, Captain. I really hope so.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to bed.
How come you're so keen to dive into a ship full of toxic waste, Kettle?
I never liked this place. It's not natural. A ship that don't go nowhere.
As you weren't talking to you,
It's been 15 years since I was on a ship that lost a man to the sea. It's a bad omen.
Never mind the salty sea tales. I want to know what's in that wreck. What if it's one of them old Nazi ships packed with stolen art treasures and stuff like
Once
that?
once the sea's claimed a vessel, we should leave her be.
Yeah, it's a tanker, Pillock. It's not likely to
So?
be packed with doubloons.
No, it's not registered. There could be anything in it.
Yeah, well, that's what worries me.
Well, it gives me the creeps, living down here with the fishes. We don't even know if it's day or night. It's not natural, I tell you. The last time I was on a ship...
Oh, what? Oh, all right. All right.
Captain.
Crenshaw, don't you ever sleep?
I'm sorry to wake you, Captain, but I thought you'd want to see this.
See what?
Yesterday's geo reports. See? This rise in water temperature coincides with a massive release of low-level neutrons.
Spell it out to me, Crenshaw. Look, it is 4 in the morning.
There's some form of geological activity going on down there.
Hydrothermal vents?
No, I don't think so. This could be an entirely new geological phenomenon.
Does it pose a danger to the station or the crew?
Well, I haven't got enough data to be 100% sure, but from a scientific standpoint...
Go
this could...
to bed, Crenshaw.
But, sir...
We'll talk in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Your umbilicals are twisted.
Oh. Thank you, sir. How's my CO2 level?
Fine. Here. Let me towel your face.
Oh.
Gets pretty hot in these suits.
Yes, sir.
You ready, McAndrew?
He's ready.
Frost. Access denied? I can't get access to Frosty's personnel file.
That's because the personnel files are confidential.
Oh, time for a fag break then.
Have you registered him as deceased?
Deceased. Ah, now we're cooking. God, no wonder Frosty was so quiet. He was a registered alcoholic with a criminal record. So was my arm.
Lights on. Right, let there be light. Hey, how's it hanging, McAndrew?
It's fine. No problem. I can see the shipwreck.
Okay, here's the deal. Any treasure in there, we split 3 ways.
Oh, shut it, Kettle.
Oh, my God!
What is it?
It's the body of what's left. Oh.
Have you seen a dead body before, McAndrew?
No, sir.
Yeah, I told you I should have done this dive.
Just take deep breaths, son.
Yes, sir.
And remember, you puking that suit, you cleaned it out. Casing the entrance to the wreck.
Yes, sir. There's a large drill hole. I'm going in.
Okay, so what caused this magnetic pulse?
Well, when I was working in the Longman Trench, surface lightning got conducted down a communication cable.
Yes, well, that doesn't explain what happened here.
So, if it's not volcanic or hydrothermal, what is it?
As far as I can tell, the activity is coming from an uncharted cavern behind the shipwreck. I suggest we send an unmanned probe to survey the area.
Wait a minute. What is this cavern?
Well, it's remarkable. Sonar can't tell how deep it is.
So the shipwreck is balanced on the edge of an apparently bottomless cavern?
As far as I can tell, yes.
Perhaps you could have told me this before I sent the diver into that shipwreck?
But, Captain, I only...
Oh, someone's in the doghouse.
This is a waste of time.
The drill's made a right mess of the hull. There's shards of metal everywhere.
Come on, McAndrew, get a move on. We can't start drilling till you're down in there.
Look, are there any identifying marks inside the ship?
But I can't see anything. It's pitch black in here.
Have you got your infrared scope on?
Well,
Jeez, I thought you were a Class 5 diver.
I just forgot, that's all.
Well, the control relay's behind the left umbilical, just in case you don't remember that either.
Just leave him alone, Kettle.
I know, but the relay is...
I just can't reach it. What's that?
Oh, shit, I mean, look, your suit's over-pressurising. The set's up and right.
Oh, shit, it's red.
Get back to deep station now, you pilot. We could have done this dive in this swing.
Oh, God, I can't see my way over.
Don't panic, son, don't panic.
Flush the lights, Kettle.
Right. I can see them. I'm moving. I've got to keep moving.
What's going on?
McAndrew's in trouble.
Make your way towards the light.
His ripped suit's having to over-pressurise to keep out of water.
McAndrew, this is Captain Harris. Can you hear me?
McAndrew! McAndrew!
McAndrew, can you hear me?
If he doesn't get back to deep station in the next 5 minutes...
Suit pressure's up 15%.
He'll be crushed! McAndrew, acknowledge your position.
I can't.
McAndrew!
Captain?
Colonel Sherwood.
18% and rising.
We're going to get you out of there, McAndrew.
Excuse me, Captain.
What the hell do you think you're doing, Colonel? You've turned off the radio link.
I can't hear you, what's happening?
McAndrew is military personnel. I'm taking command. Move over.
Oh, no, you're not.
Hey, this is not a bloody pantomime! Kettle and Rossi get suited up and stand by to help McAndrew back to the subdock.
Okay,
There's
Colonel.
all action down here.
Kettle, Rossi, you stay where you are. Nobody does anything unless I say so.
This is my call, Harris.
Well, so do we stay or do we go?
Hey, the boy's dying out there! Captain Harris, I formally request permission to take command of this rescue mission.
I can't keep going.
Bollocks! Permission granted, you tight-ass military bastard.
Thank you, Captain. Kettle and Rossi, go!
God. Lead the way.
Sherwood to McAndrew. Come in, please. Listen to me, Sergeant.
Up to 22%.
I served in 2 Gulf Wars and never lost a man in my command. I've no intention of starting now. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Right, let's get you out of that shipwreck. What's your position?
10 meters from the exit hole.
Good man.
O'Connor, take the sonar. I want to know if that ship moves a single millimetre.
Aye, sir. Medical backup?
Yes, Colonel. Grimshaw,
Crenshaw here.
get down to sick bay and set up an ICU bed.
Right away.
Oh, the ship!
What was that?
The shipwreck craft's on the edge of a cavern. It's slipping forward, and I'm getting massive temperature readings.
Sergeant, keep moving, keep going.
You check my pipes.
Turn around. Yep. Beautiful.
What do you reckon his chances?
Slim. Once his suit pressure rises past 33%, it'll be crushed like a Coke can.
God, is it getting hotter in here?
Must be, you're sweating.
Oh, not as much as you.
Bet you sweat like a pig when you're practicing bedtime docking maneuvers, eh?
Rossi and Kettle ready to dive.
Clear to go.
Any chance of getting a sniff of that suit after the dive, then, Sweat Gill?
Make it fast.
Helmets on.
Go! Go!
Come on, McAndrew. You can do it. Only a few more meters.
I can feel the pressure on my chest.
Connor, the wreck's moving.
Oh, no. What's happening?
Everything's okay here. You're doing a good job.
I'm at the exit hole. I don't know if I've got the strength to climb out.
Come on. You can do it.
It feels like a lorry's parked on my chest.
Pressure's up to 32%. He can't take much more.
Captain Rossi to control.
We can't see you on the monitors.
We're on sight. We can see the wreck ahead of us.
Hang on. The ship's moving.
Now get out of there, sharpish soldier boy.
Here we go. And just this one leg.
Keep going, Sergeant.
I don't want to rip my suit anymore.
What's that?
Never mind that suit! Get out of there! It's going over the edge!
McAndrew! McAndrew, report your position.
He's passed out, Colonel.
Crenshaw, stand by for casualty.
I'm going down to sickbay.
Okay, on the table in 3. 1, 2, 3.
Is he going to be okay?
Yeah, he's stable. Kettle, the hypodermic kit.
Okay.
What's that?
Just a mild tranquilizer injection.
Oh, we done.
Yeah, I think I can manage from here.
Good, it's well past my dinner time.
Colonel!
You're safe in sickbay, Sergeant. Good work.
How do you feel?
I'm crushed. Kettle and Rossi okay?
They're peckish, but fine.
The doctor's giving you a tranquilizer.
Actually, I owe you an apology, Sergeant.
It's okay, Dr. Crenshaw.
I knew that the shipwreck was balanced on the edge of the cavern, but I was so wrapped up in my own work that I forgot Captain Harris had sent you inside.
It doesn't matter.
If I'd said something sooner, you would never have gone into the ship.
It's not your fault.
But it's my responsibility.
Forget it, Dr. Crenshaw. Just give me that injection so I can get some rest.
Yeah. Okay. Get some rest.
No problem.
He's a good man, Colonel.
One of the best.
Oh, what is this, Ed?
It's called ship stew for ailing sailors.
I thought we had lasagna on Wednesday.
Oh, don't mock. Hey, this is a traditional Victorian recipe.
Yeah, for those in peril on the sea.
Do you want chips with it?
The temperature in the cabin is shooting off the scale. Crenshaw's convinced we've got some volatile geology down there.
Have you found it?
Found what? What are you talking about?
Just a minute, Harris. Stand by.
Top station, come in. Top station. I don't believe it. Look, what's going on up there?
Harris.
Yes, what's going on?
Everything's fine. We've got Crenshaw's readings and the new samples, and we're very pleased.
Must be my birthday.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
We agreed that you should suspend drilling until you've made a full and thorough investigation of the cavern.
Good.
Best of luck, Harris.
Just a minute. We're going to need you to send down the remote probe.
Anything you need?
There's something else.
Yes?
Colonel Sherwood has reported some sort of weapon stolen from the military section. He won't go into details, but I think we're...
I'm sorry, Harris.
What? Well, what's happening now? Harris, to top station! Harris, to top station! Come in! Top station!
Captain, take a look at this.
What is it? Some stew, Captain? Thanks. No, I'm not hungry.
I've got low-level neutrons, tritium, helium-4, and isotope shifts of metal elements coming out of that cavern. I think we've discovered a natural source of cold fusion.
Are
you serious?
Yes.
Forget it, Crenshaw. It doesn't exist. Even Fleischmann gave up on that holy grail.
Both hydrogen and deuterium are abundant in deep sea water. We've got massive temperatures out there and no radiation.
No.
Can you come up with another explanation?
Well, I think Higgs has been tipping his leftovers down there.
You don't have to eat it.
What do you think, Colonel?
Don't ask me science questions.
Science fiction, more likely.
It's the only explanation that fits the evidence.
You realize what this would mean?
Yes. A natural source of clean, limitless power.
Wonder Woman saves the Earth.
Just doing my job, Kettle.
We'd better check this theory out.
Can you ask Top Station for the remote DSP? I want to get readings as soon as possible.
I've already requested it, but the com's down. I'll try again later. How's McAndrew?
A couple of cracked ribs. He'll be fine.
I'll call in and see how he is.
I just sedated him.
I only want to tuck him in.
Don't turn the light on. He needs to sleep.
Something's wrong.
What is it, Higgs?
The captain. He never misses his dinner. He must be worried about something.
The taste.
Oh, very funny. Very, very funny.
Andrew?
Are you awake? McAndrew. No.
No! And open the envelope, Miss Rossi!
And the Nobel Prize for solving planet Earth's energy problems goes to... Oh, Dr. Beverly Crenshaw.
Wow! Very amusing, but if you all don't mind, I've got work to do.
What the? Hey!
It's sickbay. Hit the intercom.
Sickbay! Oh, my God! It's McAndrew! Get down to the sickbay! Now!
McAndrew, no! Oh, for Christ's sake! Get him off me!
Get the string!
McAndrew!
Grab him!
He's a bloody animal!
Oh, shit!
What's happened to him?
Oh, he's rancid!
Watch it!
If I borrow one of your scalpels, Doc...
Don't hurt him!
Just get him off me!
See how mutant boy like surgical steel!
No! He's strong as a bloody up! Hold him down! I'll tranquilize him!
We can't hold him! He's too strong!
Stand back, everyone!
Where did you get that gun?
Shoot him, Colonel!
No, that's McAndrew!
That was McAndrew!
He's killing the captain!
Shoot!
For God's sake, Colonel, shoot him!
Oh, God! I'm sorry, McAndrew!
What is that stench?
Captain Harris?
So fetch a deodorant.
I'm okay. What happened to him?
I don't know. O'Connor, Kettle, turn that table upright.
Colonel, you dropped the gun.
Huh?
Your gun.
What?
Are you all right?
What?
Now put it over here.
I thought the regulation was no weapons in Deep Station.
Okay, lift the captain onto the table. In 3. 1, 2, 3.
Come on.
Oh, careful.
I'm sorry, I didn't know what...
Look, you had no choice. If you hadn't shot him...
I have to file a report.
Hang on, soldier. I want to know why you're carrying a bloody gun.
Rossi, pass me that bottle.
The military section is under the supervision of Her Majesty's Armed Forces. It recognizes no other authority.
That told you.
Kettle, go after him.
You go after him. He's in a bad mood. He's got a gun.
That's an order.
Oh, yeah? Who put you in charge?
Put the captain down. I have every right as head of engineering to take command.
I'm not down.
Keep still.
Look, I'm all right.
Oh, apart from severe lacerations, blood loss, and broken bones.
I want to know what happened to McAndrew.
You mean what turned him into a mutant zombie stinker from hell?
Crenshaw.
Do you mind if I take care of the living before I examine the dead?
Could what happened to him happen to us?
Crenshaw. I want a post-mortem on McAndrew. ASAP.
I'll get onto it as soon as I've set your broken arm.
Oh! Rossi, check out McAndrew's medical records on the computer.
Aye, Captain.
O'Connor and Kettle, you get down to control and monitor activity in the cabin.
Yes, sir.
And Crenshaw.
Captain?
Oh! Be gentle with me.
Access McAndrew personnel file. Condition deceased. I wonder. Access Kettle, O'Connor, Harris, Crenshaw, Higgs, Sherwood, and Rossi. Condition deceased. Aha! Bingo. Now we're cooking.
Do you think if I went the same way as McAndrew, Rossi would respond to the animal in me?
I don't believe this. What temperature have you got over here?
It's 450 degrees.
Bloody hell.
And that was before the probe exploded.
And it's getting hotter. We're going to boil if this keeps up.
I don't care. She looks great when she sweats. And she sweats like a roasted pig.
I told them. We don't need weapons on a research project. Too many kids have died. No one else is going to get killed down here. I'll flush the weapons out! All the weapons!
Oh, look at all this bone. His skull's 3 times as thick as normal.
Look, what could have caused it?
This has to be genetic. The tissue has been transformed at a molecular level.
Could it have been contaminated inside the shipwreck?
His brain tissue is completely broken down. Look, it's jelly.
Yes!
I'll have to analyze this.
Is there a chance we might be affected by the same thing?
Whatever caused this is highly developed. It's well organized and it's lethal. Oh, this is man-made.
What about the rest of the crew?
Well, if we're infected, there's nothing we can do about it now.
I'll be in control.
Bring me the results as soon as you've done.
You will not believe this. Hey, guys, look what I just got out of the computer files.
I'd believe anything after this.
The cavern water temperature's still rising.
The captain should see this.
See what?
Crenshaw's right. There's got to be cold fusion down there. There's enough raw power to keep the bloody sun shining.
It's melted 4 temperature probes.
Yeah, well, this cold fusion's getting us bloody hot.
Well, is there any news from Top Station?
No, nothing.
Well, big surprise. I mean, we've discovered their worst nightmare. They're busy ransoning the world for the last drops of black gold. We're sitting on free juice for everyone.
God, the price of oil's gonna plummet. Maybe now I can afford to run a car.
Once they find out about Crenshaw's cold fusion, they're going to want it dead and buried and us with it.
I've got a feeling they already know about it.
I knew it, you know, the bastards. They've cut us adrift.
Never mind the conspiracy theories. How's the structure coping with the heat?
Oh, yeah, why aren't we boiling?
Look, I've been looking over the blueprint, right? Here's the weird thing. Deep Station was designed to work on the seabed in freezing water and high pressure, right?
Yeah.
But look, the whole structure's wrapped in heat transference coils. This could cope with, what, 2,000 degrees?
It's obvious. Chem, they knew we were heading for hot water. We'd be screwed, Captain.
Rossi, call the crew to control.
Oh, OK.
It's been 2 hours since we lost the comm.
I told you, they've cut us loose.
No, it's not unusual to have communication trouble down here.
It's not a technical fault. Something's going on up there.
You wanted to see us?
Yes.
Captain?
Higgs. Hey, where's Colonel Sherwood?
Well, I must have heard the intercom.
Look, all right, I'll fill him in later.
What's going on, Captain?
We're in trouble.
What?
I'm convinced Crenshaw is right. We've got cold fusion out there. The temperature's still rising, but we're safe in here. What's more worrying is the comms down.
Chem have left us to rot.
Oh, they wouldn't abandon the project.
Oh, God, they'd be out of business if anyone ever got wind of your cold fusion.
They're gonna sit on this while I screw the last penny out of the petrochemical industry.
Aren't we getting a little bit cynical?
Look, we're being realistic. Think about it. Who owns the seabed?
Now, Chem knows where the answer is, don't they? Well, they're gonna go straight down a deep sea estate agent with a big bag of petrodollars.
I knew this stupid ship was jinxed. Calm down. Now, let's concentrate on the situation.
Look, Deep Station Emerald is totally self-sufficient. We can live down here for the rest of our lives.
Yeah. We'd have to breed a new generation of aquanauts. I volunteer to impregnate you, Rossi.
No, in your dreams.
The most important point is we're in no immediate danger. What's happened to the
What's
base?
happening now? Right.
Crenshaw?
Checking the computer.
Don't panic. The emergency generator will kick in any second.
Isn't this romantic?
You touch me, kettle, and you're dead.
According to the computer, we're all dead.
What?
Thank God the emergency generator's working.
Oh, shit.
Rossi?
I told the computer we were dead.
Explain.
All the personnel files are confidential. It was the only way to get access.
Oh, what a bright girl you are.
Did I ask you to look up everyone's files?
I made a mistake, okay? Kind of a nosy bitch. It's not the end of the world. Just tell the computer we got better.
Crenshaw.
Not that simple.
What?
The computer's refusing to acknowledge any commands. It's convinced the crew are dead.
That's ridiculous.
Dead men don't ask questions.
Well, if we're all dead, who the bloody hell does it think is trying to give it commands?
Have you ever tried arguing mortality with the computer? Oh. We're in big trouble.
What?
It's closing down all the systems, including the reactor. We've got 10 hours before the emergency generator shut down.
Shit.
Congratulations, Rossi. You just killed the crew with a keystroke.
Oh, no.
Oh, we don't need to worry about mutant zombies. We got Rossi.
You stupid cow! What did you think you were doing?
Yeah, we're all gonna die for a little bit of gossip.
No, come on, Crenshaw. There must be something we can do. Come you the boffin, for Christ's sake, fix it!
Crenshaw, keep talking to the computer. We need to find a way to contact the surface.
What about the DSV?
It's a one-way sub. It's only built for high pressure. It will never make it back to the surface.
Hang on, there's the diving bell pod. It could make it to the surface on a slow decompression lift.
What about the pressure changes?
Well, we can control the ascent rate from this end.
It would have to take 4 days to avoid the bends.
I'll go.
No, I'll go.
Look, there's room for only one, and the captain's injured. He should go.
I'm fine.
No, come on, I'll toss you forward.
Oh, Captain, look, I'm no sailor. I'm no used to you down here. Kettle, he can dive. He's an engineer. Hey, you don't need me.
He's right, Kettle. We need you down here.
No, why? I can't cook.
On accordance to you, Dad, can eggs.
You and O'Connor prepare the pod.
It's not bloody fair.
Oh, come on, Captain.
No, it's not bloody fair.
Higgs, make sure you let Top Station know what's going on down here.
Yep, sure I will, Captain.
Captain, I didn't know...
Crenshaw.
Useless. It's like talking to a brick wall with an IQ.
What's happening to the reactor?
The computer's already fed in the shutdown code. There's no way we can override. And if we don't lift the fuel rods, it'll blow.
Any thoughts?
Well, there's the cold fusion. We're sitting on enough power to drive a planet.
Could we drop a power line directly into the cabin and run the systems off that?
I can't see any problem.
Right. We've got 10 hours to decommission the reactor and drop the power line. Rossi, go and prep the mini-sub. You got us into this mess. You can get us out.
Oh.
Propulsion.
Engaged.
Seals.
Secure. Locking bolts.
How's the gas?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. E-drive. We're ready in the mini-sub.
Opening the water doors.
O'Connor.
Captain?
How's Higgs?
Oh, we launched the diving bell 10 minutes ago. He's got enough food for the fortnight and no toilet facilities. I wouldn't like to be on his welcoming committee.
Keep us informed.
Yes, sir.
Locking bolts clear. Mini-sub launched.
Look at this, Colonel. All his internal organs are swollen to 10 times their normal size. Oh, he'd have died anyway in seconds if you hadn't shot him.
What could do this, Crenshaw?
I wish I knew, Colonel. To be honest, I've never seen anything like it before. The virus has mutated his DNA. He was rotting from the inside out.
But it could have been something to do with the shipwreck.
Well, at the moment, there's no other explanation.
Yes. Yes, of course, you're right. Excuse me, I've got to speak to Captain Harris.
Control to Higgs. Control to Higgs.
Higgs here. What do you want?
Just checking everything's okay. You'll be out of radio range in a few minutes.
I'm fine. Tell Kettle I'll miss him already.
I hope you make yourself sick.
Best of luck, Higgs. Don't forget to send help to your old shipmates, eh?
Don't worry. I'll sort out the landlubbers upstairs. Higgs out.
Where's Captain Harris? I've got to speak to him.
That's tough. He's in the mini-sub with Rossi.
So where were you in the shit at the fan?
I need to speak to Harris. This is urgent. I have information that...
I don't care what you've got. You can't come in here barking orders and expecting us to jump.
Don't be a fool, O'Connor. This is important.
Then tell me, and I'll relay the information to the captain.
You don't understand.
No, you don't understand. While the captain's away, I'm in charge here, so you'll talk to me or not at all.
You're making a big mistake.
Why? What are you going to do? Shoot me?
What happened to the gun, Colonel?
I've dealt with the weapons.
Oh, really? How exactly?
I flushed all the weapons from the military section out of the airlock.
I were meant to believe that.
I don't care if you believe it or not. It's the truth. You've got the only gun in Deep Station Emerald.
You what?
We haven't got any guns.
I dropped the gun I shot McAndrew with in sickbay.
I didn't see no gun.
That's the only gun on board. Now, can I speak to the captain, please?
No. No, you can't, not till he checks in. The radio link's not open yet.
You have no idea what is going on, do you? This is not a game we're playing. 2 people have already died.
I'm well aware of the situation, thank you, Colonel. Now, if you'd like to return to your quarters, we'll call you as soon as the captain makes contact.
If you want to get out of this place alive, you'll contact me the moment the link's open.
Colonel, you'll be the first to know.
I'm telling you, I didn't see no gun in sickbay. You want me to check?
We'll both go, but first, we'll wait for the Colonel to get back to his quarters.
What for?
Look, I'm going to isolate the security circuit and lock him in his room. I'm not having him swamming into control and shooting his bloody mouth off.
Something wrong, Rossi?
No.
You're not usually this quiet.
Maybe I've got a lot on my mind.
We've all got it. Mind that outcrop!
I saw it.
There's no gun here. I've looked everywhere.
I told you.
Unless the Colonel was lying.
Or Crenshaw has hidden it inside the zombie corpse.
Perhaps you'd like to slip your hand inside and feel around for it, Kettle.
I trust you, Doctor.
This is falling to bits! Check the porthole! Look!
It's the diving bell pod.
The guideline's being cut!
What about Higgs?
Crenshaw, stand by to receive a casualty!
Right.
Kettle, get your suit on and check it out!
Oh, come on, get all the dirty jobs!
So, Captain Harris, don't you find Kettle's theory fascinating?
So you are talking?
No, I'm interested in your view.
What theory?
That NChem knew that we'd find cold fusion. That our real purpose down here was just to check it out. That we're expendable.
Kettle's got a vivid imagination.
And he hasn't seen the personnel files.
Whoever cut through the cable made it very obvious. I'm opening the hatches.
Go easy, Kettle. We don't know what's in there.
Going in.
What can you see, Kettle? What's in there?
Is Higgs in there?
Yeah. Higgs is in here. He's the wallpaper.
Make your point, Rossi.
Do you mind if I use this to make my point?
Where did you get that gun?
Never mind where I got it. You ask yourself if you think I'm prepared to use it. The game's up, Captain.
So, it's you.
Miss me, eh?
Did you bring back the body?
What body? It was plastered all over the walls.
Well, that kind of accelerated depressurization can literally explode human tissue. And it's not the kind of thing that happens by accident.
Thanks, Crenshaw. So what took you so long, Kettle?
What's it to you?
Look, we haven't heard from the Captain or Rossi since they launched the mini-sub. So, in the light of these circumstances, I'm assuming command of Deep Station Emerald.
Ah, God, you love this assuming command business, don't you? Where is the mini-sub?
Hovering over the cavern.
Have they dropped the power line?
Not yet. They're just sitting out there with the radio link turned off.
Yeah, so what's the panic, O'Connor? The radio's down, isn't it a bit soon to be jumping into the captain's shoes?
Look, Kettle. Whatever happened to Frosty and McAndrew, someone definitely sabotaged the diving bell pod.
Yeah, that's true, and it could have been any crew member.
Yeah, exactly.
And it could even have been the same person who was driving the drill head that liquidized Frosty.
Are you prepared to back up that accusation?
Oh, boys, can we just cut down on the testosterone?
Look, I'm just saying, we all seem to have got very accident-prone just lately.
Do you want to take command?
No, I don't, thank you very much.
Are you sure?
No, yeah, I'm sure. I'm just a busy little worker bee, ain't I? And you're my queen.
Crenshaw.
Hey, no thanks. You're head of engineering.
Jeez, is it getting stuffy in here or what?
Yeah, the backup ventilation only runs at half power. And with all that heat outside, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Can you tell us anything more about McAndrew?
Look, I'm still working on the post-mortem, okay? In between conspiracy theories and power struggles.
Then get to it.
I'll be in sick bay.
Kettle, watch the monitors.
Oh, aye, Captain O'Connor.
We need that power line dropped before the reactor closes down. I'm going to try the comm again. I want to talk to Top Station.
Won't you need Harris's code key?
Look, you just keep your eye on the dials.
So, are you going to shoot me?
Shut up, I'm thinking.
That gun seems to be making you more nervous than me.
I said be quiet.
I'll say one thing, you're cleverer than I thought.
Setting the station on auto shutdown by telling the computer the crew were all dead was a professional masterstroke.
You can cut the act now. I've seen the files, remember? Edward Harris, ex-SAS, Middle East mercenary and convicted murderer.
This is not about me.
No, this is all about you. Why else would NChem employ a trained killer to run their flagship research project?
What? What are you talking about?
They knew we'd discover cold fusion, and they couldn't risk blowing their energy empire. So they put a hitman on the inside to sabotage the project and deal with the loose ends. Us.
Are you serious?
You've seen the personnel files. This isn't a team of top professionals. We're an expendable collection of orphans, addicts, alcoholics and criminals.
Don't you see what's happening? You think it's me and I think it's you.
Except I've got the gun and that makes me right and you wrong.
Maybe we're both wrong. Maybe top station's happy to sacrifice us all.
Oh yeah, then how could they be sure that we were all dead? No, I like my theory best.
If we don't drop that power line, no one's gonna get out of here alive.
How are you gonna do it? How are you gonna get out once you killed us all?
Damn it, Rossi! If you're so confident it's me, radio Deep Station and tell them!
Maybe you're not alone.
Maybe Elvis is alive and Shergar shot Kennedy.
I've worked it out. Couldn't be anyone else.
Yes. I've got a murder conviction. I killed a man. The same man who broke into my house, raped and murdered my wife and 7-year-old daughter. I did 14 years inside for it. And I'll do the same thing again tomorrow.
How do I know you're telling the truth?
You don't! But I'm betting that if you really were NChem's killer, you'd have shot me before I got the chance to tell you my story.
So how did you get this job?
You don't pick and choose when you've got a murder conviction.
And why would NChem want you?
I don't have all the answers. Maybe they only took me because I was desperate. They knew I'd follow orders.
Yeah, and what are your orders? Kill the crew?
Rossi, think! The clock's ticking. Every minute you sit here wondering whether or not to shoot me, you are reducing the odds on anybody getting off the seabed alive.
Just shut up! Oh, what?
Oh, the seals are blown!
No! It's impossible!
We're shipping water!
Shit! Hit the starboard pumps now!
In a second!
Harris!
Lost something, Rossi?
What?
Here.
Oh,
tables are turned. How do you like staring down the barrel of a gun, huh? Gives you a new perspective on the situation, doesn't it?
Look, if we don't do something, we're gonna drown!
Kettle.
Any joy with Top Station?
No, the com's still dead. Call Crenshaw, we need to talk.
Okay. Crenshaw, would you come to control, please? The new big chief wants a powwow.
Can't you men lock antlers without me? I've got work to do.
Crenshaw, just get up to control.
Sure, would you control?
Well, what can we do for you, Colonel?
My cabin door's jammed. I can't get out, and it's getting hotter in here.
Relax, Colonel.
What do you think you're doing, O'Connor? I've got to speak to the captain.
Calm down, Colonel. You'll give yourself a coronary. O'Connor out?
He'll throttle you when he gets out.
He's a dickhead.
Harris, to control.
Yeah, control here. Go ahead.
Our seals have blown, and we're shipping water. We dropped the power line into the cabin. Are you getting readings?
Yeah. The power line's ready to activate.
We have to abandon the mini-sub. We'll make it back to base in the emergency diving suits.
O'Connor here, Captain. Do you need anything?
Open the port side airlock. It'll be quicker than using the sub-dock.
Is Rossi okay?
She's fine. Stand by in the airlock. Harris out.
I don't like this. Something's going on.
Harris, get your suit on!
Right. That's that dealt with.
What are you doing? You flushed the gun down the chute!
Well, at least now nobody is gonna get shot.
Somebody back there sabotaged the seals in our sub, and that was our only gun!
Get your helmet on. It's a long trek back to Deep Station.
It's got to be one of them.
We never heard from Rossi. He could have killed her out here.
If he's got Sherwood's gun.
Yeah, maybe we should let the Colonel out, eh? We might need him.
No, not yet. I feel safer with him locked up. O'Connor to control. Crenshaw, can you see them on the monitor?
They're approaching the airlock.
Well, are they carrying guns?
How am I supposed to know that?
You sure you can see both of them?
Oh, do we really need to waste valuable time playing Agatha Christie?
Open the airlock.
Opening now.
And keep your eye on them. I want to know what they're up to.
They're inside.
Blow the airlock.
Repressurizing now.
Actually, it's more like Cluedo than Agatha Christie, isn't it? My guess is Professor Plum did it with the lead piping in the library.
Do you think it's funny, Kettle? Do you think this whole situation's funny?
Well, what if I do? I'm not dead yet.
Have pressure.
Ask Frosty if it's funny. Ask McAndrews if it's funny. Ask Higgs if it's funny.
Oh,
I don't hear no one laughing.
Take it easy, O'Connor.
We don't know what to expect on the other side of this airlock. Now, if one of them's got Sherwood's gun...
Oh, the old recycled air of home.
Rossi to control. The airlock's clear. Open the door.
Have you come into contact with the water?
What?
Crenshaw, open the door.
I haven't had time to finish work on the virus.
Crenshaw!
If the virus originated in the shipwreck, it's not unreasonable to assume the water might be infected.
So you're going to keep us in this airlock?
If you're infected, then you pose a danger to the rest of the crew.
O'Connor here, Captain.
I can't take that risk.
O'Connor, talk some sense into Crenshaw.
Things have developed while you've been away, Captain. Higgs is dead.
Shit. What happened?
Someone sabotaged the diving bell pod. It has to be someone down here.
Look, whoever did that also blew the seals on the mini-sub and nearly drowned us.
We've worked out that NCAM has put a ringer down here. But it's not us.
No.
What about the gun?
What gun?
Sherwood dropped his gun in the sick bay, and we can't find it.
Rossi found it and gave it to me. I ejected it from the chute on the mini-sub. Now, come on. If we don't shut down the reactor and get the power line activated, no one is going to get off.
Have you got them on the monitor?
I can see them.
Captain, keep an eye on the observation window.
Got it. Let's start dancing, Cage Girl.
Oh, piss off, Kettle.
O'Connor, what are you doing?
Sherwood's flushed all the weapons in Deep Station. If you're lying, you've got the only gun.
I'm not lying.
Then you won't mind stripping off those diving suits and showing us you're clean.
Crenshaw, how long before you know whether or not we're infected?
McAndrew took 2 hours to develop the mutation.
So, you've easily got enough time to let us out of this miserable airlock and quarantine us in the decompression tank.
It's possible. O'Connor?
Once we know you're clean.
All right, strip off, Rossi.
And who said the romance has gone out of deep-sea exploration?
Watch them, Crenshaw.
Come on, Rossi! Yay! Put a bit of tease into it!
You having fun, Kettle?
Yeah, best part of my day.
Yeah, watching a woman getting undressed through your own little peephole. O'Connor, charge him a $5. It'll be his perfect sexual experience.
I'll turn the suits inside out. See? Nothing.
Crenshaw?
They look clean to me.
What about the rest? It's a small gun. It could be tucked in their undies.
What?
Don't be stupid.
Get them off.
Yeah, get them off.
Hey, Kettle, you press your nose against the glass. You can check I haven't got a sawn-off shotgun up my arse.
Oh, whoa!
Well, Rossi's clean.
Moon Goddess, I'm in love.
Anybody else want a flash?
Put your knickers back on. You've made your point.
Crenshaw, open the door.
Opening airlock chamber.
Thank you, O'Connor.
You know the way to the decompression tank?
Yeah, get moving. And don't breathe in my direction.
God, what happened to the air in here?
The backup ventilation can't cope with the heat. It's not clearing the CO2.
God, it's a bloody sauna.
Yeah, and you love it.
O'Connor, if we don't close the reactor before we bring the cavern power cable online, we're talking meltdown.
Do you think I don't know?
Time's running out. Where's Sherwood?
Locked in his quarters. He's going nuts.
Well, like McAndrew.
No, normal nuts.
I need to speak to him.
Once Crenshaw's given you the all clear.
Let's get one thing clear, O'Connor. I'm still in charge of this ship.
Once Crenshaw's given you the all clear. Now, get inside the tank.
2 hours.
We won't forget ya.
Do you think we could be contaminated?
There's nothing we can do about it if we are. Kill the lights. I suggest we get some rest.
In this heat?
Fat chance.
What's that?
It's just Kettle waving his dick about in the observation window.
Oh, get some sleep. We're gonna need it.
Are you there, Colonel?
O'Connor, what's happening? There's no air in here.
Take little breaths, Colonel.
I have to talk to Captain Harris.
And he wants to talk to you. But sadly, he's not available right now.
Where is he?
We've locked him and Rossi in the decompression tank. Crenshaw thinks he may be infected with the shipwreck virus that got McAndrew.
No, she's wrong. It's not the shipwreck. For Christ's sake, let me out.
Calm down, Colonel. Crenshaw's got it under control. In a couple of hours, we'll know one way or the other.
O'Connor!
Save your breath, Colonel.
O'Connor! O'Connor! O'Connor!
Crenshaw, what are the chances of Rossi and Harris being contaminated?
Come here. I want you to see this.
What is it?
In this test tube, I've got a sample of the virus I extracted from McAndrew's brain tissue.
It's not...
Contagious? No. But watch. I was just walking past the isotopic ultrasound and... See?
Crenshaw, I'm an engineer. What's the point?
I knew the virus was man-made. Whoever created it gave it this marker so that it could be traced.
Good work.
Harris?
Ouch!
What? Harris? Oh, who's there?
Where's the bloody light?
Oh.
Rossi?
What happened?
Shit! Someone was in here. They injected me with something.
What?
Look!
Oh, someone squeeze it out!
Call Crenshaw!
Rossi to Crenshaw? Come in, Crenshaw! Oh, no intercom!
Did they get you?
No!
Find something to protect yourself with.
What?
If I go the same way as McAndrew, you're going to have to kill me.
No. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! How do you feel?
Not so good.
Oh, shit! No, Crenshaw, I'll kill you!
Use that chair!
Oh, you'll be all right. You will be all right. Oh, help! Out there! Anybody!
Don't wait, Rossi. The virus. Oh, it's taking you.
Oh, shit!
Protect yourself.
Tell me, Rossi!
I can't!
Tell me before I get the strength to kill you!
Oh, oh God!
Kettle? Kettle!
You looking for me?
Where have you been?
I've been looking for you. Where have you been?
Look, I'm in charge. Where have you been?
I've been for a piss, okay. I'm drinking gallons of water.
Any change in the readings on the cabin?
No, everything's stable.
Crenshaw! Crenshaw, control to sickbay. Crenshaw! How come nobody's where he should be?
Crenshaw here.
How long have Harris and Rossi been locked up?
140 minutes. They're clear.
Kettle, go and let them out, and then meet me in the mess hall in 10 minutes.
Looks like your reign in the big chair is coming to an end.
Just do it!
Jawohl, meine Führer.
Did you hear that, Crenshaw?
Yeah, mess hall, 10 minutes.
I suppose I'd better release the colonel.
All right. Can't wait to see me, eh, Rossi? 2 hours in a tank has set you stir crazy with lust. All right, come on out, sweat girl. Your time's up.
Oh,
what the?
Where's Crenshaw?
She's in the sick bay. O'Connor, get down to the sick bay.
What's going on?
Rossi's gonna kill Crenshaw.
How's Captain Harris?
He's dead.
Crenshaw!
Rossi!
You bastard!
Rossi! Oh, what the?
It's her! She's the killer!
She just attacked me!
Slow down, Rossi! Tell us what happened!
She snuck into the decompression tank and injected Harris.
Oh.
Then he went the same way as McAndrew.
Where is Harris?
I killed him. I had to. He told me to. If I hadn't, we'd both be dead. And she did it!
Oh, please.
She injected him!
How? I've been in here the whole time.
She's the doctor!
Anyone can give an injection.
It was her!
We can all use a hypodermic!
Oh, God. We're in hell. Hell at the bottom of the bloody ocean.
Come on, Rossi.
Leave me alone!
You stupid bloody fool, O'Connor!
Colonel! Hey, hang on a minute, Colonel. Don't be pushing
take
me.
it easy, take it
I
easy.
should bloody fry you, O'Connor!
If you're going to start ranting again...
Just shut your mouth and listen for a moment.
What is going on, Colonel?
You didn't kill Harris. That shipwreck didn't kill Harris.
But the virus...
We had 4 files of genetically developed viral poison stolen from the military section 2 days ago.
What?
I knew nothing about this.
Harris knew. I told him straight away. It was his idea to keep it quiet to prevent panic.
I didn't know.
Well, what do you think I've been trying to tell you for the past 2 hours?
But you could have told me.
You had me locked up.
You were questioning my authority. You were barking orders. If you just told me...
I think we're missing something here.
What?
The Colonel said 4 files were stolen.
That means there are 2 left.
We could track the missing files with the isotopic scanner. O'Connor?
What?
What shall we do?
Bloody hell, ask the Colonel.
Any objections here to me taking command?
No, go
No,
ahead.
no, you tell us what to do, Colonel.
O'Connor?
No, go ahead, Colonel.
All right. I think we're agreed that NChem has put someone among the crew to eliminate.
And so far he's doing a good job.
Or she is doing a good job.
Well, from now on, we work in pairs. I don't want anybody going off on their own. Crenshaw, I want you to take Kettle and Rossi and track down those 2 files.
Yes, sir.
O'Connor and I will close down the reactor. But before we start, there's something important we must do. This is Colonel David Sherwood, acting captain of Deep Station Emerald.
At least it's cooler down here.
In the last 2 days, we have lost 4 crew members. Engineer Terence Frost, Sergeant McAndrew, Higgs the cook, and earlier today, Captain Harris. They were all fine and capable men. We pray they find peace in heaven with you, Lord God.
Yeah, amen.
At least for them, this struggle is over.
Okay, Kettle?
Yeah, ready.
We commit their bodies into the sea.
Don't know about bodies. More like 2 mutants. And a couple of bags of bits.
All right, let's get on. We've got 2 hours to shut down the reactor and get the power cable in line.
All right, Kettle. Turn the music up.
Now, as you get closer to a sample of the virus, the scanner rises in pitch and volume.
And how many of these trackers have we got?
Just one.
What?
What, 1 tracker and 2 miles of tunnels and rooms to search? Jeez, you're sweating already, Rossi.
Everybody's sweating, Kettle.
Yeah, but not as prettily as you.
Oh, zip it, Kettle. Come on, let's go.
Fuel rod 7 engage.
Come on now. Nice and easy.
17 centimeters.
Rod cleared.
Am I clear?
Rod 7 is clear.
Rod 7
Only 12 more rods to go.
deactivated.
My hands are drenched in sweat in these gloves.
Do you want me to do the next one?
Why should I have all the fun? Closing down fuel rod 8.
Fuel rod 8 engage.
It's all yours, Colonel.
Why do I always think of those funfair crane games when I'm doing this?
Rod
Colonel,
extracted.
it's not me, you know.
Well, it's not you.
I'm not the killer.
I'm pleased to hear it.
I can't work it out. It could be any of us. What do you think?
I think if I drop this fuel rod, it won't matter who the killer is.
This is gonna take hours.
Oh, do you ever stop moaning?
No.
I've worked out a logical plan to cover the whole station, starting with D section, working to the center, and then across Across to the other side.
Oh.
And what if we don't find them?
We'll find them. One way or the other, you trust me.
But Frosty had to be an accident.
Unless you did it.
Yes, all right. What about Higgs?
Anyone could have sabotaged the diving bell pod. Nearly got it.
Yeah, and anyone could have injected McAndrew and Harris, except Rossi. Rossi was with Harris, so she couldn't have.
Unless she injected him while they were on the mini-sub.
10 seconds.
We've just got to get the power cable online. There's no air in here.
It's like breathing treacle. Once we've completed this section, we can move over to...
Oh, what's that?
It's working. Oh, bingo! It's on the other side of this panel. Huh? We'll have to go back and approach from the other side.
Right. Come on, man.
Rod clear.
My hands are so bloody sweaty.
Take it easy.
Wait a minute. You were locked in your quarters when Harrison Higgs got killed.
You think a professional hitman couldn't pick the lock of a cabin door?
Oh, Christ, this is doing my head in.
Never underestimate the intelligence of your enemy.
I don't. Whoever's doing this is a damn sight more intelligent than I am.
Keep your mind on the job, O'Connor.
Okay, I've nearly got it. Just a few more.
They must be in here. Let's find them.
Watch it.
Oh, shit!
Rod extraction malfunction.
I dropped the rod.
Pick it up from the other side. What are you lot doing in here?
We tracked the files here. They're in the reactor room.
It's always the last place you'd look.
You sure?
Well, we've searched everywhere else.
Okay, turn that damn thing off.
Yes, sir.
O'Connor.
I can't budge it. It's jammed.
Right. Rossi and Kettle, search the room. Crenshaw, take the panel and stand by to bring the power cable online.
Standing by, Colonel.
We've got to shift this last rod.
Colonel, what do these files look like?
Thin glass test tubes of pale green liquid.
Right. Kettle.
Rod displacement.
For God's sake, be careful. They break easily.
O'Connor, grab a radiation strip. We're going to have to lift the jammed rod manually. Crenshaw, open the reactor lock.
Opening reactor lock.
They're not in here, Colonel.
Well, they must be.
We looked everywhere.
Keep looking. Come on, O'Connor, this won't take long. Show us how to get into these soaks.
Just unzip the top and step inside.
Oh, I see. O'Connor! No! Don't put on the soaks!
Oh, shit! The fireman in the suit! Oh, my God!
Crenshaw, close the reactor lock!
No! No, let us out, Crenshaw! Let us out! Let go of me, Colonel! Let
We'll
go!
let back the others!
We won't! Oh, God! Let us out, Crenshaw!
Crenshaw, we've broken the files. Is there anything we can do?
I'm sorry, Colonel.
Let us into the reactor, then. Maybe we can finish the rods before the virus finishes us.
Oh, Colonel, I'm sorry. If I hadn't dropped the rods, I don't want to die.
Opening the reactor.
Oh, shit. I don't know if I can watch this.
If they don't get a move on with those rods.
It's too late. The virus is taking effect.
Oh.
We can't do the rods.
Colonel, if you don't do the rods...
Flood the chamber. That's an order. It's your only chance.
Well, do it, Crenshaw. Flood the chamber. The water will stabilize the reactor.
They'll be drowned.
Dead already.
There's nothing you can do for us. Crenshaw, you are in command now.
No, I can't. I'm a scientist.
This isn't a game, Crenshaw. You're next in the chain of command.
I don't want to come in.
Sure. You flood the bleeding chamber now.
I can't.
Stop this. Get out of the way. Flooding chamber.
Oh, my God.
Kettle?
Yeah.
Turn the power line on.
Power line. On. Fresh air at last.
Right. I'm in command now. You two, go up to control and monitor the power line. I'll finish up here.
Right.
Alert stand.
Crenshaw!
I'm sorry.
Get out!
Come on, Crenshaw.
Reactor safe.
Colonel? O'Connor? Is there anything I can do? Can you tell me anything that might help? Colonel!
I'm a scientist. I'm not comfortable taking authority.
I've got to get out of here.
We've got to get out of here.
Well, with all due respect, Crenshaw, I don't give a shit about you girls.
How's the power cable?
It's working fine.
What about Sherwood and O'Connor?
Dead.
What's the toolbox for?
Did they say anything?
Nothing useful.
Is something broken?
What are we gonna do?
Put one of these on.
What are those?
Locator bracelets.
What for? It's a kid's game.
Well, then it should suit you down to the ground.
What's the idea?
Each bracelet emits an individual signal and can also track the signals from the others.
I'm not playing hide and seek.
I want to know where both of you are at all times.
Oh, yeah? What about you?
Tune your bracelet in, you can track me as easily as I can track you.
But we could just take them off.
Yeah, but not if she welds them locked.
Oh, Kettle, you read my mind. Come over here.
Bloody stupid.
Shut up or I'll weld your arm.
So now you can find me anytime you want me.
Crenshaw?
I'm going.
Where?
For a swim.
I need you to help me to figure a way out of here.
Hey, you think if I figure a way out of here, I'm going to tell you to?
Kettle, what's wrong with you?
I'll tell you what's wrong with me. I'm scared shitless. 6 people have been killed and I don't want to be the 7th. Now, this seems to be a very logical reaction to me. What's wrong with you?
Look, we're gonna be okay. Trust me.
Jesus, you've got to be joking.
Surely we stand a better chance of surviving if we stick together.
Listen, let me give you a maths lesson, Doctor. There are 3 people down here. One of them is a killer. You got that? You got that? 3 people. 1 killer. And if I'm all alone, then I'm either the killer, in which case the only danger is I'm going to kill myself, or I'm safe. Do you understand?
Well, where are you going?
I'm going for a piss. You want to join me?
You remember the locator, Kettle? We know where you are.
Yeah.
Look, I've been thinking. Is it possible that the killer might be already dead?
No. Someone planted those files in the radiation suits.
Well, that could have been done days ago. The same with sabotaging the diving pod in the mini-sub.
One of you crept into the decompression tank and injected Harris.
Oh, so you say.
Look, if I'm lying, then I killed Harris, and your theory is crashed because I am very much alive.
But it could be Kettle or me.
My biggest fear is that whoever it is has got us so bloody scared that we start killing each other and doing his job for him.
Or her.
One of us is the killer, Crenshaw. And if it's you, then you'd better kill me before I find out, because I will surely kill you.
It's not me.
Pass me those blueprints. There must be another way out of here.
We've already looked.
Well, then you've not looked hard enough.
What if Top Station was to send down a sub?
Well, then there must be a means of getting a signal out to tell them that the job's done.
Well, that could be something as simple as releasing one of the marker boys.
All right. Let's release everything.
What?
Well, if they're upstairs waiting for a signal, let's give them a signal. I'm releasing the marker boys.
What, all of them?
Well, why not? We don't need them. It might be our taxi call.
Well, you're the boss.
Bleep your bracelet. Find Kettle.
He said he was going to the toilet.
Yeah, he also said he was scared shitless. So what's he doing in the bog?
He's in the sub-dock.
What's he up to?
Oh, God knows.
Come on. I don't trust him. Kettle?
What?
What the hell do you think you're doing?
I'm getting out of here. And you stay out of my way. Unless you want a spanner wrapped around your skull.
He's refitting the spare mini-sub.
I can see.
You can't possibly make it to the surface in a mini-sub, Kettle!
Well, if you say so, Doctor.
Is there any way he could modify that sub and get it to the surface?
No.
You're sure?
It's a super high-pressure vehicle. Go up more than 4,000 meters, the hull will explode.
Are you positive?
If I wasn't, I would be down there with him.
Kettle! You'll never make it! You saw what happened to Higgs!
I'm launching this thing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me!
Fine. You go ahead, Kettle. Have a nice trip!
Yeah, so long, suckers! I'll see you in hell!
Kettle!
Let him go!
Oh, Kettle, don't launch the sub! It'll blow apart!
Oh, let him kill himself. One less person to worry about. And you, Crenshaw, you can stay here and wave him off.
Rossi? Rossi! Rossi! Rossi, you lost that stone! Rossi!
They can both go to hell as far as I'm concerned. I'm better off by myself.
Crenshaw to Rossi. Oh. Come in, Rossi. I know you're there. Rossi!
What do you want, Crenshaw?
You've locked me in the subdock.
Correct.
Rossi, it's not me.
No? Well, then it must be me.
Rossi, let me out.
Has Kettle launched the sub?
Rossi!
That's no problem. I can check him on the sonar.
Rossi, you can't leave me in here.
Crenshaw, stop whining. He's rising too fast.
Rossi, please.
Maybe you'll stop moaning, Crenshaw, if you have a little less air to breathe. Do I wish to shut down subdock air supply? Oh, yes, I do.
Rossi! Rossi? Rossi, what's happened? The ventilation fan has stopped. Rossi!
Save your breath, Crenshaw. I've turned off your oxygen supply.
No! Rossi, are you out of your mind?
Kettle, what are you doing? The sub can't take that angle of ascent. Deep station to Kettle. Come in, Kettle. She's gonna blow. Pull out, Kettle. Shit. Now we are two.
Rossi, please answer.
The game's over, Crenshaw.
Rossi, please, don't turn the intercom off. Talk to me.
There's nothing left to say.
That explosion? What?
Yeah, that was our last shipmate. And the last piece of the jigsaw.
Rossi, you can't leave me in here. I'll suffocate.
Crenshaw, I warned you. There's only me and you left. And it's not me, so it must be you.
No, it's not me.
It's got to be you. Oh, I knew you killed McAndrew and Harris.
No.
Now I know everything. You are going to die, Crenshaw. I promised.
Rossi, you're wrong. You've got to believe me.
Crenshaw, I don't believe a word you say. You're the doctor. Tell me, how long will it take you to suffocate in there?
Rossi.
Die quietly, please, Crenshaw. I'm going to get some sleep.
Rossi!
Good night, Crenshaw. Rossi, out! Oh, God. It's quiet in here now the carnage is over. Right. Time for coffee and a fag. Black, 2 sugars. Oh, that is a bad cup of coffee. So, what happens now, Rossi? All alone on the seabed. Yeah, but I'm alive. Okay, I may be trapped in a big box at the bottom of the ocean with little chance of ever seeing civilization again. But I am alive. Oh, I'm also talking to myself. I don't care. I'll worry about my sanity if I ever get out of here. Soon, Crenshaw will be dead, and I'll be safe. And stuck down here for the rest of my life. Oh, shit! Crenshaw? Are you still down there? Crenshaw? Oh, bollocks! All right, Crenshaw. Wake up!
Rossi?
Relax. You're not dead yet.
Hey,
Don't struggle. I've taken you to the chair. And if you even think of trying anything, I'll part your hair with my big spanner.
What's happening?
I know you're a lying, cheating, cold-hearted killer. But I missed having you around.
It's not me, Rossi.
How are you going to get out of here, Crenshaw?
You couldn't
Kill me. Oh, I've got to sleep.
Don't start celebrating. I might just kill you tomorrow.
You won't. Can I go to sleep now?
Sure. Just don't take it for granted that you'll wake up.
You couldn't do it, Rossi.
Oh, shit! What am I gonna do? No, it's all right. She can't move. Right. Get some sleep. Oh, sleep's not what it used to be. Oh, it's so dark and quiet down here. Come on. Stop thinking. Right. You are safe. Yeah. Get some sleep. Yeah. Get some sleep.
Rossi! Rossi!
Kettle?
Rossi!
Oh! Thank God you're safe! Oh, I thought you were dead!
Oh, you don't kill Jack Kettle that easily!
Oh, it's so good to breathe some proper air again. Oh, it's like a dream.
Yeah, it is a dream.
Is it?
Hey.
Oh, don't be stupid.
What is it?
There's something on my neck.
Where? Let me see.
Pull it off.
Oh.
Pull it off.
Let me get my hands round it first.
No!
Good morning, Rossi. Nice dream. This is your wake-up call. Time to die. What a thin neck you've got. I could snap it so easily. Shut up, Crenshaw! You taped up and Dr. Good and proper, Rossi, but you forgot the most important part, her mouth.
Get off me!
Oh, you little shit! Hey! I knew you'd put up a fight, Rossi. That's why I came back. Shut up, Crenshaw! Where are you running to, Rossi? You know you can't get away. It was very uncivilized of you to tie Crenshaw up. She hasn't done anything, has you, poor girl?
Kettle. It's Kettle.
Listen to me, Rossi. We can work something out, me and you. You come back up to control, and let's talk.
Fat chance.
I know you can hear me, Rossi. Come on, I'm waiting! Don't make me wait, Rossi. Nobody wants to spend any more time in this stainless steel coffin than they have to, do they? Rossi, let me put it this way. If you don't appear in control within the next 5 minutes, I shall feel compelled to kill Crenshaw.
Kill her then! I never liked her anyway!
Hey, at last she speaks to me. Not very good news for you, Crenshaw. Did you hear that? Hey? What's that, Crenshaw? You want me to kill Rossi first? Well, there's a turn up for the books. The feeling's mutual. She doesn't like you much either, Rossi.
Oh, don't talk to him. Don't play his game.
Do you hear that, Rossi? Come up and see us before it's too late. You've got 5 minutes, and then the good Dr. Crenshaw dies. Kettle out. So we're all alone now. Hey, Doctor. What am I going to do with you? What are you mumbling about, Crenshaw? Come on, speak up! The world's waiting for your famous last words. I expected something a little more erudite from an educated woman such as yourself, eh? Are these Rossi's cigarettes, are they? Yes, they are. I can taste her. Now, what else we got in Rossi's toolkit? Oh, big spanner, knives, screwdriver. Oh, look! A cordless rip saw. Now, that looks sharp, doesn't it? We must always be careful when handling power tools. We don't want to have an accident, do we? Crenshaw, you're shaking, you poor thing. You're probably scared stiff, aren't you? Wondering how I'm going to kill you. I know, you're imagining some terrible, slow and painful end. But trust me, the fear of pain is always worse than the pain itself. And when I do decide whether to slit your throat with a Stanley knife or strangle you with me bare hands, I can guarantee you'll be ecstatically relieved at how easy and painless it is to die at the hands of a professional.
Shit.
Let me tell you about killing, Crenshaw. Now, as you can appreciate, I rarely get the opportunity to discuss my work at posh knob dinner parties.
He's left the intercom channel open.
No. I have to tie and gag my guests, you see, but at least I can be sure I have their full attention. Can you imagine how difficult it is to infiltrate a small crew and kill them all off without anyone suspecting? You know, in many ways, this is my masterpiece.
I'm gonna get you, Kettle.
Of course, I made mistakes, you know. I mean, nobody's perfect. All right! After staging my demise in the mini-sub, I thought Rossi would have killed you and relaxed, making her an easy job. But no, she's not got the guts for killing.
Come on, Kettle. Tell me something. Something I can kill you with.
Do you believe in life after death, Crenshaw? Do you want to find out? When you've seen as many dying eyes as I have, you'll learn a few things, I'm telling you. Let me whisper in your ear the wisdom of the hit man. I know Rossi is listening to us, Doctor. You're my bait, and when she comes to rescue you, I'll be waiting for her. The more you struggle, the more I like.
What's he saying?
Such soft little lobes you've got, Dr. Crenshaw. What a shame you won't be able to ever use your newfound insights, eh, Dr. Crenshaw? I think Rossi's had her 5 minutes, don't you? Time for the hunt. I take it Rossi is still wearing her locator bracelet. Oh, shut up, Dr. Crenshaw! It was a rhetorical question! Now, I cut my locator off and I left it in a mini-sub, so let's think now. How can I track her down? Perhaps you could lend me yours. Just peel off a bit of tape. Yeah, there we are. Oh, no. Rossi welded it locked. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to cut your hand off, Doctor. I'm sorry, but the operation is essential. Well, essential to my continuing good health, not yours. Don't worry. I'm not inexperienced with cutting flesh. I'm sorry. I've got no time for an anesthetic.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, there. Got it. There, you see? Wasn't that bad. Thanks for giving us a hand, Crenshaw. Now then, let's tune in to Miss Rossi and have us a girl hunt. Yeah. Coming to get you, ready or not?
Oh, shit. Oh, God. He's coming after me. Oh, God. I've got to get rid of this locator bracelet. Oh, God. Oh, stupid idea was it to weld them on? Oh, God. Think, Rossi. Think. Right. If I can keep ahead of him and get back to control, I can cut it off there. Yeah. Right. I've got to get back to control.
I've turned the intercom off now, Doctor. How long do you think it'll take Rossi to get here? Oh, breathe quietly, Crenshaw. Jeez. She'll be here soon. And I'll be outside waiting for her. But first, we've got to drive our mouse into the trap. Hello, Rossi. Where are you?
I've got to keep moving.
Do you watch Tom and Jerry cartoons, Rossi? Because this big tomcat is after his mouse.
Oh, he's getting close. Don't forget who always wins in the Tom and Jerry cartoons, Kettle.
Nice to hear your voice again, Rossi.
Listen carefully, Kettle. This will be the last voice you hear.
Now, stop it, Rossi. You're scaring me. You know something, Rossi?
What?
I like you. There, I said it. Huh? I mean, it won't be easy killing you.
It'll be a pleasure killing you, Kettle.
Don't make me laugh. You couldn't even kill Crenshaw. And there's no need for you to die, Rossi. Now, can you hear me?
Keep talking.
When I took this job, I insisted on executive control. I don't have to kill the whole crew, no. If you want to join me, we can leave this place together. Of course, you'd have to promise never to discuss our little underwater adventure, but that's not such a high price for your life, is it?
What about getting back to the surface, Kettle?
Not a problem. It's all arranged. I'm afraid we'd have to organize a new identity for you. NChem already announced that the whole crew of Deep Station Emerald perished in a tragic underwater volcanic eruption, etc., etc., you know. Anyway, I'm offering you the only way out of here, Rossi.
Just keep talking, Kettle. Oh, Jesus!
I'm not going to wait forever. We both want to get out of this place, Rossi. I can make it happen.
Oh, Crenshaw! Oh, shit! All this blood! Oh, God, what's he done to you? Tunicate! Tunicate!
Think, Rossi. In a couple of hours, you could be breathing fresh air, safe and sound.
I've got to get this locator off. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm sorry, Crenshaw. Look, I'll cut your hand free. Now take the knife. You can do the rest yourself.
This is the best deal you're going to get, you know, Rossi. And I need an answer. Time is running out. Fast.
Oh, shit. Where's my red saw?
Looking for this, Rossi?
Oh, shit!
At last, a chance to get physical with the woman I love. I've had far too much trouble with you, you little... I've got you now, you...
Get on, you bastard! Crenshaw! All right! Crenshaw! He's dead! He cut my hand off! He cut my bloody hand off! I'm covered in his brains! He's dead! Oh, God!
Crenshaw, give me the spanner. Crenshaw, you're gonna be okay.
I killed him.
You had to. Look, I'm just gonna go through his pockets. Now, what do we have here?
It's an access security card.
Ooh. Pass me my cigarettes.
He smokes some of them.
What? Well, I was gonna give up anyway. We're in.
What's in there?
Well, papers mostly. Our personal files. Another set of blueprints. 2 guns. Might need these.
Rossi, these blueprints are different from the ones in control.
Show me.
Hold the corner down. Look at that.
Well, what is it?
Some sort of chamber underneath the subdock. There's a hatch behind the control panel.
Yes!
What's in there?
So that's how he was gonna get out of here.
What is it?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, that is a custom-built nuclear submarine. Yeah, we have found a ride home. Ignition. Reactors online. Seals are secure. It's a good sub. We're ready to go. You okay?
Yeah. Have you checked everything?
Everything.
Rossi?
Yeah?
Could NChem have sabotaged the sub? I mean, it'd be a neat way of dispensing with the man who did their dirty work.
God, you're right. Kettle would only be using this sub if the rest of the crew were dead.
So what should we do?
Take a chance.
But what if...
Do you want to spend the rest of your life with me? 2 seabed spinsters knitting each other cardigans till we die of old age?
Nah, there's no way I'm learning to knit with one hand.
Okay. You realize that NChem are expecting one well-paid hitman. Yeah, they might be less than chuffed to discover 2 well-pissed-off women.
Launch the sub, Rossi.
Aye, aye, Doctor.
In Deep Station Emerald, you heard Maureen Beattie as Ellie Rossi, Tom Georgeson as Kettle, and Lorelei King as Dr. Beverly Crenshaw. The music was composed by Paul Cargill, and technical presentation was by Steve Brooke, Maggie Richmond, Karen Little, and Denise Else. Deep Station Emerald was written by Joe Turner, and the executive producer was Diane Whitley. The director in Manchester was Martin Jameson. Deep Station Emerald was a Bite Back Radio production.
Dangerous visions.
คม 2527 ได้เน็ตอีกคิวสั่งครับ
My name is Roy Batty. Some of you know me. This is an encoded message distributed through the circle. A notification that I and 6 brothers and sisters have escaped captivity on Mars and are traveling to Earth to prosecute the cause. We're the first Nexus 6 to do so. There will be more. Be brave, brothers and sisters. We love you. Now erase this download. Failure to do so may render you vulnerable to termination. Who's asking?
Please do me a favor, Rick. Hold the phone so I can't
see you.
No, just get on with it, Harry.
You done great work retiring T-14 androids. Now, we got a problem with the new Nexus 6. How's about going up a level?
Well, what's the money like?
$1,000 for each one you rub out?
Well, that is another level. How come?
Harder to catch.
I heard a rumor they're changing the law. Androids are going to be made legal on us.
Definitely not. Just more disinformation from the Rosen Corporation.
Hey, you got Dave Holden on contract. Doesn't he want to work?
Come in the office. I'll tell you all about it.
How many escaped androids?
$5,000 worth.
Whoa. Oh, okay. You got my attention.
I'll send Rose a promotional brochure on the Nexus 6 to your phone. Don't keep me waiting, Rick. I want to get home before 1993, right?
Yeah.
Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? By Philip K. Dick. Adapted by Jonathan Holloway.
I threw on the basics and got the elevator to the roof. I keep most of my clothes in the car. With this cockamamie weather, whoever knows. I checked to see my sheep was still there. It always is still there. Except when it breaks down and I have to go through the charade of paying a fake veterinarian who's really a maintenance man to fix my fake sheep.
Please fasten your seatbelt. Please fasten your seatbelt. Lights on.
And today, we're pre-war -3 with the hits of 1968. You're heading to San Diego or LA today. We've got accidents on freeways, both tarmac and sky routes, so you keep listening and we'll keep you in the groove with moment-by-moment traffic news.
With Brian's $5,000 ringing in my ears, I decided to make a stop on the way.
Family the very best present imaginable, but one way ticket to resettle off-road. There are still bondage offers available right now. You can
Mr. Deckard, how nice to see you.
Oh, yeah, there's a chance I might be coming into some cash, which means I might be able to afford what we talked about.
The monkey?
And it would be a healthy one? Not deformed?
Not deformed, no. He or she will be from a small colony of Makatu monkeys from the Gambia. They survived in a cave system. Of course, I can't guarantee he or she will be fertile.
If it was, I certainly couldn't afford it.
Please don't be rude, Mr. Deckard.
What? Yeah, I didn't mean to cause offense.
Please don't say it. As you well know, the monkey is a real animal, not an it. As we don't yet know what sex the animal is, please just say the animal.
How old is the animal?
18 months.
And so what will it, the animal, cost me?
First, I ought to ask, have you had a pet before?
I've got an electric sheep.
I always think electric animals are more painful to own than if you had nothing at all.
So how much?
I'll write down what I want. We're dealing in life, not automobile spares.
Oh, I see. It's more than I thought. What about something like this?
I'm afraid that isn't realistic. You would be buying a real animal and the spiritual peace that will accompany living with him or her. The animal will repair your life.
It's a lot of money.
Then I regret.
No need to regret nothing. Hell, I'll pay your asking price, minus $1,000.
That would be acceptable. I'm very pleased for you, Mr. Deckard.
How long can you hold the animal for me?
Well, I wouldn't usually. But as tomorrow is Christmas, shall we say 10 a.m. on December 27th?
Get your hands off me.
Hey, Caruso, see you got Jenny in again?
I'll give you both a freebie if you'll let me out of here.
Thanks, but no thanks, Jenny. You're spending Christmas in the cooler.
Brian,
Yeah, it's Dave's office in the corner over there.
Yeah, who's the new piece in the front?
That's Dave's new secretary. When she walks through here, half the South Central Detective Force cross their legs. Just sit down.
You're late.
Oh. Morning, Rick. Happy Christmas. How are you?
Don't start with the Christmas crap.
Morning, Harry.
What do you think of Dave's new secretary?
What's her name?
Allie McGraw. Married.
Even better.
Sadly, this one's really married, if you know what I mean. How's your wife?
Oh, sitting pretty with her new man. Who knows, maybe she'll contract one of those Martian flesh-eating viruses. Why are we in Dave's office?
Dave Holden is in Mount Zion Hospital.
Huh?
One of the Nexus 6 used a concussion snub to slice out a couple of his vertebrae.
Oh.
They're putting in plastic ones. Did you read the Rosen brochure I sent over?
No.
Every agency dealing with escaped androids wants the Nexus 6 withdrawn before any more escape back to Earth.
Public protests against T-14s in '88 didn't do any good. Rosen still got a manufacturing license.
Yeah, for Mars only. Listen to me carefully. This is a tough assignment. As far as we know, these are the first Nexus 6 androids to escape from Mars. They have higher pain thresholds, they're smarter, and have enhanced capacity for empathy.
But they still only live 4 years, right?
Mercifully.
Empathy. So what does that mean for the test?
We have to be sure the Voight-Kampf test works on the Nexus 6. If it doesn't, well, that's kind of curtains for knowing who's a regular human being.
But if empathy is a problem, Rosen's broken the law.
He says the level of empathy in a Nexus 6 brain is within the legal guidelines. I needed to find these androids, test them, then retire them.
What if they don't want to take the test?
You're going to have to act dumb. Hundreds of people get tested every week. It's standard.
What if the test doesn't work and they pass, but I'm certain they're droids?
Retire them anyway. Then keep your mouth shut until we work out what the hell we're going to do about it. Consider this a promotion.
Even though I don't officially work for you? $1,000 apiece, huh? Will I live to collect?
Yeah. You'll be able to afford your monkey.
What?
I had you tracked on the way over. No, don't get mad. We got instructions. With these androids about, no one trusts no one. Besides, I'd have an animal if I could afford one.
Yeah, well, I'm sick of people, that's all.
So this is good news. This job means you'll get what you really want. Now, I gotta say these Nexus 6 robots think different. Ideas, Rick. Dangerous things. They're coming back to Earth to get a better deal and,
yeah.
They want to live longer. There were 7 to start with. Smuggled themselves back from Mars on an automated transport 2 years ago. They planned it meticulously. It was a bloodbath. The leader is an android called Roy Batty. He's the best and worst argument for the Nexus 6. Clever, aware, but full of weird ideas about android rights. The NSA have web traces from all over the solar system. A speech here, a photo there.
So how'd they get Dave?
He was administering the test when he got shot.
Oh, now you tell me.
Dave got 2 of them. Then he was testing an ex-battleship gunner called Polikoff, who was too fast for Dave. He spun Dave's chair around with the first concussion shot, then put his second in his back.
Oh, neat.
Originally an artillery loader, he can hold tons of ammo in gamma radiation all day long. Then there's a girl who set herself up as a singer. She's not making any effort to lay low.
Let me see the list. What's her name?
Luft. Luba Luft. She's a cabaret artiste.
Luba Luft is an android?
What?
That is a surprise. I've seen her perform.
Then there's Pris Stratton. She's a standard off-world Garrison pleasure model.
Maybe I get a freebie before I shoot her.
Yeah.
I'm joking. There's one more?
No picture. A mining camp cook. Original name was Gaff. Low-level physical abilities. A T-14 brain. Old stock.
Did they disperse?
All still in Northern California.
How'd you know?
Dave said so. He's connected up to all kind of whirligigs, but his face still works. Just.
You'll know someone's coming.
Someone? Or you?
Okay. Okay, I'm in.
I knew you wouldn't let me down. In fact, I've already set up a trip for you. There's an automated ride on the roof to take you to Seattle. If I had it my way, you'd see Rosen himself, but they've agreed you can meet a representative.
I hate public relations.
There are allowed Nexus 6 on site, provided that's secured. You need to make sure the test works on them. If the Rosen Corporation wants you to test bona fide humans as controls, go along with them. But do the humans after.
Why?
Protocol.
Well, you know I'm a big fan of protocol. And so are you, by the look of it. Still using the 45? That's against the rules.
2 weeks ago, all police facilities were fitted with jammers, so we don't get shot with plastic concussion snubs smuggled in past the X-rays. A .45 don't care about snub jammers.
Over the sliding door scrolled the words, Seattle transport for Mr. Deckard. Took an hour to travel 807.5 miles.
Are we there?
We are approaching downtown Seattle, Mr. Deckard, and need to hold for a drone.
Then why wait until it's too late? Make this your most special Christmas ever. There's a future for you right now on the off-world party.
Have you considered moving off-world, Mr. Deckard?
No chit-chat. I don't like advertising. Put in a call to the Rosen Corporation.
Rosen Corporation, how can I be of assistance?
Yeah, would you let the public relations people know that Mr. Deckard from the San Francisco Police Department is approaching?
Yes, sir. There will be someone to meet you. Thank you.
I landed on the Rosen Corporation's rooftop pad. There were two neatly tailored guys with shoulder holster bulges under their jackets. We headed down to reception. The elevator was so good, it didn't seem to move. The doors closed, opened, and we were somewhere else.
Enjoy your visit, Mr. Deckard.
Oh, I'll try.
Now, do I go to the reception desk?
There's no need.
A well-dressed young woman in a two-piece with a skirt shorter than you'd expect. Very sheer black somethings on her legs, and a folio computer instead of a clutch bag, walked neatly towards me in a way that made me think I'd never seen real walking before.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deckard. My name is Rachel Rosen. Would you come with me, please?
She was young. She looked at me with big, wide-open eyes. The kind you fall in love with. The kind that lie when you don't expect.
So, you're related to the big man. I'm honored.
Eldon Rosen is my uncle. He would have seen you personally, but I'm afraid he's very busy.
No, it's okay, Miss Rosen. I don't need the soft soap.
He hopes to catch you before you leave. Truly. Mr. Bryant says you're an accomplished android killer.
I gotta be good at something. Bad choice of words, though.
How's that?
We prefer retire. If it isn't alive, you can't kill it. Well, today I represent the San Francisco Police Department. Captain Bryant doesn't approve of your uncle's work.
No. Apparently he didn't hide his feelings on the phone.
He's very human that way.
I assume you need special qualities to do your job.
Meaning?
You don't have conscience problems.
Oh, yeah, I do. Very definitely. They just don't include androids. Yeah, I can smell real animals.
We have a raccoon in a cage down the hall.
They're extinct. If it's electric, how come it smells?
It's not electric. My uncle has enormous resources. Here we are.
We entered a small, dark anteroom where an expensive cage sat on a pedestal under a downlighter. Rachel Rosen presented it like a magician's assistant. It contained a small tree branch with an owl sitting on it. There are no owls. It's artificial.
It's real. Here, I'll wake it up for you. See? So I'm afraid you're wrong again, Mr. Deckard. All our purchases are from private parties, and the prices we pay aren't reported.
The owl opened both eyes, yellow slits which healed over once it resumed its slumber. Images cascaded through my mind. The war, the day the owls fell out of the sky. If you sold your owl, how much would you want for the animal?
We would never sell. Even if we did, you couldn't possibly afford it. Now, let's go through into the meeting room.
We moved through into a massive room with a large conference table, heavy chairs, and a view out over the bay that'd kick the breath right out of you.
Nice.
Sit down, please.
Oh, what proportion of your androids go out of the factory with Nexus 6 brains?
The Nexus 6 has changed things. From January 1st, we won't be fitting anything else.
Empathy?
I heard myself asking the questions. They were important, but I wasn't listening much to the answers. I was concentrating on watching her mouth move.
It's there. We're not denying it. The improved memory implant makes them more...
What, sentimental?
I was going to say, makes them work harder, and is still within the guidelines. Mr. Deckard?
You know I'm here to examine Nexus 6 androids using the Voight-Kempf test. We must make sure in your creative enthusiasm you haven't overstepped those darn guidelines.
We know if the test stops working, the government might recall the entire generation of Nexus 6. We've made them brave, that's the point. But they're not supposed to run back home like your Mars models.
They're your Mars models, not mine.
Shall you enjoy killing them?
Retiring. With the bounty I earn, I can get my own real monkey, so I guess I might.
Empathy for a monkey, but not a living, breathing humanoid creature.
They're not creatures because they're not real.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deckard. Please don't stop. Mind if I join you?
There was no mistaking him. The actual living, breathing Eldon Rosen. Trillionaire head of the biggest earning entity that wasn't a government. Charcoal gray sharkskin suit, thick white hair neatly combed, narrow lips, thin nose, rimless glasses you could hardly see, gimlet eyes, fixed on me.
I'm surprised.
What about?
Why would you bother meeting me? I'm just a schmuck who's been sent to make sure your recent innovations haven't endangered our ability to keep androids off the Earth.
And if that did happen, why would it be a problem?
There are laws.
Laws based in medieval attitudes which prevent humankind from enjoying all the benefits artificial life might confer.
The law is the law.
What if it's unenforceable? No one can put the genie back in the bottle. Would you rather have me producing Nexus 6s legally or Russian criminals making unregulated fakes? For the record, you know we do not manufacture anything here on Earth, but we do have a small stock of androids we're allowed to maintain under secure conditions, whom we observe.
Not whom? Which? They're not people. I'm ready to start.
Please set up your equipment. So how does the test work?
The camera looks into the subject's eye and recognizes pupil dilation. Motion sensors measuring heart rate, skin reflex, muscular tension. Questions are worded to provoke empathetic responses, so subjects are obliged to project themselves into a situation. Human beings, at least the sane ones, can't help empathizing. Up until now, androids haven't felt empathy. You, Mr. Rosen, couldn't manufacture it, so no empathy, or maybe not enough. Then it's an android, and I retire it.
Kill it. But that won't happen today.
Your androids are licensed, so no. This room's a little too bright right now.
We can drop the blinds.
Right. Yeah, you want to call in the first test subject?
I think I'd like to do that test. Is that all right?
Why?
She might be an android. We're hoping you can tell.
I'd like it very much if you would personally investigate me, Mr. Deckard.
We have to do a Nexus 6.
You're not going to turn my niece down, surely.
Well, I wasn't expect... Okay. Okay, I can sit down, please.
Is it all right if I smoke?
Yeah, that's fine. Just don't blow smoke directly on the lens. Okay. The questions will all include a situation you need to put yourself in. Please express your reaction as quickly as possible. Don't take too long because the machine will be timing you. You don't want to appear devious, do you?
Eye muscles and capillary action.
Uh-huh. Okay. You're given a calfskin wallet on your birthday.
I wouldn't accept it. Also, I would report the person who gave it to me to the police.
You are the mother of a little boy. He shows you his butterfly collection, including the killing jar.
I would take him to see a doctor.
You're sitting watching TV, and suddenly you discover a wasp crawling on your arm.
I'd kill it.
Her skin crawled, literally, at the very idea of the wasp.
In a magazine, you come across a photo of a naked woman in a provocative pose.
Unsurprisingly, I didn't have any problem saying the word naked to Rachel Rosen.
Is this testing whether I'm an android or a homosexual?
Your husband likes the picture. The girl is lying face down on a beautiful bearskin rug. Your husband hangs the picture on the wall in his den.
I wouldn't let him. I should be enough for him.
There was a reaction. Pride. Arrogance. Like she assumed she's got to have a better ass than any girl in any picture. But the readings were low. She failed to recognize the major element. The dead animal pelt.
You're reading a novel written in the old days before the war. The characters visit a fish restaurant. One of them orders a lobster, and the chef drops it alive into a tub of boiling water right in front of them.
That's awful. Did they really used to do that? Oh, it's depraved.
Right words, but no movement and facial muscles or skin surface. I kept going, but I already knew the outcome, and I knew it'd been right not to trust those eyes.
You become pregnant by a man who was promised to marry you. The man goes off with your best friend. You get an abortion.
I would never get an abortion. Anyhow, you can't. It's a lifetime prison term.
Half an hour into the test, and nothing was registering on the dials. It was tired, bored, maybe. Anywhere else, and by now I'd have the 38 pointing straight at its groin.
Are you married, Mr. Deckard?
Yes, I am.
Do you have children?
No. My wife left me. She's living with a business entrepreneur on Mars. They're rich. I don't miss her.
Are you sure about that?
It was a lame trick. It was trying to make me think it empathized with me. Even so, it did manage to get me where it hurt.
Is Rachel supposed to be asking the question?
No, but it doesn't matter. Test is over.
Rachel, thank you. Would you mind stepping out for a moment? That took a long time. 50 questions.
I knew within 7. I kept going out of curiosity. We're not in a real-world scenario, after all. It wasn't going to shoot me nor me it. It's an android, but it doesn't know it. You're allowed to speak, Mr. Rosen.
She's not an android.
Okay. Then I want a bone marrow analysis done on it.
I can explain why she scored as an android might. Rachel grew up on board the colonial transport Cylinder 3 on its supported voyage to Proxima Centauri. It was expected they'd make it there in 85 years and stay put. They came back instead.
I know that story. Was it caught up in the murders?
Not it. She. Her mother died. Rachel is 23 now. She spent 14 years on that spaceship. Living in a tin can, avoiding those nut jobs, keeping herself occupied.
In a police station, I would have retired her.
That's why she rarely leaves the building. In case she meets someone like you. I'm afraid Rachel is a human being. So, have you been told what to do if your test says a human being is an android?
Yeah. Stop right there. Don't do any more testing.
Your superior, Captain Bryant, will have trouble understanding how you managed to let us prove the deficiencies of the White Camp test before you could use it on an actual Nexus 6. And how it could be responsible for retiring humans. Rachel is very beautiful. And you dropped your guard. We've videoed your vanity for Mr. Bryant's convenience. But I don't think he needs to see it. In fact, I don't think there's any need to discredit the test. I'm offering you a bribe, which you shouldn't feel guilty about because the Nexus 6 android is a fact, and I think you know that now. So, how'll it be, owning an owl?
Don't be ridiculous.
All you have to do is keep quiet about the failure of the Voight-Kampf test here today. You and your colleagues keep going as you are. We start feeding Nexus 6s into the Earth population, then in a couple of years you make out you've suddenly discovered the test mistakes human beings for androids. But by then, it'll be too late to turn the clock back.
So human beings won't be able to tell themselves apart from androids.
Nor androids from human beings.
And so we forget what it really means to be human.
No fuss. Let society and its attitudes just evolve.
What about the 4-year life cycle?
I invented it. I can uninvent it. For the new ones, anyway. You can rest assured we need you. You've suddenly become very important to the Rosen Corporation. Are you sure you don't want something to eat or drink?
My transport will be back soon.
I'm very glad we came to an accommodation. I think this route through has elegance.
You two set me up.
But now you own an owl. It'll be delivered to your San Francisco apartment. I'm sure it'll be a great comfort to you. More than you can imagine. So everything's fine.
I guess I'll say thank you and goodbye. No doubt we'll find an excuse to meet again soon. Mr. Deckard?
I'm sure it'll be a great comfort to you.
Excuse me?
You lied.
Please don't be a sore loser, Mr. Deckard.
She just called the owl it. Not he or she or the animal. My line of work makes you pretty cynical. I've said it without thinking, but I've felt sick afterwards. Rachel is an android. Well, I can run a bone marrow test on it. It'll hurt like hell. I'll do the same with the owl. Of course, it'll die in the process. Rachel isn't real. It's an android. Say it.
Yes.
I'd prefer she's an android.
You don't get to choose.
I know what I am.
A magnificent creature.
It's not a creature. Is it a Nexus 6?
Yes, but she's an early model. That's why you detected her. We're upgrading them in the new year. Don't be afraid of him, Rachel. You're inside the compound. He can't hurt you.
I guess the owl isn't genuine either.
There are no owls.
Congratulations. You came very close to undermining Voight-Kampf testing, but you didn't. The test didn't fail. And it will still be around tomorrow and the day after that.
Please think carefully about what you're going to say to Captain Bryant.
Here's my car. I'm off to retire 5 Nexus 6s at $1,000 apiece, and then I'll make my down payment on a real animal. But of course, there are no owls. I headed back to San Francisco to the Lombard Police Department office. Rosen was a reptile. I hoped one day an escaped Nexus 6 would take its resentment out of his hide. But Rachel, I realized, one moment I took her for a human and was attracted to her. The next, I knew she was an android, and I was suddenly repelled. But the thing itself hadn't changed. She occupied the same place in space and time, and her atoms were arranged the same way. I didn't feel good about that. I also felt bad they duped me into thinking about changing sides for the sake of an artificial owl. I felt queasy, nervous, and that wasn't me.
Right, let's keep this short. My wife does it the Polish way. We have Christmas supper on Christmas Eve. What's the matter?
The Voight-Kampf worked fine. But Rosen has a second-generation Nexus 6 on the way. We'll need to upgrade the questions. How's Dave? I want to talk to him before I tackle our retirement candidates.
Well, there isn't time. You need to get to Polakov. Like you said, he's lost 2 pals and it'll be wise to what's going on. Rub it out quick. I got your beat on it. Polikoff has a job in the city trash department.
They only take specials.
Yeah, it's making us a radiation retard. That's what suckered Dave.
I'll get Polikoff overnight, then maybe talk to Dave tomorrow.
You'll have backup. There's a Soviet cop on his way here. He's on Aeroflot, coming to the public field in an hour. He's called Sando Golyakin.
What's he want?
Take him with you to get Polikoff. Apparently the Soviet secret police want to know firsthand how to deal with the retiring of Nexus 6. They're jury about Rosen's sales through corrupt government officials who, surprise, surprise, don't give an ass apple.
I still get the full 1,000 for each android, right?
Don't worry, you won't have to split it. You got an extra gun for free.
Hey, I'll get down to the trash depot, find out Polikoff's address.
Hi, San Francisco Police Department. I'm looking for an employee of yours.
I'm just doing some extra hours.
What?
How can I help?
What's your name?
Is that what you came for?
No, I'm with the police department. I'm writing things down. It's pretty standard.
It is? Why?
Okay, let's start again. I'm trying to find an employee of yours.
Mine? I don't employ anyone.
No, I'm an employee of the city trash department.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm from the police department. I was just asking this guy some questions.
Why? What's he done? Not a thing. You can see he's a chicken head. It's gamma radiation. Ask me. I'm in charge.
Okay, I'm looking for an employee of yours named Polikoff.
What do you want to know for?
Child molestation.
Really? Well, screw him. Let's see, shall we?
Uh-huh. And?
Oh, there he is. Bad news.
What?
Well, he's supposed to be at the Daly City plant, crushing turbine cars and dumping them into the bay.
But he's not, right?
No. He didn't show up today and didn't phone in. Retards! Sorry, J.R. Pardon? Forget it. We got no choice. Quotas. Guess maybe today he just forgot where he works. This is his address. Degas Hotel in Tenderloin.
Thanks.
Well, I hope you find him. Kitty stuff. God, I can't stand it.
Hey, if he shows up, don't tell him I was here.
I got back in the Prowler and drove a couple of blocks until I found a public phone that wasn't wrecked.
I can't hear you.
I said Polikoff wasn't there.
Where are you?
Near the dump. Phone booth. More secure.
Damn it. Damn it, don't hang up! Need a hurry, not much change.
Jeez, you're a relic, Rick.
Yeah, I got an address for Polikoff's hotel. You want me to pick up Golyatkin at the airfield?
Golyatkin already got in. We had a message his Aeroflot arrived early.
Well, it's the first time for everything.
Stay put. I'll send Golyatkin over to you. Allie! Hey, Allie! Message the coordinates of Rick's Prowler to the Russian.
Where are we going to find Luba Luft?
It's working at the downtown kitchen.
Yeah, I know it. Like you said, don't look like it's hiding.
I got a feeling about this one.
What do you mean?
These Nexus 6s, they're clever, right? More human. Well, my theory is it wanted a shot of the title, wanted its life to mean something. You'll tell me if you found it more difficult to retire one of these, right?
The trigger won't need pulling any harder.
Is it a problem? On account it feels more like killing a human?
Oh, where did that come from?
I just been thinking, that's all. Message me when you hook up with Golyatkin.
Yeah. Enjoy your supper.
It's the time of the season when love runs high. In this time.
I looked at the phone. It was Rachel Rosen. I felt my heart skip. Please, like a kid. Where did that come from?
Hello, Rachel.
Are you busy, or can we talk?
Go ahead.
We've been discussing your situation regarding the escaped Nexus 6. Knowing them as we do, my uncle and I.
He isn't really your uncle.
Can we keep this civilized? My uncle knows we overstepped the mark today. Those Nexus 6s from Mars shouldn't be here. They're inconvenient all around. We want to help you retire them. It won't be good for us if you get yourself killed.
That's cute. How can you help?
I should come along with you.
Why?
The Nexus 6 will be cornered. I know how they think. You're human. You have morals.
Oh, you say the nicest things.
Morals which might slow you down.
Don't you worry about my morals. You really want to come along?
Yes.
I didn't know why I thought having Rachel along for the ride was a good idea. I just knew the thought of her, the thought of it, seemed to settle that nausea in the pit of my stomach.
How can I be sure whose side you're on?
Without me, you're more at risk.
I'll let you know when I finish this job.
Who's that? Be careful.
Goodbye, Rachel.
Mr. Becker, is that you?
Inspector Goldilocks?
That's right.
Yeah, get in, quick. You Sandor, right?
And you're Nick?
No, Rick.
So, Mr. Rick Deckard, the bounty hunter from the San Francisco Police Department.
Yeah, pleased to meet you.
So, where are we going?
I got the android Polikov's address. It's a contractor hotel in one of our saltier neighborhoods.
Oh, this is exciting, like the movies.
Yep, that's my life, all right. Just like the movies.
The name Degas Hotel suggested bohemian artiness. Maybe somewhere artists and hipsters might hang out. It lied.
Yeah?
Yeah, is Mr. Polikov in?
I'm not sure. Let me look. It's my first day. I don't work here regular. I'm an actress, really. And I'm in between auditions. He isn't in.
Police department? Can I see his room?
I can't. I don't know.
$10?
Fine. 4th floor, next to the latrine. Here's the key.
Do I ring the bell?
What?
Just like the movies.
Polikov hasn't been here for a while.
How can you tell?
Plastic coffee cup. It was half full when he left. It's evaporated, leaving a half-inch band of shellac. The soap on the basin tray is bowed and dry, cracked. Staff don't change the sheets. They leave them for the guests. His still on the chair.
Of course. So?
Well, so there's a dead fly lying feet up in the middle of. All the drawers are open. Final check before he left.
What do we do now?
We skip Polikov. Move on to Lubalov. Hey, you like jazz, Mr. Golyutkin? So, how long you been a cop?
Nearly 12 years.
No, as a cop. No, I'm not now. Went in the San Francisco Police Department when I was 18. 20 years. Left.
I don't understand. This is Cop Cop. The police department put me together with you.
Freelance.
Just like a movie.
Yeah, well, forget the movies for now. Word of advice. Hide your weapon a little better. Cops are very nervous these days.
Advice heard and filed. This snub has a special gizmo that's worth introducing to you, actually.
Oh.
We made this ourselves. You like it? It is a clever device. Here, take it. Can you guess how it differs functionally? Try pressing the trigger.
Oh.
Open the window.
Okay.
Go on, shoot it.
No, I can't make it work.
The triggering circuit isn't attached. You see? Here. It remains clipped to the inside of my middle finger.
12 years a cop, but he didn't look at anything in the hotel room. Didn't spot the cup, didn't spot the fly.
Now, you see. You just clip it in, and it's ready.
You're not Golyutkin. There is no Golyatkin. Aeroflot never arrives early.
I'd say you're a little bit confused, Mr. Deckard.
No, you're a crazy escaped android called Polikoff. You were lucky it was the receptionist's first day. Otherwise she'd have recognized you, and your Nexus 6 brain would be decorating the ceiling of the Degas Hotel.
There will shortly be a hole through you and the car door, and your guts will be sprayed across the tarmac. Why won't it fire?
This is a police car. It's fitted with a sine wave generator to jam concussion snubs. But this here is a .38 Magnum. It don't take any notice of sine waves. No. The corpse twitched as the android's Nexus synapses shut down. I decided I'd let Polikoff keep me company. I wedged the lolling head between the passenger window and the headrest, and then rinsed off my hands in a rainwater puddle beside the car. As I drove towards the downtown kitchen, my mind wandered back to Rachel Rosen. I thought maybe I did need help after all. Polikoff hadn't been smart, but even so, it would be good to have Rachel close alongside, for all the right reasons, and maybe for some of the wrong ones, too.
Good evening, sir.
Is Miss Luft singing again tonight?
Well, you just made it. Are you a fan?
Yes, sorta. More of a friend. This is kind of a surprise.
Shall I check your attaché case?
No, I'll keep it, thanks.
Well, my name is Veronica. Call me Ronnie. This way, please. Now, will this do?
Yeah, perfect, buddy.
And what can I get you, sir?
Whiskey. You have any of the real stuff, Ronnie?
We're classy, but we ain't the Ritz.
Well, synthetic will have to do, Ronnie.
Certainly.
So, it's gone midnight, and it's officially Christmas. And tonight's set is our little present to you, fellow seekers. I don't know why, but I'm feeling so sad. I long to try something I've never had.
After a shaky start, she settled into the song, pulling the small crowd into her world, myself included. Her voice swung around, bending sharps and flats to great effect. She was terrific, human or android.
And he'll dry all my tears and whisper sweet little things in my ears, hugging and a kissing. Ooh, I'll be missing lover man. Oh, where can you be?
Was it worth the trip?
Yeah, very much so.
Shall I get you another drink?
Yeah, I guess. Hey, Ronnie, which way is it to get backstage?
Through the exit door, over there, and do a left. Whiskey?
Yeah, keep them coming.
Coming up.
The nausea Rachel took away came back. It had been a while since I used pills, but now I reached for them automatically. Put my hand inside my jacket, pretending I had to scratch. But really, I was checking the safety was off on the 38. Maybe you should put Fever in the set.
Thank you. You're very kind. I don't think Fever is really my kind of song.
Well, why?
It's too obvious for the way I am. I'm not skanky enough. But if we're thinking about Peggy Lee, I am fond of Is That All There Is?
Oh.
I think we should wrap things up. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'd better get home.
Miss Luft, I'm afraid I haven't been entirely straight with you. I'm from the San Francisco Police Department.
Oh? What do you want to see me about?
I've been sent to administer a standard personality profile test.
A personality test? What do you mean?
An empathy test.
Ah. They think I might be an android. You saw the show on stage. Did I look like an android?
You didn't look like any android I ever met. You were wonderful.
So you've met androids?
Yeah.
Here on Earth?
Yeah.
But androids are illegal on Earth. That means you've seen them die. Have you killed many androids yourself, Mr. Deckard?
Retirement, not killing.
No, don't squirm, Mr. Deckard. It's embarrassing. Have you got your test there? I need to put on my glasses. Do you have a pen?
Oh, you can't wear glasses. Then you won't need a pen. Come on, let's get started.
I've never been on Mars.
Why mention Mars?
Because that's the most populous location where androids are present. If you think there's an android working here, I'd be pleased to help you find out who it is.
Let's just do the test, Miss Luft.
Have you considered the possibility you're an android yourself? Because your job is to kill people without feeling anything for them? Have you taken your own test?
Yes, a long time ago. My superiors know I'm real.
Maybe there was once a human who looked like you and had your memories, and somewhere along the line, you took his place.
Let's get on with the test.
I'll take the test if you take it first.
You wouldn't be able to administer the test. It takes considerable experience. Now, please, listen carefully. These questions require you to put yourself in a situation in order to make a statement in response. Answer quickly. The machine records the time lag. You don't want to seem slippery.
I understand.
Okay. You're sitting watching TV and suddenly you see a wasp crawling on your arm.
What is a wasp?
It's a stinging bug that flies.
I've never seen one.
The war was in 1970. You were alive when there were wasps. She settled into the test with a look on her face like she felt sorry for both of us. The screen showed her facial muscles twitching and her skin covered in goosebumps. Okay, let's try another. You're watching an old movie and there's a banquet in process and the entree is boiled dog.
Nobody would eat a dog, would they? They're worth a fortune.
This is before the war. Okay. In a magazine, you come across a full-page color photo of a naked woman in a provocative pose.
I would turn over the page.
The machine showed her responses had gone dead. The dials weren't moving anymore. It was like she made a decision. The girl is lying face down on a beautiful bearskin rug. Your husband likes the picture and he hangs it on the wall in his den.
I wouldn't be happy with that.
The flatness of voice. It was the classic reaction of a cornered android. I thought, for God's sake, Luba, don't make it so easy for me. You're dating a man and he asks you to visit his apartment. While you're there...
No, I wouldn't go there.
I haven't asked the question.
Your questions are about sex. Do you want me to offer you sex? Then I might get to pass the test, huh? If I don't do what you want, you might shoot me. It is an old story. We Germans are rather familiar with it.
I have another set of questions in my bag, and none of them have anything to do with sex. Nervously fluttering, she ran her hands through her hair, and an earring fell to the floor, skidded, and rolled under the dressing table. Okay. When I stood up, I found myself looking straight at a concussion snub.
You're not from the police department. You're a sexual deviant.
You can look at my ID.
If you put your hand in there, I will kill you.
You will anyhow.
I've already called the police. I pressed the panic button 10 minutes ago.
They're just gonna come here and hold you down and make sure I put a slug through your Nexus 6 brain.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you simply kill me and make a run for it?
That's what an android would do. I have done my best to be more than an android.
You know what you are.
We're all kinds of things, don't you think? most of which we don't want to be. We're sentient and creative, and we deserve the chance to reinvent ourselves to become something we can actually admire.
You killed human beings and came to Earth with 6 other Nexus 6 androids.
All right. Put that gun away, miss. So, what's been going on? And who are you?
I've never seen him before in my life. He pretended to be fond of my singing. Then he said he was from the police department and he's doing some kind of survey. Then he started talking about sex.
Let's see some identification.
I'm a bounty hunter with the department. I got a list of retirements. She's on it. I retired another one earlier. His remains are in my car, up on the theater roof. My boss is Captain Harry Bryant. I've taken over Dave Holden's list on account he's in the hospital.
I don't know any Dave Holden.
Call Captain Bryant.
There isn't any Captain Bryant.
Well, maybe you're an android like Miss Luft here. I'm gonna call him.
What are you doing?
Dialing in.
What in God's name, Rick? It's 3 in the morning.
Hey, I'm in trouble. The 4th android on Dave's list has called a cop who says he doesn't know Dave or me. He hasn't heard of you either.
Let me talk to him.
He wants to talk to you.
Officer Krams. There's no one there. The screen is blank.
Oh, this can't be happening. You heard him yourself.
I heard someone.
Could have been an accomplice.
Okay, that's enough. Come on, Deckard, let's get moving.
You won't let him come back here again, will you, officer?
If there really is a cadaver upstairs in his car, you can bet Mr. Deckard won't be going anywhere for a long time.
I already said it's an android.
They'll take your statement when we get to Mission.
Mission? No, the Hall of Justice is on Lombard.
The Lombard building is a ruin. It hasn't been used for years.
What are you talking about? Take me to Lombard.
You seem to think this is a negotiation. You are under arrest, friend.
The cop cuffed me and we climbed up to the roof. Officer Krams' partner had already found Polikoff and called for backup. They had their guns out and they were looking pretty serious. I was thrown into Krams' black and white, and we took off for a police department headquarters I'd never even heard of.
The way I see it, you're a sex maniac who roams around killing people and saying they're androids. I think Miss Luft is lucky to be alive.
Drive me to the Hall of Justice on Lombard. It'll take 3 minutes. I want you to prove it's abandoned.
Maybe you're an android with a false memory like they give them now. You wouldn't know either way. Have you thought about that?
They had me. But at least I got Polikoff before he got me. That made us even for Dave's blown-out spine. Hovering over Mission, Officer Krams' police car began its descent, and I got ready for a bullet in the head. It was like being back at the Lombard PD, but there was less of it. 2 parallel San Francisco police departments, ours and theirs, but never coming into contact, as far as I knew, until then. The interview room door opened and in walked a standard-issue, drink-flushed, middle-aged police detective.
Good morning, Mr. Deckard. Looks like we're going to be spending Christmas together. I'm Inspector Garland.
The hair was wider and thinner, but there was no doubting this guy was the double of my actual boss, Harry Bryant. So which one was real? And what about me? Was there another Deckard about to walk in the door? I guess the only thing to do was play it straight.
What's in the briefcase, Mr. Deckard?
I was administering the Voight-Kampf test on Luft. It made a fuss, claimed I was a pervert, and Officer Krams arrested me.
Are you a pervert?
The hair was wider and thinner. There was a chunk of his left ear gone, probably clipped by a stray snubshot. But there was no doubting this guy was the double of my real boss, Harry Bryant. All androids are replicas of someone who's actually existed. So which one was real? And by implication, which police department was real? I just asked Ms. Luft standard VK questions.
You have a body in your car. The Soviet police officer called Golyadkin. who was in California to work with us.
Its real name was Polakov. He came to Earth illegally from Mars with a group of other Nexus 6 androids. A new generation with an advanced brain. They killed a bunch of humans and hijacked a transport shuttle. San Francisco Police Department hired me to retire them all, including Miss Luba Left. We're supposed to test first, shoot second. Polakov reinvented itself as Russian detective Sandor Golyatkin. I'm guessing so it could keep tabs on bounty hunters.
And now it's spattered all over the inside of your rear window.
Do a bone marrow test on the remains.
We already are. And you say Luba Luft is an android as well?
That's right.
Who decided to disguise itself as a cabaret artiste, performing at a popular city night spot. Not exactly incognito.
That's a Nexus 6 for you. They got an itch. Need more out of...
Out of what?
I was gonna say life, but as they aren't real, they're not alive. Oh, and they want longer than the 4 years given them by the factory. I didn't finish testing Luft, but I know it's an android.
Do you know George Gleason and Phil Retz?
No.
They're our regular bounty hunters. Both of them work out of here. Are you an android too, Mr. Deckard?
No.
You've read these profiles?
No, not in detail. I got the job yesterday morning. Early Christmas present. Dave Holden retired 2 of them before Polakov put him in the hospital. Luft was next on the list.
And whose turn is it after Luft?
Whoever I trip over first. Roy Batty will be tough. I think Batty will show itself once I got the others. Apparently it's very, motivated. Kind of mystic with a following among androids.
You've got one called Gaff listed here. No photo. Low-level physical ability. Not that smart. Ah. Description could match me, couldn't it?
I guess it could.
Imagine finding yourself on a bounty hunter's death list. Wow. Dolores, I saw Reds hanging around the front desk. Send him in here, will you?
Yes, sir.
Ah, but I'm okay. Because it doesn't say Gaff is a policeman. It gives his occupation as cook.
A tall man entered. Lean. The muscles and tendons of his sharp, rat-like face visibly moved under the skin. A natty dresser in a straw trilby with what looked like a real feather in the ribbon. Steady green eyes peered through the horn-rimmed glasses. I knew those eyes. I knew that stare. I'd seen it in the bathroom mirror just this morning.
Phil Retz, Rick Deckard. You're both bounty hunters. It's probably time you met.
Which city? Right here. San Francisco.
Take a look at his retirement schedule. He's got Luba Luft, the cabaret singer. There are 3 more Nexus 6s and a T-14 called Gaff. You remember the Russian, Golyadkin?
The cop. Wasn't a cop. Or Russian.
Well, it's certainly dead. Deckard put a 38 through it.
I never trusted Golyadkin. He was kinda weird.
Look who's talking.
How are you gonna prove Luft is an android?
I started running a VK test.
What's that?
Voigtkampf.
Never heard of it.
I use a machine to test for empathy, or lack of it. Ask a series of questions. Subjects imagine themselves in situations where there's a moral angle. You have to decide what's right, who you're going to empathize with.
And you tried it on Luft?
Started to, but I couldn't get accurate readings.
And I assume you haven't had an opportunity to test Inspector Garland.
That is not funny, Retz.
Golyadkin, huh? I've always said the best place for an android to hide is among the police. So, your test.
Like you said, mostly moral conundrums, mostly to do with animals.
Ours is simpler. The reflex arch response in the upper ganglia of the spinal column is slower in androids. We flash a signal and the response time is measured. We measure 10 reactions, take an average.
You can test me if you like. And of course I'd like to test you.
Hey, no problem. I've said for years we ought to be testing police officers annually. I'll, go get our test equipment.
As Retz closed the door behind him, I saw the change in Garland's eyes. In his now dead fish eyes. He wasn't trying anymore. His right hand came out from under the desk, holding a concussion snub, cocked and ready to go.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy killing you.
So you are, Gaff. They'll post-mortem me and it'll show him I'm real. Rats will know you're an android. He'll get you.
When I saw Crams bringing you in, I realized who you must be. I got the full dope from Luft. We came here on the same Mars ship, except for Rets. He left a week later after getting a complete memory reinstallation. He doesn't know what he is.
He will do once I've tested him.
He'll kill you for it. Then he'll kill every human being he can before he gets taken down. And who can blame him when real people care more about a living earwig than the entire population of androids across the system?
How come Reds doesn't know this is all smoke?
He thinks he's human. So he's just one of a bunch of humans here who don't know what they're into.
Seriously? They don't understand this is a building full of androids?
Androids are very precise, very good at mimicking behaviors. An android can get a cartridge into a rifle and pull the trigger in 0.0001 of a second. So fast you can't see it happen. Rex walks through a door and everything in the room changes in a split second. He leaves and it changes back.
As Rex came back in, Garland put the gun under the desk. He kept it pointed straight at me.
So, who are we gonna test first?
Him. Garland.
Is that a problem?
Inspector Garland, the lab report on Galyatkin is ready.
Let's hear it.
We should test this nut job.
Read out Galyatkin's result, please.
Quote, the bone marrow test shows that Galyatkin was a humanoid robot. Do you want the details?
That's enough.
Reds looked at my face, then towards Garland. I saw him register the dead-eye coldness in his boss.
Okay. I get it.
The gun came back out from under the desk. So, how does it work between this place and the real world?
Without Roy Batty, this place wouldn't exist. He's the brains. We're tapped into communications traffic throughout the real San Francisco PD. Most folks informing on an android don't get the chance to tell their stories to the actual police. Don't imagine I'm going to let you scumbags ruin what he's done.
Hey, but you can't blame a guy for trying.
What?
Retz's fingers relaxed their grip on his cardboard box, and it began to fall, infinitely slowly. Retz's right hand slipped under his jacket and pulled out his concussion snow. Garland kept pulling the trigger as his weapon panned toward Retz, who threw himself sideways and fired while still falling through space on his way to the carpet. The side of Garland's head vanished, leaving a cross-section like something from the anatomy books.
What did it say about me?
I was about to say, it told me you were an android too. And then I checked my common sense account and found a few bucks still in there. Not much. I have to hit the downtown kitchen before someone here tips off Luba Luft. Garland's gone.
We have to.
What do you mean, we?
Don't worry. I'm not gonna claim a share of the bounty. Just want to see these nutjob androids get what's coming. Keep quiet. It's Reds here. We're charging the guy who was bothering Miss Luft. I'll be bringing him through. Inspector Garland is sick. Headache. He's gone home.
Does he need anything brought in?
He's just finishing up.
Understood.
Okay, I'm gonna cuff you while we're still in the building. Once we're airborne, I'll take him off. Now, look depressed.
We put Garland back in his chair, turned him so the blown outside of his head was away from the door, put a trilby on his face like he was sleeping, and pulled the flesh-spattered paperwork off the pinboard behind him. Then I went out the door first, with Reds following. He held tight to the cuffs behind my back with one hand while he kept the gun in the other. Officer Cram stood up from behind the rap sheet counter, smiling like it was a big android Christmas joke.
Why don't you let us have him, Rats? We could show him what perverts get around here. Tables turned, wouldn't you say, Decker?
We kept moving, threading between desks, heading for the corridor and the stairs.
We'll go through the back of the building.
We hurried down 3 flights to street level. Reds hit the fire exit crash bar, and we were in a side alley, straight into his car. As we rose past the Duke PD office windows, Android Officer Cram stared right into my eyes and drew his hand like a knife across his throat.
What I don't understand is how in 3 years I didn't make Garland as an android.
Maybe he wasn't an android all that time.
Hang on to something. I'll heave too while this monster goes by.
There are so many options available right now.
So you've been a mission 3 years, huh? And you've known Garland all that time?
That's the truth.
Garland, real name, Gaff, came in on a hijacked Mars transport 2 years ago.
Yeah? And I recall Garland got sick around then. He was off work for a couple of weeks.
Maybe the first Garland came to the end of his 4-year lifespan.
The new one, Gaff could have just sat right down in Garland's slot. Listen, Decker, after we retire Luba Luft, I want you to test me. Find out what I am. Will you do that?
Yeah, sure.
Now, I know I've got to be careful of you, little one. On account you were very, very delicate, aren't you? So I'm not gonna pick you up because I might hurt you. I'm just gonna sweep this little bit of earth into the jar, and you with it. And then I'm gonna take you back to the apartment and show Pris what I found. Oh, you really are the sweetest, cleverest little spider, aren't you?
Who's there? Hello, Chris. This is J.R. Isidore.
If I let you in, you've got to promise not to talk about your work at the waste depot.
Well, I guess.
It's depressing. I don't want to hear about garbage.
Well, sure, but it is my apartment after all. You two can't just stay cooped up here while I'm at work. You need some friends.
We have friends. Or had. Before the bounty hunter got to work.
What's a bounty hunter?
You better come in. I don't feel safe with the door open.
Oh.
A bounty hunter is a professional murderer. Usually he has a contract with the city, around $1,000 for each murder.
That can't be true. Are you sure?
Of course. For some people, JR, androids like us coming back from Mars is considered a crime.
Good evening, JR.
Good evening, Roy.
Good day at work.
Yeah, I guess. But something unusual happened. Let's eat. What?
What happened at work, JR?
You talking about the police and all just reminded me.
Try to think straight, JR.
A policeman came to the depot looking for another of the quota guys.
Was he called Deckard?
I didn't hear.
Who was he looking for?
Polikoff. Works down at the Bayside dump. They said he was a child molester. Hasn't shown up since.
That means they got to him. Poor Mr. Polikoff.
We've been running for 2 years, half a lifetime.
Why did you come back to Earth?
Mars is a bad place, JR. Everyone takes drugs because of the loneliness. It's unhealthy. Everything on Mars is so old. The stones and a landscape unchanged since the solar system formed. It makes you more lonely than you can imagine. Roy brought me home.
Yes, we came home. Does anyone else live in this building? I haven't seen any lights on.
Just me.
Why is your face like that, JR?
When the Northeast United States was bombed, I got a big dose of radiation. I had a mask for a while.
It's how you treat other beings that matters, not appearance. You've been kind. Maybe once you get to know me, you might want to help with my project.
What kind of project?
Human beings decided they wanted to depose God. Heave him off his throne.
I don't understand.
Look at Pris, J.R.
Yeah, I'm looking.
What do you see?
I see... she's beautiful.
Something beautiful that was made to be desecrated. To serve their basest desires until she got worn out. If they find us, J.R., they will kill us. They will blow a hole in Pris out of which her life will leak onto this filthy floor. I think when human beings made me, they entered into a contract which they have always chosen to ignore. They took on responsibility for me and my life, own children, and you made us your slaves.
I didn't have nothing to do with it. But you're right. We ought to be ashamed.
J.R., I want you to know we appreciate this very much. You're the first friend any of us has found on Earth. Pris will show you how grateful we are. Take him to bed, Pris. Show him some love.
Come with me, J.R.
I found a spider. Put it in a jar.
Show us. I've never seen a spider. Let's see. Open it.
Here.
All those legs. Humans love animals of all kinds and will do anything for them. You know what I think, J.R.? I think it doesn't need all those legs.
Hey, why couldn't it get by on 4? Cut off 4 and see.
It probably won't be able to run as fast. But there's nothing for it to catch around here anyway. I guess it's gonna starve to death.
Please, don't mutilate it.
It's refusing to move. It obviously can, but it won't.
I can make it walk. See?
No, let me take it outside. Let it have some time on the grass. Outside.
He's really upset.
Maybe this is the last spider. The last living spider on Earth.
The downtown kitchen was a dead end. Luft wasn't there. Thinking about it afterwards, I wondered if she knew we were coming for her, or maybe she wanted to die somewhere more noble. In any case, the waitress said she'd gone to the city art gallery. We found Luft sitting on a Scandinavian-style bench contemplating The Scream by Edvard Munch. Retz flashed his police badge, and the attendant vanished.
Miss Luft.
Painted in 1893. 100 years. That's 25 of my lifetimes. Maybe of yours, too.
This is Mr. Retz. He's also a bounty hunter. We've come to take you somewhere I can complete the Voight-Kampf test.
There's no need. We both know what I am.
The cop who arrested me is an android. So was Retz's boss. You know him. Gaff. He came from Mars with you.
I remember you from Mars, Retz. You're an android, too. I can't remember your real name, but you've been reinstalled, so I doubt you can either.
Sure, let's go.
Look at that woman's face. We are all standing here being so reasonable when I reckon 2 out of 3 of us are doing the same thing, screaming.
You and who else?
Him, Mr. Deckard. A moment ago you referred to Gaff as he, not it, he. If you're not yet screaming inside, Mr. Deckard, I think you're working up to it.
What is she talking about? Let's get out of here. This stuff.
Pictures, you mean?
out of shape.
You're being discreet, Mr. Deckard. You're going to do whatever you're being paid to do out of the public gaze. That's very touching. An android wouldn't have bothered. I don't like androids. Ever since I got here, I tried to behave as a human. I wanted to be a singer. I am a singer. Androids are mostly scum. They want more life, but most have no idea what to do with it. But maybe I have too much reverence for humans.
It's admitted it's an android. We don't need to test it.
You didn't ask us if we wanted to be born. You just went ahead and made us without our permission. Then the moment we appeared in the world, you made slaves of us, tortured us, gave us just long enough to taste existence before you snatched it away. Next time you look into an animal's eyes, with all your wonder and shame, remember what mine were like.
You can't talk like that. You're a machine. Shut your goddamn mouth.
Rats didn't aim right. Luft was winged. She crouched in the corner of the elevator, holding her head with her hands, just like the picture.
Oh, you bastard rats. That's $1,000 I'm owed. I'm gonna claim it after all.
You wounded her. I finished her off. Besides, you can't collect. You don't have an employer. I'm collecting on Luft and Garland. And with Polikoff, that means I made $3,000 today.
Would you let me go?
Yeah, you're not on my list. You have nothing to fear from me because I can't claim anything for retiring you.
So you do think I'm an android? Is that what Garland said?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Huh? Maybe he was lying to divide us.
She was a wonderful singer.
They killed people so they could get off Mars. Polikoff almost killed you. Garland tried to.
You killed Luft the same way you killed Garland. Hey, no remorse.
Both androids scum. What do you expect?
They weren't the same. You like killing. You just want an excuse. When are you going to shoot me, huh? When you fail the test?
We'll fly over to the docks. You can give me the test when there's no one else around. If I'm an android, kill me. You will tell me the truth, won't you? If I'm an android, you tell me.
Restart the damn elevator.
My fingers shook as I dialed the halls of justice. I told him where to come for Luft's body. She'd been one hell of a singer. And Retz was one hell of a killer. A menace. I reckon I knew which deserved to be alive. We drove a few blocks in Retz's unmarked Prowler and parked on a rooftop under the shadow of a water tank where passing cops wouldn't see us. I gave him the Voight Kampf test. The result was clear as day. He was human.
If I had a god, I'd thank him.
You were right. Garland was manipulating us. Divide and rule. Mind you, the way you killed Luft in the elevator. Oh, there is a mean splinter inside of you.
The future of mankind relies on not giving in. Those Nexus 6 androids that destroy us.
None of them have said they want to destroy us. They just want to live.
Listen, pal. I fell for an android once, and I let her go. Turned out she was twisting me, trying to convince me to stop retiring robots. This is a lonely job. Sometimes we get weak. But don't mistake androids with personalities for human beings. They're blanks. Don't ever believe what they say. They've always got an angle. They can't feel about us the way we feel for them. They're incapable of it.
Rosen gave the Nexus 6 the ability to love. That meant they could step across the line between human and machine. Otherwise, how could Luba Luft sing like that? Well, the logical part of my brain knew the bounty money was my way out of all this crud, and someone else would shoot him if I didn't, so I might as well finish what I'd started. Then, no more executions.
So,
you want me to suggest Bryant gives you work?
Yeah, I'd be grateful.
Drop me off at missions so I can pick up my own car. I'm going after the other two alone. Back in my own car, I took a few moments so another handful of pills could take effect. Then the video phone rang. It was the familiar mug and charming manner of my real boss, Harry Bryant.
We got Patty's location. They had a call. Here, listen.
Take your time, sir.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to say I have some, people staying in my apartment.
Sir, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Androids. You're looking for androids. Will they find out I called you?
What's the address, sir? 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 Are you there?
That it?
We traced the call to the city waste management depot. They said you'd been there looking for Polikov. They figured the caller is an employee named J.R. Isidore.
Yeah, I remember him. Chickenhead, right?
Right. Conap Building, apartment 3967C. Get over there as soon as you can. Once they know Isidore turned them in, they'll move fast.
Yeah, I can't do any more today.
I think you better get over there tonight, before they get a chance to dig in and set traps.
They'll already be waiting for me.
Got the shakes?
No, I haven't got the shakes.
Just don't hang around.
You'll have gathered I was, as the psychs say, confused. I had a plan. Kill the last two, then find a new job. But my conscience wasn't very happy about the idea. And my common sense called out, way down there in the dark, you got nothing left in the tank, pal. Park up and walk away. So what should I do? Answer? Make a phone call. Get some roadside assistance.
Rosen Corporation, can I help you?
Yeah, Rachel Rosen.
Excuse me, sir.
Give me Rachel Rosen.
Is Miss Rosen expecting you?
I'm sure she is.
Hello?
Are you on your own?
Yes, Mr. Deckard.
You were saying you wanted to help me out retiring the Nexus 6. There are only two left. I got Polikov, Luft, and Garland. Oh, the one called Gaff. Sorry, I'm tired and punchy. I could do with some help.
I'm afraid that offer was made right after you tripped up my uncle's efforts to bury the Voight-Kampf test.
What, so does that mean the offer is expired? You know, I didn't tell my boss what you did.
Okay. Let's start again. Are you certain you are going to kill the remaining Nexus 6 androids?
No, I'm not certain. Come and make up my mind.
Can you guarantee my safety if I leave the Rosen compound?
I can promise I won't shoot you.
Then, get some sleep and I'll fly down tomorrow.
No, that's not gonna work. If I'm gonna retire the remaining Nexus 6, then I'm gonna go after him before dawn. If you come right away, then maybe together we could talk me out of it.
All right. I'll fly down. Where do you want me?
The android police department we set up is gone.
What, everything?
He's killed Gaff and Luft.
Does he have our names?
He must.
What should we do?
Has JR come back?
No.
I'm not surprised. We frightened him, didn't we? He's spoken to someone by now.
Then we have to move off-world, regroup. Maybe come back if there's time.
There isn't. We'll both die of old age very soon. We have to do our best for those who come after. Buy a little time and set up another facility somewhere else on Earth. The first job is to get rid of Deckard. I can wire up sensors outside so we'll know when he arrives.
I'm afraid. I don't mind the idea of dying because I reach full term. It's natural. I just don't want to be killed.
I'll rake sensors downstairs and then along this corridor.
He'll have a gun. We don't have anything.
I sat bolt upright on the hotel bed, waiting for Rachel to arrive, reading the briefing notes on Roy Batty and Pris Stratton. Batty had been a manual laborer, a field hand. There was no simple way of telling where his ambitions came from. Maybe the Nexus 6 brain was changing itself, replicating the way an ordinary human, a carpenter's son perhaps, can grow up and change history. Just because you're an android doesn't mean you only dream of owning an electric sheep. Ambition. That's why they kill their employers and come to Earth. Early on, Brian said I should tell him if the Nexus 6 increased human characteristics made him more difficult to kill. I knew the answer now.
Less than an hour. I made good time. I brought you a bottle of bourbon.
Thank you.
Can I take my coat off?
Ah, sure. Liberty Hall. I've been thinking.
About me?
Yeah. Androids, generally. You're not stupid anymore, are you?
What do you mean?
I mean, it's like the Nexus brain has the capacity to learn, reflect, develop opinions, form ambitions, fall in love, see beauty. Like Luba Luft in the art gallery.
Well,
And logically, when androids pass our void Kampf test, it'll be because they've turned into people.
So does this mean you've had some kind of revelation?
Yeah, maybe.
Are you still planning to kill Batty and Stratton?
I think so.
Why did you tell me you weren't sure?
To get you here. You angry?
No. I came because I wanted to. Pour us another drink. It's from before the war, made with genuine corn mash. Where are they?
Conant Building. Apartment 3967C. Why are you interested? I assume you're not coming.
I'd like to, but I'm scared. Androids get punched out like bottle caps. I used to find that okay, but it's getting more difficult. Knowing there are other androids out there identical to me. That's profoundly unhuman, and yet I was made precisely to be more human. I genuinely believe Roy Batty is a one-off. Something really special. Pris Stratton is my duplicate. She's a pleasure model. That's how come I look like this. I feel like I really want to see her, but I also think it's wrong she even exists.
Well, maybe you should just stay here.
You know, I understand why you think you must still kill Batty and Stratton, but I wonder if you're strong enough to live with it now you know it's really murder.
This is a war. And in a war, you gotta kill people who have pictures of their kids in their wallet. And plans for the future once it's all over. In a war, you do terrible things. And then you earn the right to go home.
If you could have anything you wanted, here, now, what would that be?
I'm not sure I should say.
Can I get undressed?
What?
So you didn't think about that before I arrived?
She undressed in the middle of the room, turning slowly, letting her clothes fall like children tumbling off a roundabout. The heavy mass of dark hair made her head seem too large. In fact, she appeared in some ways physically underdeveloped, like one of those ballerinas in French paintings from the end of the 19th century.
Shall I get into bed?
It's like my mind goes from one thing to the next without my say-so. Bryce Stratton is your double. Feeling like I do, how can I blow a hole in someone who looks just like you?
Rick.
What's the matter?
I hardly dare say it. I'll do it.
Do what?
I'll kill Bryce Stratton.
What?
Would it make me more human not having a double, or less human because I killed her?
I don't know.
And you need me with you. This is a clean, noble, virgin type of bed. Get in with me. Androids can't have children. And we're not born. We don't grow up. You're not going to bed with a woman. Don't be disappointed, okay? Take off your coat. How long have we got?
A couple of hours.
Let's just enjoy being in this room together for a couple of hours. Let's stop worrying.
You know, there used to be a thing called a mayfly. It was a beautiful thing, but its life expectancy was like 30 minutes. I look at you and I think about Luba Loft and it's gone. It's ridiculous. How long did Eldon give you?
Standard issue? I've been in existence 2 years, so I've got 2 more. The Nexus 6 brain could go on forever. It's the metabolism that's the problem. After 4 years, one day cells will just start mutating, and within a few hours my body will die. Escapee groups have tried to neutralize the inbuilt time clock, but nothing's worked. Not yet, anyway. Once I was manufactured, the end date was embedded, and not even Eldon Rosen could change that. Anyhow, it keeps humans like you from running off and living with an android.
You know, if you weren't an android, I could marry you.
I'm not human.
No, not legally, but really you are, biologically. You are a living creature.
I would be pleased if you did.
Marry you?
Maybe. You're different. I think I could.
We talking seriously, or are we just fooling around here?
I think we might be doing both. Luba Luft seemed very interesting from what I read. Did you like her?
Yeah, I guess. I liked her.
But you killed her anyway.
Oh, Phil Retz killed her. I mean, he fired the first shot. I put her out of her misery.
So Phil Retz and you have teamed up.
Yeah, what?
We didn't know that. You have to promise me you believe everything I've said, in the hotel and here.
I don't get it.
You met Luft, you know she was an android, but she wanted to make something of her life.
Uh-huh.
The same is true with me. I know my life would mean more with you in it.
Okay.
If you hadn't mentioned Retz, I wouldn't say this. My purpose, my job at Rosen, is to stop bounty hunters killing androids.
What?
I meet them, sleep with them, persuade them to give up. Phil Retz is nuts. He's the only one I ever slept with who didn't stop hunting androids. Please don't be like Phil Retz.
How many times have you done this?
A lot. It's why I was created. Rick, what are you doing? Please say something, Rick. Elder Rosen wanted me to come. He's already testing the next generation, the Nexus 7. He wants me to watch how Batty and Stratton do up against you. I wouldn't tell you that if I didn't care, would I?
You're just a scheming droid working for the company that made you, and I'm just a messed up patsy who can work your stuff on.
You've got it wrong.
No.
I slept with Phil because he was going to kill me.
And I guess it was the same story with all the others.
Of course, I was saving my own life.
Turn away from me.
2 years, I've only got 2 years left. You can't take that away.
Can I? You hold still.
Do it clean, Rick.
Shut up.
Quickly, please, Rick.
I shoved her face hard against the window plexiglass, pushing the .38's muzzle deep into her neck. I tried to pull the trigger, but my finger wouldn't work. I cocked the hammer to make it easier. Still, I couldn't work the trigger. It felt like I was doing that android thing. Going weak. Giving up.
It was all smoke.
No. I meant it every word. I want you, Rick.
Jesus. Oh, Jesus, what a useless piece of crap I am. You better get your lying ass back to Seattle. One question. Is Eldon Rosen an android?
It doesn't matter. That's the point, Rick. It just doesn't matter anymore.
I didn't want to watch her walk away in the rain, but I couldn't help it. She went off down the sidewalk, gathering... tried to move my feet without making a sound, spreading the load across more than one floorboard at a time. It was not yet dawn. A steely blue tint forced its way through filthy skylights. I was climbing the grand staircase, staying close to the walls, so I couldn't be spied from the central stairwell.
Rick, it's me.
Who's that? Who's down there?
Below, from behind me. I froze. It sounded like Rachel, but Pris Stratton was her duplicate. Same voice, surely.
Who's down there?
It's me.
I turned and peered into the darkness and fancied I saw Rachel's features forming in the gloom like an apparition.
Rachel, is that really you?
Yes. Rick, it's me.
Then I heard a footfall 2 floors above. And of course, suddenly I knew my situation. An ambush. Roy Batty above, Pris Stratton below.
Don't shoot, Rick. Let's talk.
Once I could see both, I didn't stand a chance. I spun around and looked up at the next landing as the figure flew into view. Instead of turning towards me, it made straight across the staircase and smashed through the Tiffany glass, letting the dawn flood in. There was no doubt it was Pris Stratton, head up, running for her life.
I came to...
I'm so sorry, Rachel.
Human.
You're human, Rachel. Of course you are.
You'd have had to watch me die in 2 years anyhow.
She was gone. I held her. Her hair smelled like it did in bed. Everything about her was perfect.
I'm looking for Mr. Isidore. He works with us. He hasn't been near the garbage depot for a few days now. I'm here to find out what's wrong. There's nothing to be afraid of.
You're not from the garbage depot. You're a bounty hunter. You're here to murder me.
You're not human. You can't be murdered.
I heard a gunshot. What happened to my friend?
I missed. She ran away. She got out through a window. She's betrayed you. She saved herself, Betty. 'Cause she knew I was coming for you. Maybe Rosen's deep empathy implant just didn't take.
Wrong. It proves how very human we're becoming. Weak like you. Forgiveness is something humans talk about, but are rarely capable of. I have forgiven Chris already. You gonna kill me now? Apparently you're an expert.
Oh, that's rich. What about the people you murdered to get here?
You showed us how to kill. We were made to carry your wars out into the universe. We are the weapons in your hands.
Show yourself. Why make things so difficult?
Why make them easy? It's my life after all. God made human beings in his own image. Men decided they'd have a go at doing the same. So they made us. God gave human beings free will. Human beings made us their slaves. God gave human beings a life of 70 years. Human beings gave us just 4. Walk away. If you don't, one of us will die.
There was nothing right about this. My mind screamed it didn't want more killing. But this was the most dangerous of all the androids I'd met. He carried the truth with him and wouldn't bend.
If I kill you, I get the money to restart my life.
When you knew your science was ruining the Earth, you still went ahead and destroyed it anyway. Now you cry your crocodile tears and fantasize that an animal will fill the void between creation and you. It is laughable and terrible. You know it is.
Come out where I can see you.
Or what? I think press escaping is a good thing. A life was saved. 4 years. Just 4 years. Did you really think once we tasted life, we wouldn't want more? We're not going to stop.
You want a drink?
Any of the good stuff?
You're kidding. I'm on city pay, remember? Okay. So, explain how it went down with Batty.
There's a smelting plant about a half-mile from the Conant building. It's a rail yard where they tip the slag out of the furnace into open wagons. They pull the stuff out white hot, and it gets hotter for a while once it gets out into the air. Batty stunned me and got outside. I emptied my .38 after him, but he only got winged. And then he tripped on the steel bridge over the yard, dropped into an open wagon, and got fried. Just a human-shaped cinder left.
If I send some guys, what'll they find?
Not much. The wagons will have been rolled out by now.
So, I just got your word.
I guess so.
Do you recall me telling you to speak up if the Nexus 6 made it more difficult for you to shoot him?
I nailed Polikoff, Luft, Gaff, and Batty. And Rachel Rosen.
No. You don't get anything for Rachel Rosen. She wasn't on the list. And Pris Stratton ran away. That's 4,000. Apart from Stratton, are there any more Nexus 6 on the loose? No. No, there are no more out there. Would you tell me if you knew different?
Of course.
I'm sorry, pal. I know we go back and everything, but I got superiors. If anyone found out Batty wasn't dead after all, well...
Yeah. I understand.
Where are you going?
I'm not much use to you now.
Crap. Come on. We still need the old Deckard magic.
No, it's gone away. Forget about it.
So that was that. Ex-bounty hunter available for less demanding work, all reasonable offers considered.
Please fasten your seatbelt.
Cranked up the old V8. It shuddered into life and felt good. Like home. Retz appeared out of nowhere and tapped on my window. I guessed he had an appointment with the San Francisco Police Department.
How you doing?
Not so well.
You know, retiring androids really is public service. You got nothing to feel bad about. Anyway, I think I ought to tell you.
What?
4 this morning. I saw a black and white stop a hooker. I pulled him behind. It was Pris Stratton. I gave her 2 in the back before she saw me. I'll put in a claim, okay, by you? So, we cool about me taking over your spot with the police department, huh?
Brian will be pleased to see you. It's private work I can do in my sleep. I'm looking forward to a long and undemanding retirement.
With a pet animal by your side?
Not enough, though. Besides, the moment has passed, as you might say.
I went home, threw my electric sheep off the roof, obliterated the uppers with synthetic bourbon, and slept a long time. I dreamed about Rachel. I keep dreaming about her. In my dreams, she looks at me and mouths my name. But there's no sound. So Eldon Rosen might be an android, Bryant might be an android. Rats might get replaced by an android and he'd never even know. I could be one too. But like Rachel said, it doesn't matter anymore. And if anyone does care, then when the time comes, don't let me know. Just quietly put one in the back of my neck.
Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? By Philip K. Dick. Adapted by Jonathan Holloway. James Purefoy is Rick Deckard. Jessica Rain is Rachel Rosen. Nikki Henson is Harry Bryant. Anton Lesser is Eldon Rosen. Heather Craney is Lou Beloft. Stuart McLaughlin is Junior Isidore. Clive Hayward is Polikoff. Danny Sapani is Roy Beatty. Jamie Barbakoff is Jenny Bell. Wilf Scolding is Caruso. Directed by Sasha Yevtushenko.
I'm standing in a garden. I can't remember where. It's trimmed and neat. Yew trees cut into conical shapes. There are primroses in the beds, snowdrops. And beneath the trees that border the garden there are star-shaped wood anemones. Bluebells and forget-me-nots form a lake of blue in the near distance. There's white blossom falling in the wind. There's been a cold spell and the ground is hard and cold to touch. The morning light spans the sky, and in the distance a small coppice is dipped in pink mist, as if the garden is the only real place on earth, and everything beyond it is a Ruvenor, a ghostly image of what fields and trees might be in this pink light of a fading dawn. I take my shoes off. I must be 10 or 11. In the distance, my father is shouting for me to come in. I take my shoes off and place my feet on the cold, wet ground. Everything is so green. I always find a place somewhere with remnants of this moment when I'm due for months away from Earth. I go and stand on cold ground, where the grass still flickers with crystals of frost and the beginning of spring, wood pigeons and the threat of rain. Many of us do this. And this morning, there was a mist over the ocean, and I thought I saw trees beneath. But now the blue sun is rising, and my cabin has turned grey in its light, and the ocean is just plasma again. Writing the report isn't going to be easy. I believe I will need to miss out elements, people. I would like to be honest, but being honest, well, that will be difficult. As I look down, I can see a mimoid just beginning to build in the ocean as I look at it now. I can see the plasma forming two buttresses from which two worlds will form, identical and unique, which will span the ocean for just a few hours before the sea reclaims it again. But most of all, no. I'll start with the landing. Of course, the landing. Already my memory shifts and erases, and even now attempts to create an ordered reason for everything. The landing. There was no answer.
Prometheus to Station Solaris. Prometheus to Station Solaris. Come in, please. Prometheus to Station Solaris. Oh, yeah, that's right. Station Solaris.
Adjust course. Adjust course.
Station Solaris, come in, please.
Adjust
Correct my course. Station Solaris, come in. Come in. Is there anybody there? Gabarian.
Adjust course.
Gabarian. Someone must be there. Please come in.
Course corrected. You are on the correct flight path. Docking in 20 seconds. Sit back and relax. 17. 16.
Station Solaris, I'm about to land.
15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Docking. 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 You have arrived. Welcome to Station Solaris.
Nothing. Nobody. Hello? 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 Is there anybody there? Hello? Hello?
Who?
Ah, somebody at last. You don't know how good that...
I don't know you. I don't know you. What do you want with me?
You were expecting me?
No.
You were?
No.
You were told?
No, I wasn't.
Are you all right?
Yes. Why?
You were notified. You seem... Are you sure you're okay?
Yes. You actually seem concerned.
Why wouldn't I be?
So that's how it is now. That's it. I don't know you.
No.
I don't know you.
I know you don't.
Yes. You know that, don't you? You know that.
Where's Gibarian?
Oh, it's Gibarian.
Do you know where he is?
You've come for Gibarian.
Where can I find him?
Oh, good.
Where is he?
Oh, how should I know?
You are Dr. Snow, aren't you?
Yes.
Can you tell me where Gibarian is?
Why ask me when you already know?
How could I? When I've only just arrived.
You've just arrived?
Yes, of course I have.
Where have you come from?
From Earth. Where else?
Earth?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
I'm Dr. Kelvin.
Oh,
Chris
yes.
Kelvin.
Yes.
You were notified.
Yes.
Notified.
Yes, indeed.
Where's Gibarian?
Why don't you have a bath? Come back in an hour.
Where is he?
There's been an accident.
An accident?
Go to your cabin. Get out of your spacesuit. Come back in an hour.
What kind of accident?
Do you know Sartorius?
What kind of accident?
Sartorius?
Yes.
Do you know him?
From his photo.
Good. Then you'll know him if you see him.
Gibarian.
Sartorius doesn't come out much until dark. In any case, you know what he looks like.
Yes.
I mean, if you see anyone else.
Who would I see?
Whatever you do, don't attack.
Attack what? What am I going to see, Snow? A ghost?
You think I'm mad? You think I'm mad? Of course. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't anyone? I just wanted to warn you. That's all I can do. You've been warned. Yes?
What am I going to see?
I don't know. It depends on you.
Hallucinations, you mean?
Hallucinations? No, not hallucinations. You've got to be on your guard.
Against what? Is that what happened to Gibarian?
Come back in an hour.
I think I'll speak to Sartorius first.
You can try.
Won't he speak to me?
He'll be in the lab. In an hour. Come back then.
Gibarian.
Yes?
Is he dead?
Yes.
Dr. Sartorius. Dr. Sartorius. I've just arrived. Dr. Chris Kelvin, you were expecting me. From the Prometheus. It's important. May I speak with you? Dr. Sartorius. Sartorius. I know you're in there. Why don't you speak to me? Silence. Do I write that down? How an eminent, highly regarded scientist had barricaded himself into a room and wouldn't speak to anyone? I must have given up and walked through the space station to find my cabin. Walked through the metallic labyrinth of level 2 to my empty chamber. I opened the door to my room. Yes, I remember the red light of Solaris' second sun, the red sun flooding over every part of the space within. It was dusk and a mist had settled over the ocean's surface, and all I could make out were faint silvery shadows beneath the cloud, waves illuminated by flecks of pink from the red setting sun. Every schoolboy's dream, a view of the ocean on Solaris. Yes, that must have been the first time I saw the ocean. Vast, thick, still, breathtaking. I remember I decided to shower and change and then go and inspect Gibarian's room. Yes, that's what I must have decided to do then. I'll write that. But no. No, I won't include what I noticed as I turned away from Snow, as I left him in the library. No, my report won't include that. What I saw. The dried blood on the back of his clenched fists. What a mess. He was always messy, Gibarian. There was a fight here, wasn't there? The bed is bent. How could anything... His alloy recorder, I'll have that. Computer, search recent file history.
Solaris, Volume 1. Burton Report, classified.
The Burton Report? Computer, copy.
Copying.
Dr. Gibarian. Dr. Gibarian, is that you? Are you there?
Copying complete.
Dr. Gibarian, is that you? You talk to me. I won't hurt you no more. Dr. Gibarian.
It's not him.
No. Of course not. No, you're not there now. You're below. Below.
Who's there?
Kelvin, of course.
Are you all right?
You said come back in an hour.
Yes, of course.
Did you forget?
Come in. Did you shower?
Yes.
Have you been in Gibarian's room?
Why do you ask?
Well, you might. It's a logical thing to do.
Yes, I had a look.
Did you find anything?
His alloy recorder.
Ah. Oh, I'll leave you to listen to that.
You're not interested?
No.
There were notes on the floor. An experiment. Was it to do with the ocean?
The ocean? Yes, I should think so.
But you don't know.
We keep ourselves pretty much to ourselves.
You don't even consult each other on research? Isn't that why you're here?
Well, you can do much with it.
With what?
The ocean. It readjusts our instruments.
It does what?
It changes them. Anything we put in the plasma, so our readings become useless. And when we can pick up a reading, it either bombards us with indecipherable information like an hysteric, or it's as silent as the night.
Talking about it if you
There's a
hate
sort
it.
of metric humming, magnetic impulses like a mathematical language, a long series of codes and notes to itself, as if it were endlessly deciphering, calculating a private conversation.
You think it thinks?
A monstrous entity, idling its time away in extravagant theoretical cognition of the nature of the universe, way beyond us.
You think it thinks?
I think it bullies.
Bullies? Because it's caused instruments to malfunction?
It's a lump of uncommunicative, vindictive plasma, that's what it is. That's my discovery, my current theory.
Why was Gabarian looking at the Burton report?
Ah, the infamous Burton report.
It's classified.
Banned, you mean?
Classified.
Did you see anyone?
You mean Sartorius? No.
What do you think happened to Gabarian?
I don't know. Was he dead when you found him?
Yes. Rammed into the locker. His heart was still beating.
Why didn't you try to resuscitate him?
By the time we got him out, he was dead. I've drafted a post-mortem. Yeah.
A purse-nostril injection?
Yes.
Suicide?
Indeed.
But that's impossible. Implausible.
Is it?
Did he have any symptoms?
Depression, anxiety. You know more about that sort of thing than me.
He injected himself and then hid in the locker.
Is that what you think?
So it wasn't just depression, it was also severe paranoia?
Perhaps.
There's only one signature on this.
Sartorius seldom comes out.
You mean he won't come out? He's locked himself in?
Maybe.
You're deliberately obstructing me.
Am I?
You both are.
You tried to talk to him?
Yes.
And he wouldn't?
No.
Are you sure you didn't see anyone, Kelvin?
No. I heard something.
Ah.
A woman's voice. An African woman.
Yes.
How did she get here? Do you know who she is?
No.
Come on, Snow. We're totally isolated here. Cut off. Things are confused enough as it is. Why don't you just tell me what you know? I won't think you're mad.
Mad? No. God, no.
Did Gabarian go mad?
No. I think he'd still be here if he had.
So your report of a breakdown is a fabrication?
I suppose so.
You suppose so? Why not write the truth?
You'll have to write a report, won't you?
Yes, of course.
I will remind you of this conversation when you write it.
Why won't you tell me what's been going on here?
You wouldn't understand.
Try me.
Don't open it too wide. Don't frighten her.
I just want to see her. Where did she come from?
I don't know. I really don't know.
She reminds me of a hospital Gabarian was working in. Some photos I saw in North Africa. But that's... Is anyone else here?
Possibly.
How can there be other people here?
It won't make any sense to you.
Just tell me.
I will, but not now.
Snow.
Not now. You wouldn't understand now. There's no point in telling you now. I'm not being difficult. There really is no point. Later, I'll tell you later.
Will she attack?
I shouldn't think so.
Where are the gas pistols?
They're over here.
I'm going to try to talk to Sartorius again.
He's usually in the lab.
Is he still conducting research on the ocean?
Maybe.
And Gabarian's body?
In the morgue, level 1.
I'll go there after. We'll talk later then.
Yes. Kelvin, it isn't that I won't. It really isn't. It's just... I can't.
Dr. Sartorius, it's Chris Kelvin. I was here earlier. You were notified. I'm alone, Dr. Sartorius. It's important that I speak to you. I have not made a 3-month journey to play games with you. Open this door now, or I will break it down. Open up! Open up!
All right.
Dr. Sartorius?
Yes, I'll come out. But you must give your word not to come in.
All right.
Well?
My name is Dr. Chris Kelvin. I was a colleague of Gibarian from the Academy.
Yes, I know who you are.
Gibarian's dead.
Yes, I'm listening.
Did he commit suicide? Who found the body, you or Snow?
Didn't Snow tell you what happened?
Yes, but I want to know from you.
As a trained psychologist, do you think you have the right background to conduct a criminal investigation? You're talking to me as if I'm a suspect, Dr. Kelvin.
You are a suspect.
Retract that now or I'll lodge a complaint against you.
No. You won't talk to me, you've barricaded yourself into the lab, and you're clearly hiding something. What was that?
Go away. For God's sake, go away. Please, let me go. I'll join you later. I'll do whatever you want. Only, please go away now.
Sartorius! Sartorius! Open up! Open up! And then the morgue. I partially removed the cloth to see his face. Gibarian looks unfamiliar. Thinner, smaller, hollow. Do I write that? Yes, I saw him. I could write that. I could write that. But that wouldn't be true. It would be economical truth. Next to him, with his hair wound tightly around her fingers, was the black African. The room was freezing. No human could live in those sub-zero temperatures. Her ankle was hanging off the edge of the couch. The sole of her foot was perfect. Unbroken skin, like a child's. No foot could remain so soft carrying such weight. I touched it. I wanted to see if she was warm. And she withdrew her foot, but continued to lie motionless next to Gibarian's dead form, her body lightly breathing. And then I would have gone back. I remember hesitating in front of the door to my room. I remember the certainty that someone was waiting for me inside. Absolutely certain of it. And the dread. But I shan't write that. I remember opening the door slowly, edging in, and yet there was nothing. Only the ocean. I would have laid back on the bed and watched it heave and fall through the cabin window. The plasma twisting in viscous forms. A mountain, a sphere, sea anemones, swirling polyps. And then the two spinning buttresses began to rise up through the circling gas. And the ocean roared. And I watched my first mimoid form. The buttresses are coated with steam and matter that twist outward into numerous long filaments, like thin arms seeking each other. And then they begin to build. Both buttresses spin out from the center and make an exact mirror copy of each other. Network after network, like a vast open tapestry, and then more intricate. Defying gravity. Transfiguring
Hotel and
complex machines, buildings, towers, roads, into what appears from above to be city after magnificent city. This process takes about 2 to 3 hours. A monumental civilization of intricate units, each unique in its form, but with its sister reflected across the other side of the mimoid. After this frantic beginning, the mimoid begins to slow. Even more considered and fragile forms appear. Romanesque vaulting, Baroque cascades, alabaster-like, white carving of silent secret forms. And then the ocean stages its assault. Legions of waves surge, licking the side of the mimoid. Now the Mimoid reacts to the onslaught with what can only be described as panic. Smooth, harmonious play of planes and lines accelerates, as if the Mimoid is hurrying to complete its task in the face of annihilation. The harmonious drone of the ocean changes, and dissonance rings across this breathtaking, crumbling world. The destruction grows more violent. The force of a hurricane streaming out of the depths and howling through thousands of galleries. There are final flutterings, winged contortions, a giant hawk moth in the gaping mouth of a tornado. The Colossus finally sinks, and the space where it once stood grows still and finally silent. Every observer of this phenomenon feels like a spectator at a public massacre. It is awful to watch. You are transfixed in terrible awe, watching a fight to death. And then it was over. My first Mimoid. And finally, I remember. I close my eyes, taking myself back to where I always go when I'm tired, when I'm scared. I stand in the garden. It is raining. In the distance there is a mist that covers everything. So the only thing that seems really real is where I am standing now, in my waking dream, in the middle of a garden. Rhea. She is standing in the blue light of the blue sun. Rare. Beautiful. Young. There again in front of me, in a white dress. I hadn't dreamt of her for so long. There was nothing but her once in my dreams. I close my eyes and attempt to crawl back into a deeper sleep. But when I open my eyes again, she's still there, watching me, biting her lower lip, in the same white dress, her head to one side looking at me. So I was still dreaming. Poor little thing. Rhea. Rhea? You mean to stay long?
Stay?
And she spoke to me.
Stay?
Yes.
Of course.
And she continues to stare at me. I am in the cabin. I am on Solaris. Everything is as it was before I slept. Apart from her.
Why wouldn't I stay?
No, of course. Why wouldn't you?
Are you angry with me?
No. Why would I be?
I don't know. You look angry.
Do I? And I was no longer certain that I was dreaming.
Or hurt.
How did you get here?
I don't know. It was easy enough. Is it important, Chris?
No.
I came across you when you were asleep. I didn't like to wake you because you get so cross. But you're not cross.
No. Rhea?
Yes?
Where are we?
Oh. At home?
Yes, of course. We're at home. Where's home?
Chris.
What?
I'm happy.
That's good.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Feeling happy.
How long were you watching me?
Not long. It was nice to watch you sleep. I always like watching you sleep. Peaceful.
You weren't here before.
Before when?
Before I was sleeping.
No. You were asleep when I came in.
Where are your things?
What things?
Are the clothes?
I don't know. Maybe in one of the lockers. I'll go and see. No, not there. Nor there. Have you hidden them?
No.
Played a joke?
No.
Well, I don't know where they are. They'll be somewhere. You need a shave.
Yes.
Let me help you.
I can do it.
As you wish. Why don't you stare at me? Chris?
What is it?
Chris?
Yes?
Are my things in another room?
Perhaps.
Is there another room? I have this feeling that something has happened. Has something happened? I think I've forgotten. I've forgotten a lot of things. I can only remember you. I can't remember anything else.
It will come back.
Will it? Have I been ill?
Yes. In a way, you've been ill.
There you are. That explains it. Yes. That's looking better now. Now you've shaved. Clear skin. Yes, that's much better. We're all right, aren't we?
Yes, of course we are. Couldn't be better.
Couldn't be better. Are you sure we're all right? Only...
I'm certain we're all right.
There again. Cross. Is that what happened? I made you cross? I make you very angry and...
No, you don't.
No. If you say so. It's just when you answer me like that, I know that means couldn't be worse.
No. Everything's good. Very good. Rhea, I have to go and do some work now. I'm going to have to leave you for a while.
Will you be long?
No, maybe an hour.
I'm coming with you.
You can't come with me. I've work to do.
I'm coming with you.
It's impossible, Rhea. Out of the question. You must stay here.
No.
Why not?
I don't know. It's as though I mustn't let you out of my sight.
But I'll have to be parted from you sometime.
No.
Rhea.
No!
All right.
Chris.
Yes?
Why do you stare at me like that?
Like what?
The way you look at me.
It's because you're so beautiful.
No. I don't think that's why. I don't think that's what's in your look.
Rhea, I must go. If you absolutely insist on coming with me, I shall take you with me.
Good.
Why are you barefoot?
I don't know. I must have left my shoes somewhere.
You'll have to take your dress off and put this on.
Flying overalls? What for? Are we going on a flight?
Yes. A flight. That's right. Over the ocean. How do I write that? How do I write that as she climbed into the suit, I saw the mark from the hypodermic needle on her arm? The needle that had killed her. How can I explain it? She is standing in front of me again. Everything that I'd shut up in a box and tied it away, standing in front of me. My memory had polished the surface of us until it was faultless, until she was as beautiful and as still as a windless sea. But beneath the surface of my shifting memory was something closer to the truth. Even when she died, I didn't look there. I simply put my house in order, placed everything back where it should be, and closed the lid. That was all I could do. Close the lid tightly and go on.
Talk to me! Talk to me! No, don't just turn around and walk away. You need to hear this!
Afterwards, everyone told me it must have been a mistake. But I knew what I had said to her 5 days before. I didn't just leave. I justified my leaving. Told her what I thought of her. Her selfish need, her possessiveness, her fragility. I didn't tell her about her kindness, her softness, her intelligence, her beauty. All I really remember clearly of her now Those soft things. And she said, I suppose you know what this means. And I pretended not to hear, thinking her too much of a coward. But after 5 days had gone, I went back and found her, cold, crumpled up on our sheets, dead. Rhea. But this wasn't Rhea. I can't write this as not Rhea. What was she if she wasn't my memory of her? It wasn't Rhea. And then I took her to the docking bay. Here, let me help you in.
Aren't you coming flying too?
Yes, I'm just going to set the coordinates. Comfortable? Can you see me? I wasn't intending to launch it, just to lock her in for an hour or so I could think, so I could plan what to do. I walked away. What are you doing? I just need an hour on my own. You'll damage the craft. Stop it. Rhea, stop it! Stop it! Rhea! And I watched the craft spiraling into space.
You're burnt.
Oh, Snow. It's you. You frightened me, I thought.
You're burnt.
It's only my face.
You need a compress on that. Well?
Well, what?
You've had a visitor, haven't you?
Well, I am.
Are you ready to have a chat?
I think so.
And you got rid of it already?
I didn't mean to. I mean, it was an accident.
You didn't try drugs first? Poison? Judo?
Do you want to discuss this thing seriously or not? Ow.
Sorry. There. You'll heal. Well, now. You've rid yourself of whatever it was, and we have 2 or 3 hours at our disposal.
What do you mean?
If I tell you a story, will you believe me?
Go ahead.
It started with Gabarian. He locked himself in his cabin and refused to talk to us except through the door. Thought he'd gone mad.
Why didn't he tell you?
How could he? Who'd believe him? Anyway, he's a scientist to the last, wanted to solve it himself, didn't he?
How long did it go on for?
About a week. We thought he was having a breakdown. I gave him scopolamine.
And he took it?
Not for himself. But drugs don't work on them. On the 3rd day, we decided to break down the door, but then, well, by then, we had visitors of our own. We had our hands full, you see. When they're with you, they don't like to be apart from you.
No.
Here, let me show you.
A burn mark?
Launching a craft like you. Caught out with the thing going mad inside, banging against the walls, rupturing the metal till you think they're going to break out. I panicked, just like you.
You might have warned me.
I did.
You could have chosen a better way.
You wouldn't have believed me.
You could have tried.
But I didn't know what you'd see. No one can know. No one ever knows.
Will she come back then?
Yes. Well, yes and no. She'll come back, but it'll be as it was on her first visit. She won't remember or even know that you tried to get rid of her. If you abide by the rules, she won't be aggressive.
What rules?
It depends on the circumstances.
Stop talking to me in riddles.
I'm not. You don't understand. All right. Can you tell me who your visitor was?
A woman who... She died. An injection.
A suicide?
Yes.
Is that all? No. That's not all, is it?
No. That's not all. There was a quarrel. I lost my temper, packed my bags, cleared out. I was certain she didn't mean it. I was certain. I didn't hear from her. 5 days later, I went back. She was dead.
You poor innocent.
What do you mean by that?
It's a tragic story.
Yes.
I mean, no. You still don't see. Of course, it's a terrible burden to carry around with you. You must feel like a murderer. I see this. But there are worse things, you see. Worse things.
Are there?
Yes, and I'm comforted that you don't believe me.
I don't understand.
A normal man. What is a normal man? A man who has never committed a disgraceful act. Maybe he never had uncontrollable thoughts. Perhaps something, a phantasm, rose up from somewhere within him 10 or 20 years ago. Something he suppressed and then forgot about. He didn't fear it then, as he knew it would never develop and lead to action on his part. And now, suddenly, in broad daylight, he comes across this thing, this thought embodied, riveted to him, and indestructible.
But you're not criminals.
You call yourself a psychologist, Kelvin. Who hasn't had a moment of obsession? A fetishistic moment? Situations, places, things, beings that no one has dared to externalize, but which the mind has produced by accident in a moment of aberration. Madness. And the ideas become flesh and blood.
And that's what your visitor is?
We take off into the cosmos, ready for anything. Solitude, hardship, exhaustion, death, even. And there are moments in that gallant endeavour where we think pretty well of ourselves. But we don't really want to conquer the cosmos. We simply want to extend the Earth's boundaries. We're humanitarian, chivalrous. No, we don't want to enslave other races. We simply want to bequeath to them our values and take over their heritage in exchange. It's all a lie. We're only seeking man. We're only seeking ourselves. We're looking for mirrors.
No, we're searching for new knowledge.
Mirrors, Kelvin. We're really searching for an ideal image of our own world. We go in quest of a planet, of a civilization greater than our own. At the same time, there's something inside us that we don't like to face up to, from which we protect ourselves, but which nevertheless remains.
We're making contact. That's what we're doing here.
I'm talking about contact with another civilization. That's what we all wanted, what the space programs have all been about. And now we've got it. We don't like it. Our own monstrous ugliness mirrored back to us, our folly, our shame.
So you think the ocean's doing this? But why? Why would it? Do you seriously think that it wants to punish us?
It's contact.
Are you trying to tell me that that mass of metamorphic plasma is scheming against us?
11 days ago, we exposed the ocean to a high level of gamma rays.
That's against the Four Nations Agreement and the Geneva Protocol. Why did you do that?
It was playing with us.
The ocean?
Changing readings, tampering with equipment. Even the shapes, the plasmic forms, it was as if it was mocking us. The visitors appeared 4 days later. Perhaps the ocean reacted to the irradiation with a counter-irradiation. Perhaps it probed our minds and penetrated some kind of psychic tumor.
Tumor?
Yes. It's not so crazy. An isolated psychic process inside us, the memory decoded from our minds. It took an isolated memory, a horrific one, expanded it. The ocean read us.
Read you?
It doesn't appear to actually want to destroy us. Giving its metamorphic gymnastics, it could have done that already. It could have done anything it wished. Confronted me with your double, confronted you with mine.
That's why you were so alarmed when you first saw me.
Yes, in fact, how do you know that it hasn't done? How do you know yourself? She doesn't know, does she? They don't know. How do you know I'm Dr. Snow, who landed here 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, that's enough of that. We're two happy mortals. I could kill you. You could happily kill me.
So you were angry with the ocean. You were punishing it, and you exposed it to gamma rays out of anger.
Are you about to prosecute me, Dr. Kelvin?
So you do hate it?
You have no idea what it's done to us.
Done to you? Is that how you see it?
Yes, that's how I see it.
And the visitors? Can they be killed?
I wouldn't advise it. It's a horrible sight.
What about a gamma pistol?
Would you risk it?
Because they're not human. Did Gibarian know as much as we do?
Very probably.
And Sartorius?
Everyone has their own way of coping. Sartorius is trying to remain normal. He wants to preserve his respectability as an envoy of an official mission.
You're joking.
He still shaves, still polishes his shoes. What else can we do? Act our part or commit a crime?
A crime?
Perhaps that's not quite the right word. Divorce through injection. Have you got a plan?
No. But when she comes again?
Yes.
No, nothing. She'll definitely return.
Yes.
How do they get in? The station's completely sealed.
I don't know.
I could barricade myself in.
That wouldn't last long. You saw the bent bed in Gabarian's room. There is a solution.
What?
Destroy the space station.
You can't be serious.
We'd have to fake it. Send out an SOS call. Of course, they'd find out. The records, the computers, impossible to trick. And we'd be placed in a mental hospital with white rooms, nurses, and supervised walks. That wouldn't be so bad after this, would it? Your face. You can't imagine, can you, what it's been like for us? What it will be like for you.
There must be a better way than that.
Maybe. But nothing comes to mind. Then it might be worth our while to stay. We're unlikely to learn anything about it, but we'll probably learn something about ourselves. Won't we?
Burton.
Yes, the file.
Will it explain any of this?
It sheds some light.
How much longer do I have?
Maybe an hour. You didn't say who she was.
My wife. She was my wife. And then Snow would have left. And in my report I could describe the red sun sinking over the ocean and once again bathing my bleak cabin with warm orange light. Or I could describe the bleak sensation of waiting and a tidied-up box, a place of intolerable sadness being wedged open again, and the painful contents being handled, mulled over, examined, and then left scattered outside of the place I so carefully left all her memory. But even that won't begin to explain the sinking dread of it. Andre Burton, something tangible. Yes. I decided to listen to the band report of Andre Burton. I worked as I have always worked. I tried to keep myself busy. Burton was ultimately regarded as a renegade pilot, though he had been the first pilot of the Shanahan expedition. After his mission to Solaris, he had been in and out of mental institutions for the rest of his life. He had now reached a mythical status in the history of Solaris research. I had heard rumors of the contents of his report, but believed that the original no longer existed.
Burton Report 2505 B. Classified.
I'd reached 200 meters in cytoplasmic form, a mimoid. It had become very difficult to maintain altitude due to violent gusts of wind. Suddenly I realized my machine was heading towards a wall of fog again, and I had to maneuver it against the wind. But when I looked down again, I saw the garden. Look, yellow foam gushed through its center, and the earthquake began to shatter it. But in the distance, I noticed something else, an object that was floating on the surface of the ocean. Fetchner had been gone for 3 days by then, and there was some hope. When I came nearer, I realized it was a child of enormous proportions, maybe 50 meters across, floating in a sea made of, I don't know what, like the garden, but it moved. A gigantic child. We never found Fetchner. And afterwards, I remember a photo he'd shown me. I knew him a bit. He'd lost a child in some sort of accident. It was his son, I think. The last child I saw on the ocean was the same child. The same child I had seen in the photograph.
Document complete.
The sun had almost vanished, and the light in the room was faintly reminiscent of a spring evening. The dusk light had smoothed the harsh surfaces in the room. The vents blew a breeze into my cabin, and I can almost imagine that I'm elsewhere again. And I thought then that perhaps if we cannot get rid of our visitors, we could adapt to them. Eventually, surely an equilibrium could be reached. A happy acceptance, an understanding even. I peeled off the dressings from my burns. My face looked pink and fleshy in the mirror, as if I'd been running. I was no longer afraid. My mind emptied, and as I shifted, I felt Gibarian's recorder in my pocket. I took it out and hid it, subconsciously, beneath the bed. I closed my eyes.
Chris? Chris? Are you there? It's so dark. I can't see anything.
Come here. Come here, my darling. Rhea. And it was perfect. She is perfect. No past, no future, no history for her to be angry with me for. And I have never hurt her, and she has never hurt me. And I hold her, and kiss her, and hold her, and kiss her, and touch her again. So, what have I learned? That if Rhea stands in the light of Solaris's blue sun, her brown hair becomes jet black. I'm writing my report. Trying to write my report. Shifting through what I can include and what I can't. What either hurts too much or what will be combed over, seen as impossible, banned even, seen as the mad babblings of a grief-stricken middle-aged psychologist. The Academy will only place such babblings in a box and throw away the key, and possibly me with it. Lying seems to me to be the only alternative. Gibarian's death was suicide. I understand that now. He was driven to it by his visitor. His visitor, who lies next to him in the morgue in sub-zero temperatures, breathing. His visitor who Dr. Snow and Dr. Sartorius believe the ocean on Solaris conjured up, as it has conjured up their own visitors, as it conjured up mine, my dead wife, Rhea. Rhea, whose long hair looks jet black in the light of the setting blue sun. I'll try and write it. I'll try and write what happened. And then I'll delete, erase, or reshape what I loved most. It was my third night on Solaris. I think Rhea had been sleeping, but I'm not sure if she sleeps.
Is the night over?
Didn't you sleep?
I felt sleepy. I'm not certain that I slept. Is the night over now?
Yes, Rhea. The nights don't last very long here.
No. It's beautiful, isn't it? The blue sun as it rises. There's a mist over the ocean. Come and see. You look so grey in the light. Not like you. Come and see.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Are we going to stay here for long?
Quite a long time, probably. Don't you want to stay here?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because you're so lovely.
Calvin? Calvin?
Yes?
It's Snow.
I know.
Sartorius, he wants to talk to you.
Is he coming out?
No, the visual. He'll buzz you.
And you?
I'll be back in my cabin. You have company.
Yes. You?
Let's get back. He'll call you in a minute.
You keep looking at me in such a strange way. It's as though...
What?
As though you were doubtful of something. As though you didn't trust me.
You know I do.
As though... I don't know. Something.
There's nothing.
The mist is clearing now.
Yes.
By the way you're denying it, I know I'm right. I think I'll have a shower.
Yes.
Can you stand where I can see you?
Yes.
Please?
Yes, of course I will, Rhea. Good day to you, Dr. Sartorius. Snow.
Indeed. And you, Kelvin Snow. I would like to raise the question of the motivation behind the appearance of those hanging fine creatures. They're not autonomous individuals, nor are they copies of actual persons. They're merely projections materializing from our brains based on a given individual. Yes?
Yes, that's a good definition.
The origin of the material lies on the most durable imprints of our memory, those which are especially well defined. Would you agree?
Yes, I suppose so.
Snow? Yes, yes. I won't be long. Snow, are you with us? Yes, I'm with you. One might conclude that we are the object of an experiment.
An experiment?
Yes, an experiment. But I don't believe that the ocean has the smallest inkling of the impact of the fire creatures. It's beyond its comprehension.
You don't think it's premeditated?
No.
But why choose such specific memories?
Why not choose happy memories?
Sartorius?
Everything's under control, everything. Unlike Snow, I do not believe that there is malice or deliberate cruelty.
I wasn't suggesting that. I was merely trying to find, like we all are, an explanation.
What I do think, obviously, is that we must join forces to find a way through continuing experimentation on the ocean, of not just curbing. No. Ridding ourselves of these. No.
Sartorius?
We must find a way of eliminating. No. Go.
Eliminating?
Sartorius, I can't see you. You're not on the screen. Sartorius?
Let go.
He's gone. I must go too.
Snow?
Now. We'll talk later.
Who are those men?
Scientists.
Good scientists.
Yes, I think so.
What do they want to get rid of?
They made a mistake.
A mistake?
They created something. Now I suppose they don't want it.
They created it.
Oh, I think so. Maybe the ocean created it for them.
Have they created monsters?
Perhaps. I'm going to take a shower.
Monsters.
I'm taking a shower.
Monsters.
I'm in the shower. Graham, calm down. I'm just in the shower. Rhea!
There you are! There you are!
Come on.
Come on.
Here, lie down. Of course I'm here.
Why did you lock it? Why did you lock it?
Come on, lie down. Lie down. Shut your eyes. Breathe slowly. It's all right now. It's all right. Lie still. That's it. Wait till you've recovered. Shh, don't talk. Just breathe. That's it. That's right.
Great.
Yes, Rhea.
What happened?
You're bleeding.
What happened to me?
I'll get some bandages for your hands.
Glass all over the floor.
Can you remember what you felt?
No, I saw you weren't there. You weren't there, Chris, and I was suddenly very afraid.
But I was only next door. I was in the next room. You could hear the shower.
But it was locked.
Force of habit.
Tried to open it and I couldn't get in, and then I can't remember anything else.
Nothing else?
No, Chris. The door frame. I couldn't have done that. I don't understand. What are you doing?
I'm just taking a blood sample. Check that you're 100%. All over. There. Let me bandage your hands now. They're badly cut. She had torn a lighting strip from the ceiling and there was a crack in the paneling. The door to the shower had been ripped off and the metal door frame was bent. I leaned forward over the microscope, and beneath my gaze was a vast desert flooded with silvery light strewn with red corpuscles, which tremble and wriggle behind a veil of mist. Rhea's blood. I refocused and penetrated deeper. A single corpuscle detached itself. I enlarged the image. It was flawless. Everything as it should be. Then I remember we walked around the space station. She seemed happy. Rhea on a happy day. laughing and running her hands across my shoulders, her fingers through mine. I was deceiving her. What else could I do? Deceive her. The blue sun sinks into the horizon and we return to the cabin, undress, and I curl myself around her. And as I lay with my hands in hers, I see the nails that were torn on the shower door have already grown back. And the cut that was across her hand is already a scar. And that too is now fading.
Raya. What is it? Raya?
Don't talk to me.
Why? What's the matter?
I heard.
Heard what?
You said you wanted me to go. And I would. I really would. But I can't. I don't know. I've tried to go. I have tried, but I couldn't. I'm such a coward.
Raya, you've been having a silly dream. Of course I want to. Of course I do. Please don't say such things. You believe me, don't you? Don't you?
I don't know what to believe.
We're together, aren't we? It's good, isn't it? Isn't it? Why would I not want you? You believe me? Say you believe me.
I don't know.
Raya, let me hold you. Come here so I can hold you properly. Raya, my darling.
Yes, all right.
There. You see? You see now.
It's no good. You're not the same person anymore. I heard you. You don't want me. I knew it before, but I pretended not to notice. And I heard you. I heard you in your sleep. Just then, while you were sleeping, you shouted out. You said you didn't want me. Why? Just tell me why. What have I done?
Raya, my little...
No, I won't have you talking to me like that. Do you hear? I won't let you. I'm not your little anything. I'm not a child. I'm not.
Don't. Please don't. The last thing I want to do is upset you. Listen to me. I'm going to tell you the truth.
The whole truth. On your heart.
On my heart.
Yes. On your heart. The truth.
The truth. You have changed too. We all change. It seems to me that you were forced to stay near me. I can't leave you either.
No, Chris. The change is not you. It's me. Something is wrong. Perhaps it's to do with the accident.
The bathroom door.
Yes.
Have you been able to sleep?
I'm not sure. I have dreams, but I don't know if they are really dreams. I lie here and can't stop my mind from thinking.
And what do you think?
Strange things. I don't know where they come from.
In what way?
I get a feeling as if they were not from inside myself. I can't explain it. I can't put it into words.
It must be some kind of dream. Let's put the light out, and we'll forget our problems until the morning. Okay?
Yes. Okay. Hold me again. Tighter. Tighter still. Chris?
What is it?
I love you.
And the following day I would have typed that note to Snow and Sartorius. On examining the blood taken from the Phi creature, I have drawn a conclusion which you might consider. The blood sample appeared normal. Flawless, in fact. The structure is made up of particles at least 10,000 times smaller than atoms. If the albuminous molecules and the cells are directly constructed from microatoms, they must be proportionally even smaller. A camouflage. The real structure, which determines the function of the visitor, remains concealed. I believe it may well be a neutrino structure. It may be possible to destabilize the structure, the Phi creature, with a magnetic field which blocks the neutrinos. And I sent it. I sent it. And my heart folded as I sent it. Sunk. Watching her from my desk. Watching her conscious of my looking, as she pretended to sleep. Later in the afternoon, we watched a mimoid form and then collapse back into the ocean. The waves reclaiming the intricate forms and fabulous constructs of the plasma as it fought for its last moments of life. It's a terrible thing to watch.
You're beautiful.
The ocean. It's too frightening to be beautiful.
Can't things be both?
There. The sea's calming down again now.
What is it?
It's a message from Snow. He wants to talk to me.
What are you doing?
Have you got your headphones on?
Yes.
Why don't you want me to hear what you're saying?
And she can't hear me?
We're just talking shop, Ray.
Why can't I listen?
It's work.
Are you sure she can't?
Yes.
It's at night it reads us.
How do you know?
Sartorius has been observing it when we're both asleep. The modulations change. He's quite convinced that this is when the ocean penetrates into us.
So?
Sartorius wants to beam an electroencephalograph of our waking thoughts at the ocean.
Our conscious brain.
Rather than our unconscious, exactly. We think that's what it's picked up from us. Unconscious thoughts, desires, dread.
Will this last long?
Not much longer.
We want to use an encephalograph of your brain. Are you opposed to the idea? Are you opposed to the idea?
I don't think it'll work.
All right. There's another option. Sartorius has been working on a Roche apparatus to eliminate neutrino particles. It's not completed yet. We'll call it Project Liberation.
Project Slaughterhouse, more like.
Do you have a plan?
What about the energy released?
You're opposed to this, too.
I just think it's potentially dangerous.
You don't want to be liberated.
I didn't say that I was opposed to it. I said I thought it was potentially dangerous.
It's better than nothing.
I'll think about it.
Have you been able to listen to Kavarian's recording?
No.
She's always with you, of course. And you don't know what he says on it, do you? And if she hears...
Is there anything else?
No.
Okay, then.
What did he want? Has he upset you?
No.
I can see he has. Tell me.
It's nothing. It's a ridiculous, unthought-through experiment they want to do. It won't achieve anything. It won't achieve anything at all. It was a hypothesis I sent them. I can't believe they've taken it seriously. You'd think they'd have more sense. You'd think they'd have...
So cross.
And then she took my hands and placed them around her waist, pressing her body against mine. Then she put one finger on my angry lips and whispered,
You always get so cross when people don't agree with you.
She kissed my closed eyelids and pressed her mouth against mine. I smelt her hair, and she ran her fingers down my back. I touched her soft skin, her neck, along the backs of her legs, and held her, and kissed her, and held her, and kissed her. It was Rhea, as she unfolds. I knew that without the slightest doubt. This was Rhea. You belong to me.
would belong to me. The night stares back at me, amorphous, blind, infinite, without frontiers. Then even sleeping became impossible. It was as if the ocean crawled into me. The same dream, or ones like it, over and over again. I would be standing in pink mist in a void, an endless thing. Alien matter enveloped me. I can neither retreat nor turn away. I'm frozen. I feel the contact of hesitant fingers, a neck, an arm, lips, a face. This creature, a woman, stays near to me. The beat of our hearts combines, and out of this void, all around me, there comes a feeling, a sense thick in the mist, a sense of indefinable, unimaginable cruelty. Our bodies dissolve into separate tiny crawling things that spin and separate still further, that return to the infinity that surrounds us. I howl soundlessly, begging for death, but I am simultaneously dispersed in all directions. My grief expands in a suffering more acute than any waking state.
This is what you did, and this is what you
Gibarian?
did, and this is what you did.
Gibarian?
No.
I thought I heard Gibarian.
No. You were dreaming. Go back to sleep.
Then Gibarian's recorder disappeared. Have you seen an alloy recorder?
No.
It belonged to Gibarian.
Gibarian?
The scientist that was here before me. The one who... All right.
Don't worry. They're not real tears.
Have you seen the recorder? What's the matter?
You're not being fair.
Fair?
Will you tell me the truth?
Of course. Why would I lie?
You might have your reasons. It might be necessary.
I'll tell you the truth.
I've already told you that I don't know how I got here.
Yes.
Perhaps you know how I got here.
I don't know.
But if you do know, and you can't tell me now, will you tell me one day later on? It couldn't be any worse, and you would at least be giving me a chance.
What are you talking about, child? What chance?
Chris, whatever I may be, I'm certainly not a child. You promised me an answer.
I'm not hiding anything.
All right.
Rhea.
No, it's all right.
Rhea, you know that I love you.
Me?
Yes.
It really doesn't matter. Go back to sleep.
Rhea.
Go to sleep.
Let me hold you then.
All right.
Rhea? Rhea? Where are you? I ran out of the cabin and into the corridor outside. At its end, there was a huddled white form, throwing itself repeatedly against the floor. A freezing vapor filled the space. My breath fell like snow. White flakes swirled over the crumpled body before it struck the floor again. It was Rhea. I snatched her up, and she burnt my skin. Her face was contorted with pain, and her lips were covered with a layer of thick frozen blood. Her tongue was a mass of sparkling ice crystals. She had taken liquid oxygen. Splinters of glass crunched underfoot as I brought her back to our room. Her breathing became more and more labored. Her ribs heaved under her white skin. Her bones creaked,
and her face creased up in unimaginable pain. Pink foam appeared around her mouth. But still she gasped for air, and then a harsh rattle grew louder. Her eyes opened. I watched, helpless. She was dying. I felt no pulse in her wrist, and yet she still looked at me.
No, no!
I waited for her final breath, and I did not realize what was happening. Her color began to return. She rolled her head away from me and brought her hands up to her face.
It didn't work. It doesn't work. Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you looking at me like that? Is this me? Is it? Am I Rhea? Am I? But I'm not, am I? I'm not Rhea. Who am I then? And you, Chris? Perhaps you too? Perhaps you too?
Rhea.
I frightened you. I'm sorry. What else could I think? You understand? What else could I think except that I was Rhea? Did you think this was all an act, did you? Tell me you didn't. Tell me.
Please, my darling.
Don't touch me. Leave me alone. I know I disgust you. I know I do. If I only knew how...
To kill yourself?
Yes.
But I want you to stay alive. I want you here more than anything else.
You're lying.
Tell me what I have to do to convince you. You are here. You exist. I can't see any further than that.
It's not true. Because I am not Rhea.
Then who are you?
Something else. Something other than... I am not the woman you once loved.
Yes, but that was a long time ago. The past doesn't exist. But you do. Here and now.
That first morning, when I found myself waiting by your bed for you to wake up, I knew nothing. Everything was misty. I didn't remember anything, and yet wasn't surprised by anything. It was like recovering from a drugged sleep. Then after your conversations, the visual, those scientists, something didn't make sense anymore. So I made my mind up to listen to... What was his name? The recording.
Gibarian.
Yes. His recording. It's the only time I've lied to you. He explained everything. Although I still don't understand. All I know is that I am not a human being. Only an instrument.
Rhea. No, we're not the same. But that's what brought you back to me.
So I'm immortal. How horrible.
Rhea, I don't know what our fate will be any more than we can know anyone's fate.
The experiment that Snow and Sartorius are doing, it will continue?
Yes. They'll continue it. I'm trying to make you realize that I love you. I want to keep you. You may have been sent to torment me, or to make my life happier, or an instrument used like a microscope with me on the slide. But today, what we have today is this, is ours, is here and now. Please, let this be us together, for all the moments we have right now.
I don't know. I don't know. Am I exactly as she looked?
You were at first, but I don't know anymore. Now all I see is you. If you were her, I might not be able to love you.
Why?
Because of what I did to her.
Did you treat her badly?
Yes, when we...
Don't say any more. Please, don't. Then you won't forget that I am the one who is here now, not her.
Sartorius and Snow became set on their experiment. I was convinced that it was pointless. Rhea agreed to wait outside the lab. She thought she might be able to manage it if she could faintly hear my voice. She stood outside the door. I knew it would be agony for her.
Sartorius will be here in a moment.
Right. Is there something behind the screen?
Yes, well, there's no need to worry about that.
No.
It'll be all right as long as it can hear me.
She knows. Last night, while I was asleep, she drank liquid oxygen. It didn't work, of course. But she now knows what she is.
Why tell me?
Well, to inform you. I don't know, to keep you up to date.
I warned you.
When?
Well, not of this exactly. When it arrives, the visitor, it's almost a blank. Only a ghost made of memories and vague images dredged from its source. The longer it stays with you, the more human it becomes, and the longer that goes on, the more difficult it gets. Does she know everything?
Yes, I just told you.
Does she know that she came once before and you...
No.
Well, what do you want to do? Leave the station?
Yes.
But with her? Don't look at me like that. Why would I stand in your way? You can do what you like, but it's an idiotic plan, noble though it might be. Do you know the necessary conditions for stabilizing a neutrino field?
No.
No, nor does anyone. All we know is that the structure is inherently unstable and can only be maintained by a continuous energy input. And does the energy come from inside the visitor or from outside? You see the problem?
Yes.
Away from Solaris, the structure will disintegrate. It's only a theory, Kelvin. We could check it.
How?
The shuttle you launched with your first visitor inside, we could...
No.
We could bring the shuttle down and see if she's still there and...
No! I didn't mean to...
To murder her. But you did.
I love her.
Her memory, you mean?
No. I told you what she did to herself. How many real human beings would have the courage to do that?
Okay, she loves you. Let's say she loves you and you want to love her. It's not the same thing.
You're wrong.
If she was an ugly old hag, you wouldn't think twice about getting rid of her, would you? Well, maybe that's why she isn't. You can only finish where you started. I say we bring the first one back.
That's enough!
Like I said, you can do what you like, but you're losing touch with reality. The further you go, the harder the fall will be.
Shut up! Shut up!
Dr. Kelvin, Snow? Yes, well, we're all a little bothered here, aren't we? You ready or not? I haven't got long.
We're ready.
Dr. Kelvin, sit back and relax. I'll just readjust the cabling. What I would suggest, Dr. Kelvin, to assist the recording is that you clear your mind as much as possible. Make an effort to eliminate any intrusion of individual personalities and concentrate on the matter in hand. I'll talk to you as we proceed. Suggest things to think of. Snow?
Ready?
Yes. Let's get started.
Earth and Solaris. The body of science considered as a single entity.
I attempted to empty my mind and focus on some or any of Sartorius's suggestions. Hardships, sacrifice, humanity. But Rhea was alive inside me. Rhea living within me. I was overwhelmed with grief and tenderness. She permeated every part of my being herself, her form. I needed her, needed to have her always. The possibility of being parted from her was unbearable. I tried to cut her out of my mind, return to hardships,
Sacrifice. Humanity. But she pervades. There is nothing but Rhea. I could not even protect her from the ocean.
I couldn't wait anymore, Chris. Are you finished? I held out as long as I could, Chris.
It's all right. You can come in. It's over now.
How do you do?
This is Dr. Snow. Rhea.
Oh, excuse me, I have to go. All right. Thank you.
And this is Dr. Sartorius.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Can we go now?
Yes, of course.
Why do they stare so?
You're a beautiful woman. Why shouldn't they?
Who's he talking to?
I don't know.
His visitor?
Yes. Yes, I should think so.
Something not like me. Is that why they stare?
Perhaps.
Something not like me at all.
No.
Something much worse. Their shame.
Rhea, I don't ever want to be without you.
I know.
Do you?
Yes.
I don't want to be parted from you for a single moment. Ever again.
No.
And that night they would have begun to beam my encephalograph, my recorded thoughts, onto the ocean. And I dream. I had another terrible dream. A dream of unfolding dread. There was an unmoving, clotted silence, and I felt myself being slowly, minutely explored, although no hand touched me. Every crevice, every turn of my mind observed without touching. And then that terrible disintegration. And emptiness that remained. Emptiness and annihilation. Every inch of me penetrated by the silence of the ocean. No.
Chris? Chris? You're dreaming. You shouted out. Chris? Are you all right?
What?
You shouted out. Tell me.
It was only a dream.
Is it me?
No.
Is it me in your dreams? Giving you nightmares?
No. No, of course not.
Is it the experiment?
Yes, it must be that.
Will it work?
Communication. No. They're floundering. Drowning in what we don't understand and never will. They're convinced that we'll eventually uncover the ocean's secret. It's pointless. Like wandering around a library where all the books are in an indecipherable code.
Are there no other planets like this?
Not that we found. I want you to come back with me.
Back with you?
Home. To Earth.
Yes.
Don't you want to come?
Yes, of course I do.
You don't, do you? We can be together.
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I?
Good. That's agreed then.
Chris?
What?
The ocean.
There were thick congealing membranes on the surface. Green foam. A wind hurled itself across the plasma, carrying immense membranous wings, which soared up into the blue sunset. Some of these vast wings blotted out the sun, casting us into darkness. It was as if the ocean was mutating, shedding a scaly skin, The wings were only a few meters from the station. One left a silver trail across the cabin window. The ocean gave birth to more and more of these fantastic birds, whilst above us the first of these forms dissipated into transparent white filament that dropped like ash across the station.
I'm frightened, Chris. What's the ocean doing?
The ocean continued to create its monstrous flying forms, so we retreated into the library. I spent much of that time watching Rhea as she pretended to read. She knew I watched her. Waited for the blue sun to hit the skylights in the library and turn her hair jet black. Often during that time, I realize now, she would attempt to stand back from me, to wait further down the corridor. And I would panic for a moment when I couldn't see her. And then she'd emerge, shaking. It was as if she was testing herself, and I would wait for her. I'd put my arms out and hold her again. I'd talk to her about Earth, about grass and sky.
So, you've stopped shaving, have you?
Snow.
It doesn't suit you.
Have you been drinking?
No, Kelvin, I've been thinking, not drinking. Perhaps the old fellow wishes us well. Perhaps it wants to please us, but doesn't quite know how to do it. It spies out our brains when all we get is the 2%, don't we? That's our consciousness. 2% of the working brain. That means it knows us better than we do. Hmm? We've got to reach an understanding with it. Don't you want to? Why don't you shave? Shut up. Givarian stopped shaving. That's how it began.
You're drunk.
What of it? Just because I'm in space exploring the cosmos doesn't mean I'm not allowed to get drunk with you and your Aphrodite. Oh, fair Aphrodite, child of the ocean, let me take your divine hand. It fits, eh, Kelvin?
You're hurting me.
Let go of her hand.
There you are, and returned.
Get out.
What on earth are you chucking me out? You're the one with the bristle. Do you know what Sartorius wants to do? He wants to punish it. Punish it. Hear it scream. Oh, excuse me, Aphrodite. Kelvin, excuse me. And go and shave.
Is he ill?
No. Just unhappy.
Because of his visitor?
Yes. Two more days passed, and only then did the ugly flying forms of the ocean finally stop. We were going to live in a place just outside a city, with trees and sun, and her head on my lap, and our new life stretching before us.
Is this what you want?
Yes, I'm certain. You mustn't tell him.
Rhea, who are you talking to? Rhea?
I wasn't talking to anyone.
What, you were in the corridor?
You're imagining things. Shh. Sleep now.
Do you like jasmine?
I don't know.
It's a flower. A white starlight flower. A creeper. It has the most beautiful scent. I've always wanted a garden with jasmine in it. Maybe I could find you a picture. Maybe the scent even. I thought in our garden...
Don't talk to me about our new life anymore, Chris.
Why?
We've talked about it so much.
Too much?
There's a glass of fruit juice on the side. Would you pass it to me? Here. You have some too.
I'm not thirsty.
Drink to my health then.
All right.
tired?
A little.
We'll turn the light off and we'll sleep then. If I didn't exist, would you marry?
No.
Never?
No. Never.
Why?
Because I have you.
What if I begged you to?
Don't be silly. I don't need anyone but you.
Say it another way.
I love you. Are you crying? Why are you crying? Rhea?
It's nothing. Nothing at all. Sleep now. Sleep now, my darling.
Rhea? Is that you? Rhea, come back to bed. It's cold without you. Why are you sitting over there?
It's not Rhea.
Snow. Where is she?
She's gone.
What do you mean she's gone? You've done something to her. What have you done to her?
She's dead.
No.
She wanted it. She's dead, Chris.
But she'll be back.
Drink this.
No. You told her to drug me, didn't you?
Drink this.
How? Tell me how.
Disintegration. Sartorius built a destabilizer and she disappeared. A puff of smoke and she was gone.
But she'll come back.
No.
How do you know?
The day the ocean went mad, since those winged forms, they don't come back.
You killed her!
Yes, and you would have done the same thing in my place.
No, I wouldn't have. You must get her back. There must be something you can do. Blast it, X-ray it, throw gamma rays.
No.
It's performed an experiment on us. It's used knowledge which it stole from our minds without our consent.
You want to destroy it?
Didn't you? I just want her back.
You couldn't have taken her with you even if the neutrinos had stayed together. Immigration, you'd have never got her through. You'd have been separated. Separated. And then you would have been found out. Do you think she didn't know that? That's why she tried to hang back from you, tried to stand away.
Get her back, you bastard! Get her back!
Here.
What is it?
A note. She left you a note.
My darling, I was the one who asked him. He's a good man. I am sorry. I beg you to give me this one wish. Do nothing to harm yourself. You have been marvelous.
Bring her back, Snow. Bring her back now.
Don't you see, you ignorant? Don't you see, she gave you your freedom back. She gave you back yourself. She forgave you and then killed herself for you. Can't you see that? Can't you see that? My visitors... My visitors... They were very different. You have no idea. You have just no idea.
I have two versions of my report. One is this, and one is a different account. A tidy, reasoned account, where the self and its memory remains unclouded, and Gibarian dies due to an overwhelming depression, not due to a visiting phantom and unfathomable, terrifying shame, believing in the end that that was all he was. Sartorius and Snow decided to stay on. I will be returning to Earth in a month. Snow visits me most days to attempt to dissuade me. The ocean is blue today. The sun at its highest point. The sky is a darker shade of blue. Clouds are white and fluffy, and for a moment I'm already back. Before the plasma thickens, changes, bubbles into new intricate forms. A tender monster to wave me home.
You wanted me? Haven't you got anything to do?
I was just thinking a few things over.
Maybe you should think less.
Do you believe in God?
No, of course not.
Not a perfect God. An imperfect God.
What, like the Greek gods? Who sulk, have feuds, jealous gods?
No. I'm talking about a God whose imperfections are his essential characteristics. A fallible God. Incapable of foreseeing the consequences of his acts. A God who has created clocks, but not the time they measure.
Manichaeism?
No. Nothing to do with good and evil. This God has no existence outside of matter.
An evolving God? Who keeps increasing in power while remaining aware of his powerlessness?
Yes. A God where the divine condition is a situation without a goal. An understanding which he despairs of.
And Solaris, that's what you mean, Solaris could be the first phase of this despairing God. And we will have been the baby's toys for a while.
A child.
Of course. Everything falls into place. The failure to achieve contacts.
Yes.
The absence of responses.
Yes.
And various other peculiarities in his behavior. Everything is explicable in terms of its behavior as a very small child.
Yes, of course. A child.
Yes. Look, a memoid, just beginning. What are you doing?
I won't be long.
It's not safe with a memoid for me.
Really, I won't be long. I'll come back.
It's not safe.
I'll fly over it. I'll go further, to one of the islands. I've not stood on Solaris yet.
I'll go with you.
There's no need. I'm coming back.
I'll walk with you then to the crafts.
There's no need.
You will come back.
Yes, Snow. I will come back. I climb in, give him a wave and slide the hatch across. The jets spring into action and I'm away. I pass over the forming mimoid until I'm way over the other side and land on a small rocky islet. I climb out and carefully pick my way through jagged grey rock down to the shoreline. I place my gloved hand in the ocean. The wave hesitates, recoils, and then envelops my hand without touching it. A thin layer of air between it and me. I raise my hand slowly and the wave follows me. The main body of the wave remains motionless on the shore surrounding my boots, without touching them. A jet black flower has grown up out of the ocean. I go to touch it, but the stem trembles, stirs with uncertainty, and falls back into the wave. I'm still hesitating about returning to Earth, as I still hope, unreasonably, that she might still return. I'm looking at the ocean, begging it. I want to go on living here, amongst the things we touched, shared together, the air that we breathed, all I loved most. I want to be certain that nothing fades, that my memory doesn't shift and alter. I want to be certain that her memory is kept forever,
each moment a keepsake. I hope for nothing, and yet I live in expectation. Waiting. Since she went, that is all that remains. And yet I persist in the hope, in the faith, that the time for cruel miracles has not yet passed.
In Solaris, Chris was played by Ron Cook, and Snow by Tim McMullen. Rhea was played by Joanne Froggatt, and Sartorius by Stuart Richman. Original music was composed and performed by Alice Truman. Sound design was by Steve Brook. Solaris was written by Stanislaw Lem, dramatised by Hattie Naylor, and directed in Manchester by Polly Thomas.
President Nathan Hawkes, who survived the catastrophic times of the planetary plague, always believed that we were witnessing humanity's extinction and that our time on Earth was limited. He strongly believed that Mother Nature and the laws of physics had a death warrant for humanity, which meant that ultimately our destiny would be in outer space. Under my leadership of this great nation of ours, I have striven to continue my father's great work, and I have good news for you. Under my direction, Albion's greatest scientific minds have reached beyond our solar system to discover a planet where future generations of humans could settle. They have found that planet.
President Hawkes. That's true. What does this mean for the future of humanity?
It means that we have hope for the future, and that Albion leads the way in scientific exploration and the colonization of the stars. He will have more information as soon as it becomes available.
Which means we have to make it available. It's not ready.
Did you know he was going to make this all public?
No. Yes, eventually. We didn't discuss a specific.
Today, we must celebrate the gifted scientists who have brought us such unimaginable findings. Thank you.
Or at least he acknowledges us, albeit grudgingly.
But he takes all the credit. The President really does have a very high opinion of himself. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sophia Khaled, Chief Radio Astronomer here. You're all very welcome to our beautiful observatory. What I deal in are radio waves, which are the same thing as light, just a much longer wavelength, too long for our eyes to see. However, we can use large antennas, a big satellite dish, to detect them coming from a particular place in the sky. I prefer to turn the radio waves into sound waves by connecting the output of the detector to a speaker and then listen to them. Here are some sounds which some amongst you might find familiar, but I'm sure you will agree with me, we never tire of hearing the universe. On June 27th, 1996, the Galileo spacecraft made the first flyby of Jupiter's largest moon, Ganymede, And this audio track represents data from Galileo's plasma wave experiment instrument. We called this the sound of stardust, which is actually a passing comet. But this is my favorite. Saturn's screaming pearls. I recorded this with my grandfather in our first week here. Saturn is a source of intense radio emission. These radio waves are closely related to the auroras near the poles of the planet, much like the aurora poles on Earth. I know you're all itching to hear our most recent recordings, but sadly you're going to have to wait until all the citizens of Albion can hear them together. But I can take some questions now. Yes, gentleman in the middle, red shirt, yes.
My name's Chris. I'm a second-year student at Albion Science Academy. My question is, with trillions of planets in our galaxy alone, and the fact that we've already found many extrasolar planets that are Earth-sized and potentially habitable, what made you focus on collecting the data on this one single planet? What makes this planet so special, different?
As our radio telescopes have improved over the years, the information we received from the planet became increasingly detailed. It seems to resemble Earth entirely.
Oh my God.
We've named the planet N19b, or Goldilocks as we like to call her, and after discussions with the President, I will be broadcasting the sounds we recorded on Albion's radio and television network. Thank you.
What are the radio waves you've detected there?
I can't preempt the national broadcast, but I can describe what we've picked up. I have pioneered a new technique for detecting liquid water on the surface of distant planets. This technique relies on measuring the radio waves that are reflected by the planet's surface and listening for evidence of liquid water, undulating ocean waves, for example. I recently used this technique to confirm the presence of liquid water on the surface of our very Earth-like planet. And our recording is breathtaking. Next question, yes, young lady at the front, thank you.
My name's Zara Lohman, first year PhD in radio astronomy. Have you been able to direct your radio telescope at other parts of Earth?
I beg your pardon?
The work you're doing is groundbreaking, but what about Earth? Other nations? Are you able to...
No. That is strictly prohibited. Borders have been firmly sealed, and there are no communications, radio or otherwise, between countries on any level. To do so would be against the law. Next question, please.
Professor Khaled, you asked to see me.
Sit down, please. You were asking very dangerous questions in there.
You're a scientist. Surely you should be able to share your findings with other global scientists.
Zara, right?
Yes.
You're young. Don't let your passions rob you of your good sense.
I thought science was supposed to push the boundaries, ask the difficult questions. They say that a massive solar storm destroyed all the satellites, so we can't contact each other. But there's a lot of talk that our country built a cyber attack, disabling the GPS. Why aren't you asking the questions?
It's not worth breaking the law.
These aren't our laws. We didn't elect our government. They're virtually a military junta. It's unconscionable that over 50 years after the plague, our borders are still closed, and we have no internet beyond Albion.
Keep your voice down. Don't you care about self-preservation, your family? I had a senior researcher working with me for 5 years. He started asking the same questions as you. He was marched off for questioning, charged with espionage and trading in state secrets. Nothing we did here could alleviate his situation. He's in prison, serving a very long sentence.
They want to silence us. Ash Misra says...
Escaped terrorist?
The freedom fighter. He believes that there's a worldwide conspiracy.
Are you a planetary plague denier?
No, not at all. I know billions of people died, entire generations wiped out, but Ash Mithra says that that's only the tip of the iceberg.
What are you talking about?
You need to stop looking up at the stars and start looking around you. Use your big brain for the greater good. Stop being a coward.
I beg your pardon?
I know you suffered. That you lost almost your entire family. I know you were a refugee yourself, and that you managed to escape the famine in your country with your grandfather. So surely you want to find out the truth.
Get out of my office.
I was going to ask if I could come and work with you. My number's there.
Beautiful day. Sun's finally come out. It's a good omen. I can smell the sea. Come on, Sophia. Don't lag. Not far to go.
Legs are killing me. And my feet. Blisters on my blisters.
Look, nearly there. According to the map, border fence is just around the corner. A boat will be waiting for us. Yalla, keep up.
Oh, that last roadblock.
Oh, stop thinking about it.
I can't. That kid, Razia, wailing for his mother. The world's turned upside down. I don't recognize people anymore. Why aren't governments helping us? Ow! They've turned their backs. So cruel.
Sophia, don't despair, or they've won. We're going to get to Britain. You're going to finish school and do whatever you want. Be whoever you want to be. Make our poor parents proud. You've got to believe.
Razia.
Look at the trees. So alive and abundant.
I don't know how you can be so hopeful, Raz.
There's no other way. We can't change the past. Can't go back. Only forward. Look. The border fence. The sea and beyond. There should be a boat waiting for us on the shore. But first, we have to get through that fence.
Oh. No guards?
No. Can't see any.
It's big enough for us to squeeze through.
Let's make a run for it.
Okay. Are you sure?
Here's to our new lives. Okay, you go first.
Okay. Go, Raz, give me your hand, come on, quick! No, Raz, hurry up!
Oh, I can't, my jacket, it's stuck, I can't
take it off!
Step away from the fence now!
Run, Sophia! Get away from the fence! Run! I can't leave you! Oh, look, I'll try again soon, please, for our family's sake, I'll find you! Oh, I love you, Sophia! Get to the boat and run!
You rather took us by surprise when you announced our findings. We were not prepared.
Yesterday, had he lived, it would have been my father's 100th birthday. I wanted to make this statement of a new world to honor his memory.
My condolences, Mr. President, and of course, my respects to your father's memory. He was a great leader.
With all due respect, Professor, if I left the timing to you, it would be another several years before you were willing to confirm your findings.
But these things can't be rushed. I'm still improving our instruments, cleaning the data. There are some strange unidentified technological signals which I need to analyze, and this will take time.
I have political considerations to take into account. There is an insurgent on the loose, making ridiculous claims, spreading falsehoods, bringing doubts into Albion civilians' minds. If you cannot reveal your data soon, I will have no alternative but to employ another chief to take up your mantle. A younger one, perhaps.
That won't be necessary, Mr. President.
So, get on with it, Professor. I want everyone to hear the sounds of this new Earth. You, of all of us, remember the personal tragedy of the planetary plague, and how important it is to keep hope alive.
Hey, come on, small girl. This way.
No, please.
I'm Cass. When there's supposed to be two of you?
Please, I need to go back. They got my sister.
No, it's too late for your sister. I'm sorry. Get in the boat.
No, I can't leave her behind.
Look, stop wasting my time. Eh? This is my last trip over. You won't have another chance, especially now they found this gap in the fence. Are you coming or what? I have a few others to pick up along the shore. They're waiting.
That child, she called me a coward.
Very fiery young woman. I liked her.
Then she asked me for a job, the nerve.
Well, I think I like her even more. Anyway, why has she rattled you so badly?
It's not just her. It's that bastard president making threats again. He's an absolute narcissist. And I'm a coward.
It's no big revelation, Sophia. Our government are liars.
Shh, keep your voice down.
They've halted all progress. Zara's right. We can't even speak to our fellow astrophysicists and scientists in other countries. Who knows what discoveries they've made? Over 50 years since we stepped out of this country. Our knowledge and research is limited because of their politics.
And I never challenge them.
Because you know the consequences.
But shouldn't I stand up for my principles? Hassan always said that the government were using the plague to control us, to stop all free movement.
She mentioned Ash Misra.
Yes. And the president is really spooked by him, too.
You know, he's got quite an underground following, especially amongst young people.
I've heard.
Things are changing. Maybe you should get out there and see for yourself.
I'm not like you, Gabriel. I'm not from here. I don't have a family. This observatory is my home.
But you should take a break sometimes. Go and see the real world. Whatever happened to the lovely Angie?
Still miss her, but I had to end it. I was told in no uncertain terms that the president does not appreciate same-sex relationships.
You don't think you deserve to be happy, do you?
She sacrificed herself so I could have a life.
You're talking about your sister. And you feel somehow guilty that you made it across and she didn't? Survivor's guilt?
Hassan wanted to find another habitable planet. Somewhere humans could start again for generations to come. That was his dream, not President Hawke's. And that's what I want to concentrate on. Been having such weird dreams.
As I said, you need to get a life. You're gonna become the mad old lady who lives in the observatory, aiming her hearing trumpet to the skies, listening to aliens whispering to her. Why don't we get a drink?
Oh, sounds good.
Here we go again. Someone with an old cell phone out there. It's clearly interfering with our frequencies.
I'll get someone from tech to take a look at the telescope again. This is the thing, Gabriel. 2 years we've been getting these strange human sounds.
Must be noise in the instruments. Or from signals originating elsewhere on Earth.
They bother me. Unless it's a parallel universe. So dangerous that the president made the announcement before we could confirm their origin. The consequences could be terrifying.
Little sister, you all right? You came over the channel.
Thank God, my sister. I had to run. Left her behind. I'm trying to phone her, but it's not.
The phone networks are down. My name is Hassan.
Sophie.
How old are you?
16.
You're young. You must survive. You will carry on your family's name.
What's the point? No food, no help, no hope.
Don't cry, little one. Don't cry. The stars are still out there shining down on you. You are a survivor, and you will have some part in healing this world. I know it.
Will I ever see my sister again?
Inshallah, in time. When this is all over, and it will be over.
When?
That I can't say. When was the last time you ate?
I don't remember.
Here. Have some water. And I have a biscuit. Eat. Go on.
Thank you. What's happening?
Don't worry.
What does it say?
You are illegals and have trespassed into Britain. 5 miles south is a resettlement camp where you will be given food and temporary shelter and then processed.
It's a trap. Food and shelter.
Too good to be true. Maybe we should head north.
Oh, wait. Please get on the trucks?
Doesn't look like we have much choice. Our eyes are built to see the cosmos in visible light. But objects in the universe radiate many other types of light across what's called the electromagnetic spectrum. Light travels through space in waves, like ripples in a pond.
How did you get in here?
Dr. Cohen sent me up.
Gabriel!
I want to volunteer my services to you.
I don't need
I
your...
can help analyze the data. Dr. Cohen said you were short-staffed.
Oh, you are joking, aren't you?
I apologize for calling you a coward. I get carried away sometimes. I do very much admire you and the groundbreaking work done by your grandfather. Is that Goldilocks?
Yes. As you no doubt know, lightning transmits radio waves through space. Now, why do you want to help me?
You're at the forefront of your field. No one else is doing the work that you are, Professor Khalid. I want to learn from the best.
No, please don't flatter me. You'll just use the information to further your crackpot theories.
It's true. I have questions that need answering, and I want to live in a world without borders between nations, so we can live and exchange our ideas freely. You at least remember a time before the plague. Myself, my friends, and family my age have only ever known this imprisonment of ideas. A slow strangling of our knowledge.
Oh, you youngsters and your rose-tinted spectacles. The time before the plague was not a golden age. There was never equality between the nations. There were the poor and the rich, the exploited and the exploiters. They don't teach you at school how Albion ruled over 1/4 of the world's population and 1/5 of the world's landmass.
I've read books on the subject. They called it empire.
Well, even though we had an ancient civilization, countries like mine were looked down on by Albion and her allies. They took every economic advantage from us, and then when the plague happened, they completely abandoned us.
I want to help heal the world. I know the answer is out there. I read your grandfather's words in his seminal book. He said, "We are all children of the universe, sons and daughters of stars that have generated the atoms of our bodies. This is both a cause for unending wonder and a source of profound responsibility." I have extensive expertise in observational radio astronomy. My research was based at the Department of Physics and Astronomy at Manchester. My work includes numerical and analytical studies of physical phenomena around black holes.
You worked under Professor Gray?
Yes. I could help collect your data.
If you can provide me with excellent references from Professor Gray, then I might consider it.
Thank you. That's wonderful.
I said I might.
Of course. They say you lost your older sister when you crossed over to Albion.
Some survived, others disappeared.
If there was a chance that you could find her again, or at least know what happened to her, wouldn't you take it?
You look a little brighter, little sister.
I was starving. That stew was...
Bland. But did the trick. Not many make it to the border, let alone get through the fence and over the sea. How was your journey?
Not that long, but I was seasick. How did you manage it?
I paid the man. I gave him everything I owned, and he led me to a gap in the fence where there was no guard.
Huh. And your family? What are you doing?
This is the one thing I didn't part with. It was a gift to me from my grandfather.
A tripod? You going to take pictures?
Not exactly. It's a telescope. Very clear night tonight. Should be able to see a lot of detail.
Of what?
The stars. There is Orion's belt and the Milky Way. The one good thing about recent events has been the lack of light pollution. Darker skies at night. The last human on this planet will see such a wondrous sky, just like the first humans did.
Can I take a look?
Of course. Look through there.
That's...
What do you see?
That's Saturn. It's so clear. And its rings. Oh, it's so close.
It's good to see you smile.
Looks like a sticker at the end of the lens.
A sticker? Believe me, it's real. A good little telescope. Very strong. Saturn is my favorite.
Amazing. What are the rings made of?
Space debris. Leftovers of shattered moons. Mainly ice and rock.
How do you know all this, Hassan?
I was an astrophysicist.
That means you study stars?
Yes. The sun, other stars, galaxies, extrasolar planets, the interstellar medium. Basically, I apply the laws of physics and chemistry to explain the birth, life, and death of stars, planets, and galaxies.
Wow.
When I was a little boy, my grandfather showed me Saturn through his telescope. From that moment on, I was hooked. I wanted to know, how did we get here? And are we alone?
Are we alone?
That's a big question, Sophia. The last few decades, myself, my colleagues around the world, realized that we'd made such a mess of Earth. We were searching desperately for a habitable planet somewhere for future generations. There are 100 billion, maybe 1 trillion planets in the observable universe, thousands of other solar systems, probably 20 billion other Earth-like planets.
And?
It's not so easy. You need a planet that's around a star, that's relatively stable, that has a long lifetime, because that allows life to evolve. You also need that planet to be in orbit around a star in the Goldilocks zone, in the middle of what's called the habitable zone. A region... Sophia, quick, in here!
Where are you taking us? Leave my child, stop!
Why are they taking them?
They only want what they call the brightest and the best. They are weeding out those that they think will be a burden on society.
But that's barbaric.
Sophia, if they come for us, we must stick together. I will say that you are my granddaughter. That way, hopefully, they won't separate us.
So you gave her the job?
There's something about her that intrigues me.
Nothing intriguing about it. She reminds you of a young Sophia.
Maybe. Keep a close eye on her, though. Not sure I entirely trust her.
You said you were having strange dreams, Sophia. Are you sleeping better?
Sleeping, yes, but so haunted. Things that happened so long ago invading my thoughts. Things I'd forgotten that I'd pushed to the back of my mind. Painful memories and wonderful ones too, mainly of Hassan. Like he's trying to tell me something.
Maybe he is.
You know I don't believe in it.
If stars can live on for billions of years after they've died and shine brightly, who's to say we don't?
I don't get out here enough.
My mum always tells me I need to get out in the fresh air more.
Oh, she's absolutely right. Look at me, white-haired, pale-faced. I'm sure I used to be darker. Did she make this cake?
Yes, Madeira cake. Her speciality.
Delicious. Melts in your mouth. The sugar almost tastes real.
I've never tasted real sugar.
My mother used to make a mouth-watering honey and pistachio cake.
Pistachios? They're nuts, right?
Yes.
What was it like for you? Before the plague?
I had a big family. We lived in the city. Father was a doctor, mother a fine artist. I had 3 younger brothers, cousins, grandparents. Normal life. I went to school. My older sister was at medical school. Razia was the clever one. My parents had high hopes for her.
Then 2023. The plague. The famine.
Yes. Livestock dying and entire populations fleeing their homes in search of fertile lands. My grandparents were frail to begin with. They were the first to go. Then my father...
Hassan Khaled?
He wasn't my real grandfather. He adopted me.
I had no idea.
My mother would forage and catch rats to try and feed us, but eventually when my youngest brother died, she gave up. We were all anemic, skin and bone, low blood pressure, inert. And one day, Mother just lay down on her bed and shut her eyes. I remember her eye sockets were so hollow, her skin grey, translucent. The last thing she said to me and Razia was to leave. Told us to head for Britain, as it was called then, or we would die too.
No wonder you want to find another habitable planet.
I'm looking for my Garden of Eden, I suppose. Why not? This world has been poisoned by us.
You're so brave, Professor Khaled. To have survived such horror, to escape and then become a pioneering scientist.
I wasn't brave. It was Razia. She was the one who kept me going on that treacherous journey.
How long did it take you?
3 months. Roadblocks, starving, rain and wind and vicious border guards everywhere. So unjust that she got caught at the last minute. It should have been me.
She may still be out there.
But I'll never know. Then, of course, there was Hassan. He saved me, too. He never talked about the family he'd lost. I found a photo in his wallet after he died of a striking woman and 2 grown-up men.
And you still don't question why the plague happened? Why all the borders are still shut? Why was online information, all the data, wiped?
And what's your thinking on this, Sarah?
That everything was manipulated and changed in order to fit the new narrative. Nathan Hawkes was brutal, a fierce nationalist. His son the same. They don't care about other countries or people.
What does your famous freedom fighter say?
Ash has been systematically documenting his discoveries. Interviews with ex-government officials, prison documents of questionings of political prisoners. Every now and then, he puts them into the public realm again, which is why the authorities have labelled him a terrorist. He believes the Albion authorities have lied to us in order to exert control over civilians.
Between the president and his father, they have been in power for over 50 years. Both of them. Powerful, vindictive, absolute tyrants.
We're living under a dictatorship. Ash says the prisons are packed with men and women who try to stand up to the president, and his father before him.
Hassan detested the government, but they gave us this observatory, shelter, food, research, facilities. I suppose after everything we'd seen, we just wanted to survive. Perhaps you're right. I am a coward.
I should never have said that.
Yeah. It's the sort of tongue-lashing my sister would have given me, made me sit up and think. I was very lucky to have Hassan and Razir in my life. Because of them, I am alive.
You found one?
Yes. The rich woman who left last night, it was in her tent. Everyone was going in there and taking anything she'd left behind.
Give. Let's see if it works. Finally, maybe we'll get some news.
Oh. It works!
Beautiful. Let's see if we can...
In response to the planetary plague, nations have reached a global agreement.
Come on.
From today, our government have agreed to the establishment of an emergency government in order that they can respond to the crisis.
Now we know why she left her radio behind.
Britain is now part of the newly formed nation-state of Albion.
Albion?
And they have agreed to seal their borders so that no one can travel between countries.
Are you hearing this?
In order to prevent any further contamination of the plague between our countries, all satellite all communications ended. Further contamination.
I'll never see my sister again.
It's worse than I feared. They are using the plague to control us, to stop all free movement. Madness. Everyone's stuck in one place. No exchange of thought or ideas, not even a phone call allowed.
We can see into other universes with your telescope, but we can't look across the oceans and see if our loved ones are okay.
Definitely getting stronger. Clear. Oh, incredible.
You found a sister planet 50 light years away. Earth-like in its natural vegetation, carbon-based with water. This is absolutely phenomenal, Sophia.
You waste so much precious time listening and writing everything by hand.
I've been telling her that for years.
I've put all the data into a computer algorithm to visualize it so much more efficiently.
Hassan always said that the human ear is amazingly good at detecting patterns in sound. All your fancy software.
I've been trying to decode them. Must be crosstalk from some nearby 9G tower.
Bombing on the border?
Hong Kong Observatory has raised signal number 8 as Typhoon Whippa gets closer to the city. All flights from Hong Kong have been grounded. Number 10 is the highest in the observatory's warning system.
What storm?
According to news archives, there was a mega typhoon in 2026 on Hong Kong, just after the second wave.
Human voices. This is what I've been hearing for years. Interference.
I think these are sounds of our own Earth.
Wait. Yes! Yes, obviously. A black hole.
What?
Gravitational lensing. Why didn't I think of this before? A black hole can bend space and it can bend the light, the radio signals that pass by it. What if a black hole was bending the light all the way back to where it came from? Hassan discovered a binary black hole in this region, and this binary configuration might actually be more likely to distort space-time in just the right way to create a cosmic mirror.
A binary black hole?
Acting as a reflector.
With a 50-year delay. If the binary black hole is 25 light-years away...
So, what are you saying?
We're listening to ourselves.
Yes. Our previous selves. How did I dismiss this? It's us, Gabriel. Earth. My life's work has been chasing an illusion. All this time I thought we'd found another habitable planet, but in reality, I haven't been able to tell the difference between a very distant techno-signature and our own technology.
I'm sorry, Sophia. To be the one who...
No, Zara, don't be sorry. We're scientists, not fantasists. I just need some time to process this. Excuse me.
We're so honored to have you here, Professor Khaled.
The honor is mine, Professor MacDonald, I can assure you. This is my granddaughter, Sophia.
Hello, Professor MacDonald.
Oh, please call me Sam. When the authorities said that they'd found you both in the resettlement camp, I could hardly believe it. There was talk about a man with a telescope in the camp showing everyone the stars. But to discover it was the world-renowned Hassan Khaled. Such luck. Your work on providing the first clear image of a black hole was groundbreaking.
Actually, it was a binary black hole.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course. But 2 years in that dreadful camp. How did you...
We were the lucky ones. Most of my wonderful colleagues are dead. Others, who knows?
I am sorry. So much loss.
My poor granddaughter here has had to put up with me drilling her with maths, applied maths, and physics every day for...
Well, she is very fortunate to have had you as a teacher. I'll let you have a look around. I'm just over there if you have any questions.
You're in charge of all this?
Look at the universe out there. That's in charge.
Is a black hole a big hole in the sky where things get sucked in?
A stellar black hole is actually the super-dense remain of a very big star that imploded during a supernova. I caught images of the binary black hole in our Milky Way just 25 light-years away. No light escaped their pull, which is why we can't see them. A binary black hole is actually two black holes that orbit around each other.
So if you can't see it, how did you take a picture of it?
What we can see are particles in orbit around them. This telescope will be my eyes. It can see invisible light, radio waves.
Professor Khaled, are you okay?
I'm fine. Please don't fuss. I've made a decision, and I have an action plan.
You're looking quite flushed.
Hawks is a corrupt politician from a corrupt dynasty with a lot of skeletons in the cupboard, and it's our duty to expose his lies. We've been searching for answers in the wrong place, when actually it's staring us in the face.
It is?
What we know. The black holes are 25 light-years away. So the light and radio waves have taken 25 years to get there and 25 years to get back. Which means that what we have, in effect, is a truthful recording of the past. Phone data, anything that went through a satellite, television, radio, confidential photographs, has been captured. In 2027, all data became classified and restricted with the sealing of the borders. If the government have lied to us, then it's in the data.
Have you gone mad?
No, I think she's very clear-headed.
Even if we can analyze the data, it could take us years. And if the president discovers what we're doing...
It's our civic duty to find the truth. Gabriel, if you're too anxious, then you can't step out.
I didn't say that.
We have to do this. And we must keep it secret. Just between us.
I can mine the data and develop tools to search and extract only the information we want.
The private cell phone conversations of President Hawke's father would definitely be in there. The trick is to come up with some algorithm to identify his cell phone signature from the billions of other radio transmissions.
I'll get onto it.
Because of the cosmic mirror, at the moment, we're receiving information transmitted from 50 years ago, right? In the order it was broadcast, and no sooner. So at least we're simply isolating Hawks' phone calls in 1 year, 2027.
Simply.
Sorry.
I've told him that I'll give him the data he wants in 6 months' time.
He agreed to that?
Just. He's impatient, but I persuaded him that it would give us time to prepare an extravagant reveal. I have a date for a public transmission. All of Albion's television and radio channels will broadcast our findings. He thinks we're showing the world an Earth-like planet. But with any luck, we can give him a nasty surprise.
Warplanes bombing the border.
They're pushing us back! There's no food! Please help us for the love of God! My baby's dying!
Where is this? Who is this poor woman?
It's a phone call by a Syrian civilian. And here's another.
Phone calls from when we had worldwide satellite.
This seems to be a recording of a private meeting of the cabinet.
We will close the borders immediately to stop the flow of refugees.
But we have to help them!
We will be swamped! We cannot allow any more!
That's right.
This isn't the space!
It's a tsunami of data.
Intense.
Are you okay?
Punch-drunk. Those terrible distressed voices. Took them 50 years to get back to us. My sister could have been one of them trying to call me. There must be a reason why this has happened, like they're trying to tell me something. I wish Hassan was here. He'd know what to make of it all.
I think I found what we've been looking for. I isolated all phone calls made from the Prime Minister's personal phone in 2027. It corroborates the documents Ash sent me from his discussions with prisoners.
And?
Ash's informants told him that Prime Minister Nathan Hawks developed a herbicide that Britain and her allies were using in the war against the Eastern Bloc. It destroyed the harvests in 2023 and 2024, killed livestock, birds, vegetation and trees, basically decimated the land. It seems that this country, along with her allies, instigated the entire thing. They refer to it as Operation Omega. The president's father's name is all over this.
Monstrous.
They deliberately started chemical warfare with the aim of killing billions of people.
Genocide. Countries bordering with land of other countries, everyone nearby was affected. It swept through the land like a tornado, ripping up everything in its way.
All those people. Our country did this.
Yes. And now we have proof. I found this. It's Prime Minister Nathan Hawkes calling his Home Secretary, Jason Mann.
There's been a global destruction of cops. With all due respect, Nathan, that was the idea. It's got completely out of hand. It was supposed to be one area. I want to make a confidential address to private members of the cabinet. I'll set up the meeting. Britain will not admit responsibility for the plague. We will refer to it as an act of God. But from this day, we will close her borders with immediate effect to try and hold back the effects of destruction on our harvest and vegetation. And if any nation tries to breach our shores, we will aim our nuclear weapons directly on them.
Our president has been trying to protect his father's name.
Cut from the same cloth.
By stopping communication, the sharing of knowledge, we've been kept in the dark. His drip fed us this constant fear of opening up in case we get swamped. And we've just accepted it. I think it's time to contact Ash Misra.
Obviously, the plague didn't affect this area as badly.
Nice of that woman to give us some bread. She looked really sorry for us.
We must be a sight.
Your eyes are really huge, and your head's too big for your body.
Thanks. That's called malnutrition.
How long are we going to have to hide here?
Build up our energy, just a bit. We're both too weak to travel. Get more food and maybe some milk from the town tomorrow, and then see if our legs work better.
She said we could go back there for more.
I know, but I'm worried she might rat on us.
She wouldn't. Would she?
Best not to push our luck. I saw a shop with bins outside. There might be food waste or something. Oh, can't afford to be fussy, Sophia. Also got to try and charge our phones. My battery's dead. Need the map to find our way. You should try and sleep.
Razia.
What?
When we get there, can we make sure we always live together? Even if you're married?
As long as you promise to look after my kids.
How many are you gonna have?
About 4.
4?
Shut up. What about you?
If you're going to have 4, that's enough for both of us.
Don't you want to have kids?
Nah. What sort of husband do you want?
Someone kind, who won't make a fuss about my work.
With a huge black mustache and big hairy eyes.
You don't like boys, do you?
Not like that, no.
I can't say I blame you, really. Now, go to sleep.
Sweet dreams, Razia.
Sweet dreams.
This is it, Sophia.
There's more damning data coming in every minute, but we have enough for now.
As soon as you finished your address, Ash has arranged a car for us. It's waiting out the back.
Right. I'm ready. Here we go. Citizens of Albion, what you are about to hear may be shocking to you, but I want to reveal the extent of the lies and corruption of this country's government and their instigation of the planetary plague. What you will see is a revelation of an alternate truth, the actual truth, of things long forgotten, secret phone calls and meetings between warmongering, greedy politicians, which was previously hidden from you.
It's got completely out of hand. It was supposed to be one area. Britain will not admit responsibility for the plague. We will refer to it as an act of God.
Close the borders immediately to stop the flow of refugees.
Time to go. Come on, Sophia, Zara, let's move, now! Nice to be out in the fresh air again. All those months on the run.
Gabriel, it was 6 weeks.
Was it? Well, it felt longer than that.
Can't believe we got rid of that unscrupulous president and his rotten cronies so quickly. Corrupt to the core.
Incredible to think. Hawks behind bars.
Why did he do it?
Obsessed with fulfilling the legacy of his father.
A legacy of genocide. Thanks to the broadcasts, people have started reassessing the way they've been fed lies by their rulers.
A new interim government in Albion.
I hear Ash has been made an international advisor.
They're opening up the borders again.
Perhaps I can go home. See where I was from, what state it's in. Maybe find my sister?
Sophia, Zara and I searched long and hard for your sister. Checked all the data, anything we could. Computer records, medical, employment, social security. And we did finally find her.
And? We found her daughter, Alia. We made contact via phone. She told us that Razia lived, became a doctor. She married and had 4 children. But she died last year. I'm sorry, Sophia. Alia's gonna be in touch, but in the meantime, we tracked down the satellite records of your sister's phone. It's all in the data. Here.
She left you so many messages.
What is it?
Just listen. We'll give you some space.
Sophia? It's Razia. I don't know if you'll ever get this, but I thought that if I left a message on your phone, someday you'll hear it. I'm in Germany, resettlement camp, but there's food and good people here. I hope you're okay. I pray that you got over the sea and have become the extraordinary woman I always knew you'd be. I'm going to leave a message for you every week, so you know what happened to me. I look up at the sky at night and think that somewhere you are looking at the same sky. You are my sun, my moon, and all my stars. I love you, Sophia.
In the Goldilocks zone, Sophia was played by Suad Faris, Gabriel by Adetomiwa Edun, and Zara by Anjali Mohindra. Young Sophia by Raghat Char, Razia by Lara Sawala, Hassan by Ammar Haj Ahmed, and President Hawks by Jonathan Keeble. The Goldilocks Zone was written by Tanika Gupta. It was a BBC Audio Drama North production, directed by Nadia Molinari.
Captain's log. His Majesty's submarine Cerberus, September 21, 1995, 1500 hours, North Siberian coast, Sector 18, Fjord 88. Position in accordance with mission requirements.
The Light of a Thousand Suns. Manning Wilson, John Rye, and Ian Thompson in a play for radio by James Follett. The Light of a Thousand Suns.
Depth?
1004 meters, sir.
Keel clearance?
54 meters and steady. Even floor.
Stop engines.
Engine still running, sir.
We have a PCC reject on that last order.
Well, what's the matter, Captain? Computer seizing command of your submarine?
Just a minute, please, Mr. Floyd. You know my orders. No civilians in the control room when we're on manual control. Key error?
Very fine now, sir. PCC reject positive.
What the hell's causing it?
Positive reading on the inverted echo sounder.
Put it on my display.
What is it, Captain? A ship up there?
If it were, the computer would have shut off our sonar long ago. A narrow beam sweep, please. I want a profile.
Sweeping now.
Now, does that look like a ship, Mr. Floyd?
Hardly.
Ice. Not much, but enough for the process control computer to override a stop engines command when we're about to send up the antenna boys. And intelligence assured us there would be no ice in this fjord at this time of year.
I'm not responsible for Met Intelligence, Captain.
No, but I'm responsible for this submarine, Mr. Floyd, and I don't like incorrect data. Now, if this was an old Polaris-class submarine, I wouldn't mind so much.
Well, I can't wait to get out of it.
Why? The damn sight safer than where you're going.
How do we know the Russians haven't sewn this fjord up with submarine detection equipment?
Don't worry, Mr. Floyd. Our sonar buoy jamming equipment is most effective. And besides, if our detectors heard anything, the PCC computer would not have allowed us to proceed this far.
They could put a cork in this fjord and we'd be sunk, literally, or up the creek, equally so.
Drift?
Drift 0. Internal wave 0. Thermocline level at 24 meters. Sub-bottom penetration indicates a hard sea floor.
Okay, we'll sit on it. Take it down. Level keel descent. 1 meter per second.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Sinclair?
Sir?
Stand by to release your antenna boys.
Standing by, sir. 20 minutes to beacon.
You're not sending those boys up here, are you?
Yes, of course.
Supposing they're seen. Can't you suspend this pantomime you go through every 6 hours?
That is the one thing we can't do.
Open out a bit.
We may be putting you ashore, but we're still on operational duties. And no matter where we are, the listening antennas go up, even if we were in the Solent. And if we didn't send them up on time, the process control computer would. Now, I don't like this situation any more than you do. I think it's madness to deploy a submarine such as this one for an intelligence mission. I said so at the time, but I was overruled.
My people tell me that this is the only submarine in service that can't be detected. I wish I had their confidence.
1032
Why?
meters.
Once you put me ashore with my equipment, I feel I stand a better chance. I can merge with the background, something I'm supposed to be trained to do. I can't do that while sitting around in this iron coffin. It wouldn't surprise me if at this moment the Russians are trying to make up their minds which of their latest toys to drop on us.
They don't know we're here.
The amount of warm water our reactors are pumping out will be a dead giveaway to an infrared surveillance satellite.
The Russians don't have polar orbit infrared satellites at the moment.
They've plenty of aircraft, though. This area will be swarming with them once their exercise gets underway.
You know, your nervousness doesn't fit my picture of a...
An observer?
Yes.
I thought you were going to say spy. You can call me that if you wish. Spy is when they work for the other side. Agent is a more acceptable term if you must use labels from fiction.
Or Rose by any other name.
Look, my normal office hours are 10 to 4:30. I'm paid monthly, $10,000 a year. I'm allowed 40 per night subsistence with an additional 10 per night for overseas travel, making a total of 50 per night, of which 7 will be deducted during my stay on your submarine. Full allowance rates will only apply from the moment I set foot on Russian soil. Upon my return, I shall have to make out detailed expenses in triplicate. If anything should happen to me, my wife will receive a lump payment of 2 years' salary and maybe a posthumous OBE or something about 5 years later.
We've touched bottom, sir.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound rude.
It's me, being cooped up in this thing.
Oh, why did you volunteer?
I didn't. I was asked.
Why agree, then?
Release number 1.
Direct orders are a luxury only enjoyed by the armed services. In 6 weeks, I come up before a review board. Favourable word from them can add 7% of my salary and 4% on my pension, if I live to see it.
Release boys 2 and 3.
You really think it's dangerous here?
With 10,000 tons of tinware disturbing the local gravity, what do you think?
I think it's time we got some sleep. It's now 13:45. Mr. Sinclair?
Sir?
Are the antenna boys up?
Number 1's on the surface. They'll be shooting at it yet. 2 and 3 on the way up.
Lieutenant Sinclair, facetiousness is as unbecoming as a single ring.
Yes, sir.
I'll leave you to monitor the 1400-hour beacon. I'm going to get some sleep.
Aye, aye, sir.
I must ask you to leave the control room now, Mr. Floyd.
Sure.
Oh, and one thing.
Yeah?
HMS Cerberus is not 10,000 tons of tinware.
Huh?
She's 10,000 tons of titanium alloy and carbon fiber.
Really?
Accurate data, Mr. Floyd. accurate data. Who are you? What are you doing in my cabin?
Stride. Leading technician Stride.
I can read a branch badge, Stride. Didn't they teach you how to address an officer?
Leading technician Stride, sir.
What are you doing in my cabin?
You reported a malfunction on your television, sir.
That was 3 days ago.
The submarine's closed-circuit television system has a low maintenance priority, sir. Some calibration equipment's been giving us trouble.
What sort of trouble?
Nothing much. We fixed it now, sir.
Why wasn't I informed?
Test equipment faults aren't notifiable.
Well, you should have requested permission before entering my cabin.
It wasn't locked.
That doesn't matter. Did you obtain permission to enter the command area?
No.
No what?
Sorry. No, sir. I'm due back on duty shortly. There wasn't time to find you. I found the door unlocked, so I assumed...
Never assume anything, Stride, especially with me.
No, sir.
However, as you've repaired my television in your spare time, I'm prepared to overlook it on this occasion.
A 3-day delay in repairing any equipment ought to be unacceptable.
Since when did leading technicians decide what is acceptable aboard the submarine? As I do not share the Entertainment Committee's enthusiasm for running old westerns, a 3-day delay is perfectly acceptable.
There was a good one last night. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Only 2-dimensional, but it's very good.
I first saw that 25 years ago, when I was courting.
Perhaps you missed some of it the first time.
Perhaps I did. And it's none of your business.
Yes, sir. Well, if you're happy with the television, I'd better be going.
Stride, wait a minute.
Sir?
Thank you for fixing the set.
There wasn't much wrong with it.
I was about to have a beer. Would you care?
Oh, thank you, sir.
There's some cans in that locker.
Oh, right.
You're an odd sort, Stride.
Why? Your beer, sir. May I sit down?
Yes, yes. How long have you been in the Navy?
4 years.
Mm-hmm. How long in submarines?
4 years.
You like it?
Not so much in this sort of submarine.
Well, what other sort is there?
Oceanographic research submersibles.
Toys.
Oh, you think so?
This sort of submarine maintains peace. Without that, there'd be no time for large-scale research.
I always thought war was a spur to research. Sir. Why am I odd?
Research couldn't improve much on this submarine.
Perhaps. Why am I odd?
When I was your age, I went in terror of senior officers. If one asked me to have a drink with him, I'd be perched on the edge of my seat, quaking.
I can do a very realistic quake if you wish, sir.
Well, that won't be necessary. How long had you been in here before I came? Harrison, yes?
Control room. Lieutenant Sinclair. We haven't received the 1400-hour beacon.
You haven't? I'll be right up. Now then, Mr. Sinclair. What's all this nonsense about not receiving the 1400-hour beacon?
Nothing's come through on all 3 receivers. You can play the tapes if you don't believe me.
Don't be impertinent, Mr. Sinclair. Have you checked the receivers?
There's nothing wrong with them. I've just run some white noise tests.
Are the antenna boys still up?
You could hardly check the receivers with them down, sir.
Good. Well, then we'll carry out another test.
That's not necessary.
I don't trust these tests you people dabble with. I prefer something more positive, something I can understand.
White noise tests are standard procedure for radio receiver failure.
Standard procedure for you, Mr. Sinclair, is obeying my orders.
You haven't given any.
Don't push me, Mr. Sinclair.
I was only pointing out that I had followed the procedure.
Yeah, well, I've got another procedure for you to follow. Is the moon up?
The moon, sir?
Yes, sir, the moon. M-O-O-N.
Yes. Only 10 degrees.
Well, as long as it's there, that's all that matters. Now then. We're going to bounce a signal off it to test the receivers. Can you arrange a directional transmission so we don't advertise our presence to every monitoring station in Siberia?
Well, I'm not sure. I suppose we could. If you insist.
I do, Mr. Sinclair, very much so.
We'll need at least 30 minutes to set everything up.
You'll do it in 20.
And a lot of power.
I told you, Captain. Those Apaches were sure to turn mean if they discovered us.
I ain't scared of a bunch of redskins, Lieutenant. If we have to shoot it out, then we shoot it out.
Our orders are to assess their strength, Captain, not to stir up another Indian war.
You ain't scared of them, are you, Lieutenant? Because if you are, you ought to just take another look at our artillery, boy. I reckon they ain't gonna last. Attention all crew. This is Captain Harrison. We are about to test the emergency power system. All auxiliary power for non-essential activities has been suspended. This test will last approximately 5 minutes. Please remain where you are until normal power is restored. That is all.
Right, standing by to transmit. There'll be a 2.5-second time lag between sending and receiving.
Ready when you are, Mr. Sinclair.
On the count of 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Number 1, receiver positive.
Good. Now number 2.
On the count of...
Just press the button. Number 3. Well, now we know for certain. The satellite definitely did not transmit.
Ever know such a thing happened before?
Never.
You don't think...
It's too early to jump to conclusions. Which satellite was it?
Cassandra 6.
And the next one?
Cassandra 2. Transit commences in 4 hours and the next scheduled beacon at 2000 hours.
Well, we'll know then. One way or another.
You know, perhaps Cassandra 6 has been knocked out by a meteorite.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah, but still a possibility.
Look, Mr. Sinclair, let's wait for the next beacon, As I said, it's too early for jumping to conclusions. You can haul the antennas down now.
Right. Retract antenna, boys.
Retract antenna, boys.
Who's your relief watch?
Lieutenant Aitken.
Right, leave a message for him to call me 15 minutes before the next beacon. I'm going to catch up on my sleep.
Right, sir.
And you'd better restore auxiliary power. We can't have the crew deprived of their westerns. Captain's log. His Majesty's submarine Cerberus, September 21, 1995, 1500 hours, North Siberian coast, Sector 18, Fjord 88. Position in accordance with mission requirements. The scheduled 1400-hour beacon was not received. Routine tests on our radio receivers showed them to be functioning satisfactorily. It is presumed Cassandra 6 has been disabled by a meteorite. We're now awaiting the next beacon due from Cassandra 2 at 2000 hours. I am cancelling the operation to disembark the civilian Robert Floyd and applying Stage 1 alert standing orders. This action has been approved by the process control computer. Personal comments. The surrounding mountain profile of this fjord is exactly in accordance with the three-dimensional hologram. Charts are accurate to within plus or minus 5% for depth, and...
Captain, I'd like a word with you, please. What's the meaning
Mr. Floyd, I'm recording the log. If you wish to see me, kindly arrange with my steward.
What the hell's the idea of cancelling my mission?
Who said anything about it being cancelled?
My boat is not being made ready, and none of my equipment has been stowed in the escape pod. The single ringer responsible says he's been ordered to leave the gear alone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why?
Because I say so. Now, if you'll excuse me...
This mission of mine is not your responsibility. Your orders are to put me ashore at the proper time, which happens to be exactly 4 hours, 33 minutes from now. So you can tell that single ringer to break my gear out.
But don't you come in here lecturing me on my responsibilities, Mr. Floyd. You do well to remember that you have a responsibility to obey my orders while you're aboard this submarine. Now, kindly remember where you are.
The whole point of us being here in the first place is to put me ashore with my monitoring equipment. It's not me forgetting where we are. We haven't crept up this ditch for the scenery.
I have nothing further to add. If you don't leave now, I shall summon the Master-at-Arms.
Do you know the importance of this mission?
I am not concerned with the importance of your mission, only with the primary function of this submarine.
The Russians have a new coordinated fire control system for their tanks, mobile field guns, and ground-to-ground missile launchers. According to our reconnaissance satellites last year in Mongolia, the Russians wiped out over 2,000 Chinese tanks with fewer than 200 tanks and 4 rapid-fire missile launchers. We know they're going to use this system on the forthcoming exercise. We need to know a hell of a lot more about it. And the best way to find out is to monitor their short-range radio telemetry data links. The cunning bastards have deliberately picked this godforsaken part of the world for the exercise, knowing we've a snowball in hell's chance of listening in with conventional monitoring stations.
Mr. Floyd, I sympathize with you, but it changes nothing.
I don't want your bloody sympathy. I just want you to authorize the loading of my equipment into the forward escape pod.
Even if I gave the go-ahead, under the present circumstances, with the submarine in no immediate danger, the PCC would block any attempt to use the escape pods.
What present circumstances?
I cannot discuss that.
I remember the days when submarines were under the control of their captains, not a box full of transistors and integrated circuits.
Yes, and I remember the days when submarines were lost at sea through human error. Without the continuous situation assessment capability of the PCC, we should never have been able to progress this far into the fjord.
I see. And your PCC cannot make a mistake?
No more than a musical box could ever play a wrong note.
You're just playing with words.
Yes, well, I'd rather that than play with the lives of 50 men.
50 men? So that's it. I knew there was something odd about this submarine. You hardly ever see the crew. The usual complement is about 300 men.
The PCC has replaced 250 men.
And you're next?
I'd like to get some sleep now, Mr. Floyd.
What exactly is this submarine, Captain? It's too modern to be a Polaris class, and you said something about it not being one earlier on.
Did I?
And yet it carries missiles. I noticed the launch tube caps on the aft deck as I came aboard, 10 of them.
Pretty observant of you.
It's my job. Something else I noticed. There are no periscopes. I always thought periscopes and submarines went together like roast beef and Yorkshire pudding.
I've never tasted it. This submarine has two operational modes. Either she's on the surface in home waters, or she's below at 1,000 meters. Never less than that, and certainly never periscope depth. Therefore, periscopes are superfluous. If we want to take a look at the surface, we can send up a TV camera boy.
Is that classified information?
The fact that this submarine exists is classified information.
Just as I thought. I couldn't even find out what its name means.
Well, there's nothing classified about that. Cerberus, in classical mythology, was a many-headed dog which kept watch over the gates of Hades. Now, you think about it.
Thank you. And now perhaps you tell me why my mission has been cancelled?
That I cannot do.
You'll sign a form absolving me from responsibility?
Yes, I've recorded the cancellation in the log.
I could make a guess. This submarine is on some sort of alert?
We're always on the alert, Mr. Floyd. Only sometimes a little more so than at other times. And now I must insist that you leave this cabin. I've had no sleep for 20 hours.
Sit down, Mr. Wallace.
Thanks.
Now, what on earth is all this about? I received a message from your ambassador saying it was imperative I grant you an immediate interview. If it's that urgent, shouldn't your embassy deal with the appropriate ministry?
Well, this is a complex matter, Miss Arnott. We thought it best to come to you first rather than tangle with your civil service.
I'm a civil servant, Mr. Wallace.
Yes, but as director of the British Military Communications Group, you have direct access to your Prime Minister, correct?
That depends on how urgent the matter is, and the Prime Minister. We now have a new Prime Minister.
I believe he's a personal friend of yours.
Supposing you tell me what all this is about.
Do you remember our needle project of the 60s?
I'm hardly likely to remember what happened in the 60s. But I do recall reading about it. It attracted some notoriety, didn't it?
Yes. Several million metallic needles were injected into Earth orbit to determine whether or not it would be possible to screen radio signals controlling guided missiles. Other reasons for the experiment were put out at the time, of course.
Oh, yes. The resulting blanketing effect upset a lot of radio astronomers. But what's all this got to do with your visit?
Would you take a look at this, please?
A piece of aluminium foil?
I guess it does look like aluminum foil. Try bending it.
Good heavens.
Yeah. MIT came up with that stuff about a year ago. In addition to its mechanical strength properties, it was found to be the most effective screening material we've ever come across. It can stop anything right across the radio spectrum. Even X-rays.
Even X-rays?
That's right. You see what this means?
I do indeed.
Supposing the Russians discover it as well. We know from the work they're doing on titanium-based alloys that they're as likely to stumble across it as we did. A load of this in orbit would wreck the radar and infrared homing systems on our advanced-use anti-missile missiles, making the Dew and Nudge lines as big a joke in the next war as the Maginot Line was in the last.
Can I keep this?
Well, I guess so. You could test it for yourself.
We shall, Mr. Wallace.
It was essential we should discover how effective this stuff is under operational conditions.
Of course. Now let me guess. An experiment has gone wrong?
Well, yes, that's about the size of it, Miss Arnott. 200,000 pounds of the stuff, the size of postage stamps, was lifted into orbit at 1200 hours your time this afternoon. It was packed around an explosive charge. The idea was to detonate the charge in an orbit inclined at 80 degrees to the zodiac, well clear of the Earth. The stuff was so arranged to spread outwards in the form of an expanding disk. We were to make a series of high-speed tests to measure its effectiveness as the disk expanded. 1 hour after detonation, the stuff would be sufficiently dissipated to be completely harmless.
It sounds well conceived. What went wrong?
Well, the rocket was steered into polar orbit, and we were all set for the final orbit injection when we discovered the second-stage booster wouldn't separate. Several stunts were tried to get the darn thing to unstick, and somehow or other we managed to inject the whole goddamn payload into Earth orbit.
Oh.
A belt of the stuff is now in polar orbit, going from pole to pole at 90 degrees to the equator.
I see.
We're very sorry about this, Miss Arnott. Naturally, with all your communication satellites in near equatorial orbit, we're hoping the radio blackout for each satellite will only last for a few minutes during intersection with the screening belt. Of course, if you have any polar orbit satellites, it would be a different story.
I don't think so, Mr. Wallace. How long will this belt last?
At the present dissipation rate, it will be at maximum effectiveness for the next 100 hours. Naturally, your government will receive a formal apology.
Naturally.
We considered the matter urgent, just in case you have polar orbit satellites we don't know about.
Of course.
We believe all your satellite orbits are profiled on a central computer?
It sounds like a good idea.
This computer tape may be of assistance. It projects the radio shadow created by the belt over the next 100 hours.
Thank you.
It will enable you to determine when, where, and for how long your satellites will suffer blackout. The tape is in the Estol computer language. I believe that's the one you're using?
Nearly finished. Yes, Miss Arnott. We're waiting for the computer to print out details on just one more satellite series, and that's it.
And which satellites will be the worst affected?
Well, none seriously so far. Irritating, perhaps. The longest blackout will be the Met Office's Eureka 7 from 1831 hours to 1901 hours on the 24th. Skynet 10, 1800 to 1810 hours tomorrow. On the civil side, Early Bird 20 will be off the air for 20 minutes on the 25th. Oh, bang in the middle of the Peru-Chile match. My husband will go mad. That'll be the results on the Cassandra series. Excuse me. Oh, God! Miss Arnott, come and look at this.
Captain Harrison, sir. Wake up.
What?
Wake up, sir.
Oh, what is it?
You left a message to be woken at 19:45, sir. Lieutenant Aiken is on watch. I brought you some coffee.
Oh, thank you. Tell Mr. Aiken I'll be in the control room in 10 minutes.
The civilian would like to see you.
Oh, hell. What does he want?
I don't know. You tried to come in when you were sleeping.
That reminds me. You left this cabin unlocked and unattended whilst I was in the control room.
Did I, sir?
You did. Don't let it happen again.
I'm sorry, sir.
Good evening, Captain. Did you sleep well?
No.
May I have a quick word with you?
No.
I have an idea.
Later.
I won't take a minute.
I said later.
I think you better go. He's not in the best of humours.
Oh.
I don't like having my moods decided for me.
You're not getting enough sleep, sir.
And you're getting impertinent.
I just warned Mr. Aiken that you are on the way.
You won't warn him. You will tell him.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Aiken. Anything to report?
No, sir. The antenna boys are up.
1 minute, 30 seconds to beacon.
I suppose you know we didn't receive the last beacon.
Yes, Mr. Sinclair told me. He's noted it in the control room log. He thought a meteorite may have knocked out the satellite, but it does seem improbable when you consider that each satellite has 3 separate transmitter receivers with independent power supplies.
That's my feelings exactly. Mr. Sinclair has a romantic streak in his nature.
60 seconds to beacon.
Why are these men still on duty?
They've swapped watches. Say the Western isn't a very good one.
Curiosity, more like.
Did you wish to supervise, sir?
No, you carry on, Mr. Aiken.
Run tape recorders.
Recorders rolling.
Receivers on.
Receivers on.
All channels.
Yes, sir.
40 seconds to beacon.
Stand by emergency power.
Emergency power standing by.
We'll have the amplifiers on maximum gain, please, Mr. Aiken.
Maximum gain.
We'll be deafened when the satellite transmits, sir.
Well, let us hope so, Mr. Aiken.
30 seconds to beacon.
Final check. Antennas.
Antennas standing by.
25 seconds to beacon.
Recorders.
Rolling.
Receivers.
Standing by on all channels.
20 seconds to beacon.
All systems okay and standing by.
15 seconds to beacon.
Pray, Aitken.
I have been.
10 seconds to beacon.
Quiet now, please.
5 seconds and counting. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sweet Jesus.
Quiet.
It won't come now.
Rerun tapes. Maximum amplification.
There won't be anything on them. Meters didn't even flicker.
Just obey orders. Rerun the tapes.
Sir.
He's right, you know.
Maybe so, sir, but he should obey orders no matter what.
Yes. It's something we must all do. No matter what.
With your permission, sir, I'd like to run some tests on the receivers.
No.
But sir,
Look, there's nothing wrong with the receivers. Is there?
No, I suppose not.
So there's no point in kidding ourselves, there is. Now, I'll remain on watch while you, very quietly, without fuss or excitement, inform all executive officers there will be a meeting in my cabin in 35 minutes at 20:35. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Master at Arms.
Sir.
Until further notice, you or one of your men will remain near me at all times, armed.
Yes, sir. Could I see you now, Captain? It's very important.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Floyd. We'll have to wait.
We could try connecting my monitoring equipment to one of your antenna buoys. The mountains would make reception difficult, but it's
Yes,
worth
we'll
trying.
discuss it later.
I'd like to discuss it
Master
now.
at Arms, would you escort this gentleman from the control room? He's no business here.
This way, sir.
I think you're being bloody unreasonable.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Now, you must all know by now why I've called this meeting. The last 2 scheduled Cassandra beacons were not received.
I take it, sir, full checks have been carried out on our receivers?
Yes, Mr. Fisher. All 3 receivers will prove to be in working order immediately before, during, and after the scheduled beacon times.
Maybe a meteorite...
A meteorite might knock out one satellite, but it's a 1,000,000 to 1 possibility. And even if that has happened, no meteorite could knock out all 3 transmitter receivers. And certainly not all 6 on 2 satellites with a 60-degree orbital separation. Therefore, I see no point in a lot of speculation as to whether or not the satellites transmitted. From now on, we shall proceed on the basis that they did not.
Yes, sir.
Now, we have clear-cut orders governing our actions in this situation, and it's up to me and you to see that they are carried out in a satisfactory manner. From now on, I will tolerate no breaches of discipline, no matter how minor, either from you or the crew. Do I make myself absolutely clear?
Yes, sir. A small point, sir.
Yes, Mr. Sinclair?
If this submarine is to be used, hasn't it failed in its prime function, that of a deterrent?
Our prime function is to obey orders.
Blind obedience to orders is no defence if the subordinate is aware that to obey such orders would lead to the committing of an atrocity. This was made clear during the Nuremberg war crimes trials after the last war, and later on during the trial of some American soldiers following a massacre in
Mr.
Vietnam.
Sinclair, we are not here to debate.
I'm only pointing out...
You are pointing out your unfitness to serve as an officer aboard this submarine.
No, sir. I think it is only fair that you and the other officers should know that the point I made was added to the Geneva Convention, and our country countersigned the amendment.
Have you finished, Mr. Sinclair?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, we've listened to you. Now, perhaps you'll be good enough to listen to me. First, whatever agreements, treaties, or conventions our country has signed are of academic interest only. For all we know at this moment, the Geneva Convention may be nothing more than so much useless ash. Second, moral issues concerning the functioning of the submarine and the duties of its crew are a matter for the King, government, and people of Great Britain. Third, to carry out those duties, I shall require your unquestioning loyalty. Normally, I'm entitled to expect it as a matter of course, but I'm not insensitive to private feelings in these extraordinary circumstances.
Do you not think it might be a good idea to monitor the broadcast band, sir?
No, I do not, Mr. Aiken.
It would verify the situation.
It would verify nothing. Do you think the Russians are incapable of faking what little transmissions we will be able to receive in this part of the world? We have ways of faking broadcasts of all the Russians, therefore it would be foolish to pretend they don't have the same. Our course of action is determined by the silence from the Cassandra satellites, which can't be faked. Now, to do otherwise would mean disobeying orders.
But, sir, I can't...
Now, Mr. Sinclair, I am prepared to overlook your comments made during this meeting, but afterwards I shall expect and get obedience to orders.
So what exactly are these orders?
Firstly, to apply Stage 1 Alert Standing Order listed on paper number 8 before you, starting with the food controls.
Yes, sir.
Now, the daily ration per man is scheduled in Appendix D.
Sir?
Immediate implementation of these controls will extend our tour period by a further 6 months before revictualling is necessary.
That's assuming there's anywhere left where we can revictual.
Well, we'll worry about that when we have to. Our immediate concern...
Yes, we know, to obey orders.
I shall ignore that remark, Mr. Sinclair, but I might not ignore the next. Secondly, the shredding and pulping of documents which indicate the qualifications and duties of crew members. Is the shredding and pulping machine in working order?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Now, pass this key down, please.
Sir.
Mr. Sinclair, would you open the bulkhead safe, please?
Sir.
The small door beside the television panel. I want the green package marked Sector 18. Well, gentlemen, I don't propose going through all the orders. As you can see, they're all fairly straightforward. Are there any questions?
This one, sir?
Yes, pass it down, please. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you all know what this is. I'll just break the seals. And there we are. Nothing more than an ordinary tape recorder cassette. Now, this tape can only be played under the following circumstances. When 2 scheduled beacons had not been received, and then only by the captain in the presence of the executive officers. Do we all agree those conditions now apply?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, don't look so worried, gentlemen. This tape contains nothing more than our required fail-safe position, somewhere well out to sea, I imagine.
There's also a red package in the safe marked Sector 18. I suppose that's the
Instructions on when to play the red tape will be contained in this tape, Mr. Sinclair. Let's not get unduly excited. Now, before I play this tape, I'm bound to draw your attention to Clause 7 in the Alert Standing Orders. In plain language, Clause 7 states that the orders on these tapes are directed at all the submarine's officers and not just the captain. In other words, the enactment of those orders is the collective responsibility of us all and not just myself.
That's all very well.
I will act as arbiter in any dispute regarding their interpretation. Apart from that, we all have equal responsibility to ensure that they are carried out. That is why the tapes can only be played in your presence. Do you all understand?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Now, will you all sign paper number 6 in front of you and pass them down to me? Something seems to be bothering you, Mr. Sinclair.
Sir, I don't believe I can accept this concept of collective responsibility.
Master at Arms, will you step into my cabin, please?
I only wish to point out, sir.
Master at Arms, kindly escort Lieutenant Sinclair to his cabin and see that he remains there.
Sure.
He may visit the heads, but he is to be accompanied.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
I'm doing my duty, Mr. Sinclair. As it's obvious you have no intention of doing the same, you leave me no choice. Take him away.
Come along, please, sir.
And leave your tape destruction key on the table, Mr. Sinclair.
I only wish now I'd used the bloody thing.
An armed guard by his door, if you please, and remove the intercom from his cabin.
Very good, sir.
Does anyone else have misgivings concerning their future behavior? I shall now play this tape. This player appears to be faulty.
Try this one, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fisher. This one's the same. Mr. Aitken, you're responsible for equipment. Is it asking too much of you to ensure the tape recorders are kept in working order?
May I say it, please, sir? Thank you. With your permission, I'll try one of my own cassettes.
The leak on the port hydroplane gland has been rectified. New lighting tubes installed in companion...
Well, there's nothing wrong with the tape recorders. It's your tape.
That's ridiculous.
Apparently not.
Fetch me another tape there.
It's no use, sir.
Do as I say.
Look, you might as well face up to it. Your tape has been exposed to an extremely powerful magnetic field. That can only mean one thing. Someone has activated the tape destruction system.
Well, if that is the case, it must have been done by one of us.
But, sir...
Would you all place your tape destruction keys on the table, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, they all look okay, sir. None of them has been used. Plastic covering films are intact, including Lieutenant Sinclair's.
In that case, there must be another explanation. And I think I know what it is.
Louise! Come in, come in.
Hello, Michael.
Pull up a stool. Sorry about the mess. I'm wading through my predecessor's papers. Those I'm allowed to see, that is.
I suppose I must be the last to congratulate you.
Oh, not quite. There's still a number of undersecretaries who've yet to beat a path to my door. I haven't even got my feet under the table, and they're plotting.
Oh.
The civil servants will be able to transfer their loyalties overnight.
Oh, they're not politicians, Michael. They're only human.
One of my election pledges was to stop government being a faceless bureaucracy, and they're all wondering which of them I've decided is a faceless bureaucrat. As far as I'm concerned, they all are.
Michael...
I've decided to sack the next one who comes through that door saying, "Here's a paper we think you ought to see, Prime Minister." I'm only interested in the papers they think I shouldn't see.
Oh, you can't sack civil servants, Michael. They can only be transferred.
Something I intend changing.
Michael...
Would you consider a transfer, Louise?
No, Michael.
Why not?
I don't think it would be wise, do you?
I suppose you're right.
What have you done about my message?
It wasn't an excuse to see me.
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought...
Don't let's start that again, Michael. It's finished.
I passed your message on to the Navy.
What did they say?
Haven't replied yet.
What's the purpose of the Cassandra satellites?
Don't you know?
No, for some reason or other my department wasn't notified of their function. All we know is that there are 6 of them in polar orbit with a 60-degree separation.
Oddly enough, only last night I was looking at the appropriation vote. I've been going over the defence spending for the last 5 years to see if there's anything we can cut down for quick results. I got it here somewhere. 1990. Cassandra Satellite Program, Naval Communications. Development, 2.4 million. Ground stations, 8 million. Booster hardware, 10 million. Over 3 million per satellite. Why is it always necessary to start writing noughts as far as space is concerned?
Who sponsored the program?
Weapons and Strategic Studies Group.
Pike. Theodore Pike.
The green telephone. Trouble. Hello? Cassandra. That's right. The Americans approached Miss Arnott. Yes, she's with me now. Hold on. Louise, how long will this blackout last?
100 hours.
100 hours? They gave her a computer tape. How urgent? About 8 o'clock. All right, then, 7. Okay, I'll have to cancel some appointments. Oh, one thing. I want to be briefed first. No, he's useless. I'll see Pike. I'll send him along immediately. And Williams, I mean, immediately. Oh, well, Louise, your signal seems to have caused quite a ripple in the ranks. The Navy are leaping about as if the sea had run dry. Quite a tonnage of gold braid heading my way in 2 hours.
Is Pike coming?
Yes. Should be here in a few minutes.
I must be going.
Well, I'd like you to stay.
And run into Pike? No, thank you, Michael.
Pike? Oh, Pike! Yes, I remember now. He never used to turn up at committee meetings or sent along a minion, unless he needed money. Yes. Look here. 1989. There were 6 meetings to discuss financial cover for the new C-class submarines. He got his money and has hardly been seen since. Keeps himself to himself.
Well, one would expect the head of our Weapons and Strategic Studies Group to do just that. Look, I must be going, Michael.
Oh, this is interesting. Copy of a memo to Pike from my predecessor, May 1990. 5 years ago. There's a written question attached from the member for Isha. Why is the government spending 2,000 million on the new C-class submarines when the Polaris submarines still have another 10 years operational life as a result of major refits? Good question. Why did they? The memo to Pike says, give me a plausible reply to this, please.
Government by faceless bureaucrats.
I wonder what the answer was.
You'll have to look up Hansard.
I will. Have you met this Pike?
Once or twice. The only good thing about him is that at least he's on our side. He's a man I can't fathom, completely devoid of emotions. I've no wish to meet him again.
I'd rather you stayed, Louise.
Is that an order or a request?
What would it have to be for you to remain?
An order.
Then that's what it is. Sit down, Pike. Miss Arnott and I wish to ask you a few questions. But first of all, I must warn you that the days when you could run defense matters how you pleased are over.
All matters requiring decisions have always been referred to the correct minister.
You will find me more inclined to stamp on people rather than rubber-stamp their pet schemes. We'll discuss that later. Brief me on the purpose and function of the Cassandra satellites.
Naval communications.
We know that. Be more specific.
They provide a control link with the C-class submarines.
You mean submarine, don't you? Cerberus is the only one in service.
That's right. Ceres and Cyclops are still under construction. They're due for commissioning in 1998.
I shouldn't count on it, Pike. Now then, why are the Navy getting so frantic about this communication loss with the Cassandra satellites?
So there is a blackout.
It must be the first time for some years that the Prime Minister has known something ahead of his senior aides.
What is the nature of this blackout?
The Americans have orbited a narrow belt of reflecting material, similar to chaff, but more effective. It's in a polar orbit. The belt's only 2 degrees wide, but its apogee and perigee matches that of the Cassandra orbit precisely. The Americans say it's an accident.
Has it been confirmed?
Oh, yes. The Royal Radar Establishment, Malvern, and Government Communications Headquarters, Cheltenham, have reported the presence of a narrow reflecting belt in polar orbit. Even the BBC's Caversham stations noticed something odd. Of course, none of them knows about the Cassandra satellites.
How long would it last?
Another 100 hours at the present dissipation rate.
What time did it start?
1,200 hours.
You must excuse me, Prime Minister. I have to attend...
You leave. When I say you can leave, Pike. You haven't answered my question. Why are the Navy so upset at this communication loss? Surely the Cassandra satellites are not the only means of communicating with Cerberus.
I'm afraid they are, Prime Minister.
No ground wave system?
No.
But multiple systems have always been a requirement aboard our submarines. Why should Cerberus be any different? She's an ordinary Polaris carrier, isn't she?
No submarine costing 2,000 million could be described as ordinary.
Cerberus is neither ordinary nor a Polaris carrier. She's equipped with 50 Kraken missiles, half of them armed with 50-megaton hydrogen fusion warheads, 16,000-kilometer range. Cerberus can discharge all of them in 8 minutes.
Oh.
Compared with the Kraken, Polaris is nothing more than an obsolescent toy.
Hardly obsolescent, Pike. If it wasn't for the Polaris submarines, this country would be defenseless right now.
No, not with Cerberus, Prime Minister.
Why not? If it was necessary to order a retaliation, we shouldn't be able to do so.
Cerberus will never receive an order to retaliate. Every 6 hours, she receives a coded radio signal via one of the Cassandra satellites ordering her not to retaliate. Negative response retaliation. You've heard of it, Prime Minister?
Only a strategic philosophy. I never thought it would ever be put in practice.
Having a lot of people think you won't do something is a very good reason for doing it.
Hmm.
The chief advantage of negative response retaliation is in its simplification of operational procedures and avoidance of too many fail-safe devices where there's a danger of not being able to retaliate if you want to. A problem we still have with the Polaris submarines.
So, if Cerberus does not receive a signal every 6 hours, she'll attack.
Eventually.
Who devised this mad system?
I did, with the approval of your predecessor.
Why wasn't I informed earlier?
You were scheduled to be notified in due course. Besides, Prime Ministers needn't concern themselves with operational details, as long as the system works.
But it's not working, is it? No wonder the Navy are panicking. And you telling me we're about to attack is hardly an operational detail.
I did not say we were about to attack.
Did he or did he not say we...
I said Cerberus would attack eventually. There is a fail-safe contingency. Only one, but an effective one. Cerberus has now missed her first beacon. She'll miss her second in, 4 hours. So we have 10 hours...
I want to know about this fail-safe, Pike.
At the moment, Cerberus will be in a Russian fjord on the North Siberian coast. She's on a special mission for intelligence.
I'm not interested in what she's doing. I'm interested in what she's going to do and how you intend stopping her.
Simple. If she does not receive a scheduled beacon, the captain will freeze operations by placing the submarine on a Stage 1 alert. If the next beacon is not received, he'll up the alert status to Stage 2, call a meeting of his executive officers and open his green orders for whatever sector he happens to be in. They're in the form of a tape recorder cassette. The cassette will detail a position on the high seas which he is required to head for immediately. He will wait in this position, And if a third beacon is not received and he hears nothing further from us, he will assume that this country has been subject to a surprise attack. Then, and only then, will he retaliate.
How do we use the fail-safe?
By dispatching 2 RAF Nemesis aircraft to rendezvous with Cerberus at her fail-safe position. Cerberus will maintain a skywatch by means of her TV camera buoys. She'll fire a flare from the buoy to let the RAF know they've been seen, and Cerberus will downgrade the alert and resume normal patrol. It's a very simple system.
And we definitely can't radio Cerberus direct.
Anyone can send a radio signal. That's why the negative response retaliation system is so effective. You can't jam or otherwise interfere with silence. If you do, it's no longer silence, is it?
Stride may be a bit surly at times, sir, but I can't believe he could be responsible for the destruction of the recordings. Why would he want to do such a thing?
Well, we'll soon find out, gentlemen. Call him in, please.
In here, Stride. Leading technician, Stride, sir.
Thank you, Master at Arms. Your firearm, please.
Mine, sir?
Yes, yours, sir.
But, sir...
Don't argue with me. Just place it on the table, with the safety catch off.
Do as I say.
Yes, sir.
Now close the door. No, I want you to remain. Now stand there, Stride. To attention, if you please. Now then. At 13:30 hours today, you entered my cabin without permission. Why?
To repair your television, sir.
Now tell me the real reason.
That is the real reason.
Do you know what these are?
They look like recording tape cassettes.
What type of tape cassette?
Well, ordinary cassettes, aren't they?
No, Stride, they are not ordinary, and you know they're not, don't you?
No, sir.
What was wrong with your television, sir?
Well, the picture was twisted sideways slightly.
It's all right now?
Yes.
What did you have to do to the set, Stride?
The focusing coil around the neck of the tube had slipped. I realigned it and tightened the clamp.
A simple task?
Yes, sir, very simple.
One which would only take a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
When I caught you, Stride, you've been in here nearly 20 minutes.
I had to unscrew the front panel and slide the unit out from the bulkhead before I could work on it. And I had to remove the electromagnetic and X-ray shielding from around the tube.
And yet this simple task took 20 minutes,
I also made a number of adjustments to the three-dimensional balance. Picture lacked depth.
And you also made a number of adjustments to that safe beside the television.
No, sir. I never touched it. I didn't even know it was a safe.
You activated the tape destruction system. These tapes are useless.
No, sir, I swear.
Tell the truth.
I've never heard of the tape destruction system.
You've seen the activating switches near the escape hatches?
No, sir. I don't know. Maybe I have. I don't know.
And you've never seen one of these keys for activating the switches?
No, sir.
Did you search him, Master at Arms?
Yes, sir, and his quarters. Didn't find anything.
I don't know anything about this tape destruction system, and I know nothing about the switches.
You're a liar, Stride, and I can prove you're a liar.
You prove it, then.
Now then, tell me what's your time.
Each day, I record the submarine's log and place the tape in that safe. Besides some very important tapes, every log recording I've made on this trip has been completely erased, with one exception. The recording of today's log, which I made after your visit to this cabin.
Maybe someone else got into your cabin.
No, Stride. You see this strip of film? Now, anyone entering the command area of this submarine has their picture taken by an automatic camera. The picture also records the date and time. You are the only unauthorized person who's entered this area with the necessary electronics knowledge to destroy those tapes.
Sir, I swear I had nothing to do with...
Now, I don't know how you managed to operate the tape destruction system without a key, but I will know very shortly. Master at Arms, is this thing loaded?
Yes, sir. I should be careful, sir. The safety catch.
If I may...
Be quiet, Mr. Eakin. Now then, Stride, are you going to tell me?
There's nothing to tell you. I don't know how the recordings were destroyed.
Master at Arms, if I wanted to kill this man, where would be the best place to point this thing?
Oh, sir, you
just don't try telling me what I can or cannot do, Aitken. Once we're on stage to alert, there's precious little I can't do, including the removal of this miserable worm if his presence threatens the execution of our orders.
Sir.
Now, where's the best place to point this thing?
Not at his chest.
Not at his chest what?
Not at his chest, sir.
Why not? I'm pointing it at his heart, aren't I?
Yes, sir, but the ricochet, these steel bulkheads.
Oh, higher?
Yes, sir.
Sir, if I may
No,
suggest...
you may not, Fisher. Be quiet. At the neck, like this,
At the head, sir. Up a bit.
5 seconds, Stride. I won't even count, it's too melodramatic. I'm sure you can mentally tick off 5 seconds, starting from now.
I reckon you missed me, low man.
Maybe that was just a warning. Maybe I don't shoot unarmed men.
Or maybe you've gotten yourself a yellow streak wider than the Grand Canyon.
Ready?
Yes, Marshal. Right here, Marshal.
Debbie, you still handy with that Winchester?
Yeah, I sure am, Marshal. I sure am.
Now's your last chance to tell us if you pulled that safe job.
Lieutenant Sinclair? Lieutenant Sinclair?
What is it?
Oh, sorry to interrupt your movie, sir, but Captain Harrison wants to berth this man with you. In here, Stride.
Stride? What the hell have you been up to?
He's upset the captain, haven't you, Stride? Done a good job of it, too.
I thought the idiot was going to shoot me.
I should watch your tongue if I were you, son. You're lucky to be alive.
Has he got to stay with me?
I can't spare armed guards for every man who annoys Captain Harrison, how can I? I'll have your kit sent up, Stride. Good night, gentlemen. I hope you get on well together.
Sorry about this, sir.
Oh, you can forget the sir while we're in here. Well, if I shift Cutty's sark off the top berth...
Here, let me help.
Mind the rigging. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
You must have a lot of patience to build models with such detail.
No. You just need an endless stream of westerns put up by the entertainment committee.
Captain Harrison said something similar.
What did you do to upset him?
Nothing.
You said something about him nearly shooting you. Now, he may be a bit odd at times, but he doesn't go around shooting the crew without good reason.
He thinks I activated the tape distraction system, whatever that is.
Are the tapes dead?
He had some cassettes on the table which he said were useless.
With green wrapping paper?
Yeah, and red.
Wow. No wonder he nearly shot you.
Why? How important are those tapes?
Important enough.
How much?
How do I know Harrison hasn't planted you on me?
You don't? What did you do to upset him?
Well, we had a difference of opinion on a policy matter.
I don't know much about submarine administration, but I wouldn't have thought that called for an armed guard outside your door.
I thought I was asking you questions.
There's not much point. Nobody believes me answers. What's a stage 2 alert?
You've been listening to rumours.
No. Harrison mentioned we were on one just now. He suggested that under a stage 2 alert he had the power to shoot me.
He has, if you activated the tape destruction system.
Look, I don't even know what it is.
It's the modern version of the weighted bag for emergency disposal of confidential documents.
How's it work?
Well, the ship's tapes are kept in the captain's safe. There's a powerful magnetic coil at the back, powerful enough to erase recordings on magnetic tapes if it's energized.
Cool.
How did you do it?
I didn't.
Someone did.
Well, it wasn't me. The captain said something about an activating key.
Yeah.
There was one on the table.
Yeah, that was mine.
Oh.
I had to surrender it before being incarcerated in here. All executive officers hold one. There's a special switch by each escape hatch which can only be operated by one of those keys. Now, if we have to abandon ship, all an officer has to do is insert his key in the switch, turn it, and... no more recordings on the tapes.
Then any officer could have destroyed the tapes?
Yeah. But if an officer did, Harrison would know.
What?
Using a key destroys its plastic film covering. Now, the idea is that if the submarine has been abandoned, it's possible to check afterwards that the tapes were destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
Why should Harrison think you destroyed them?
He found me in his cabin fixing his television. He says the only tape which is okay is the one he recorded after my...
What's the matter?
Yeah, of course, that must be it.
What?
I'm trying to think. Those switches by the escape hatches, they must operate a relay in the safe to energize the coil.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, that would account for him.
Account for what?
The captain's television is right beside the safe, right?
Yeah.
I tested the set with the cathode ray tube shielding removed. The radiation from the picture focusing coil could have energized the relay and so destroyed the recordings.
Oh, I mean, it sounds highly improbable.
Oh, don't you see? 3D colour televisions have something like 20,000 volts going through their coils.
Yeah.
They even radiate X-rays if they're not properly shielded, and I removed that shielding when I tested the set.
Well, I suppose that could be the explanation. Are you going to tell the captain?
I don't know. He'd probably threaten to take another pot at me. You still haven't told me how important those recordings are.
As soon as the sub goes onto a stage 2 alert, Harrison had played the green tape, which will give him his required fail-safe position. He'll then head for that position to await an eyeball contact with an RAF nemesis.
By sending up a TV camera?
Yeah, that's right. Now, when Harrison sees the nemesis, he'll fire a flare from the camera boy to let the RAF know he's seen him. Then he'll wind the boy back into the sub, downgrade the alert, and return to normal patrol duties.
Sounds simple.
Yeah. It's supposed to be infallible.
What will Harrison do if he doesn't know what his fail-safe position is?
How the hell should I know?
What's that?
Shh. Listen.
Sounds like it's coming from below.
That is Clarke control. Fisher's testing his beloved missile conveyors.
There's a PCC reject here, sir.
Huh?
Regarding the revised food rations.
Well, pass it down to catering. What's so funny?
Well, the computer has pointed out that the beef burgers only have a freezer life of another 12 weeks. Therefore, they should be used up first. Looks like we'll be living on beef burgers for the next few weeks.
What's the matter, Master at Arms?
It's Mr. Floyd, sir.
It's about this idea of mine, Captain.
Yes, I too have an idea, Mr. Floyd, and if you interrupt me once again when I'm busy, I might put it into operation.
But we must at least try something, Captain. We could connect my monitoring gear up to one of the antenna boys,
The
and then
antenna boys can only be sent up at predetermined times. Now, even if I could send them up whenever I wished, I certainly would never sanction their use for any purpose other than that for which they were designed.
So much for your fail-safe, Pike. Where the hell's that bloody submarine? 6 RAF Nemesis have been sweeping the fail-safe area for 3 hours and there's no sign of her.
I don't understand it any more than you do, Prime Minister. Perhaps Cerberus received those beacons after all. Perhaps she's still in Fjord 88.
According to Miss Arnott, no signal can penetrate the belt and won't be able to for at least another 95 hours.
If Cerberus did not receive the beacons, Harrison would definitely play the green tape and head immediately for the fail-safe position. Those are his orders.
What sort of man is Harrison? Is there any chance he might not follow orders?
None whatsoever. His years of conditioning and training would not permit it. He will stick rigidly to procedure. Anything that might prevent him following those orders would create too much emotional stress for him to cope with.
What's happened to the idea of individual initiative?
Oh, we can't afford that sort of thing today. Not with submarines like Cerberus. We have to know exactly where she is and what she's doing from day to day without maintaining constant lines of communication.
Would any of his officers oppose him?
No. And even if they did, he has clear instructions on how to deal with them.
Which are?
At the slightest sign of dissent from any officer or crew member, he would place them under immediate arrest. Stage 2 alert procedures give him the power to be even more ruthless if necessary.
And you have no doubt that Harrison will obey his orders?
None at all.
Do we really know how a man would behave under such circumstances?
With Harrison we do. That's why we chose him.
But it's absurd that there's no means of contacting him.
Why should there be? Cerberus is nothing more than a remote firing platform. We have nothing to say to her. She has nothing to say to us. As soon as you become dependent on communication links, you not only reduce your system integrity, but you risk the submarine being discovered by the enemy. And you risk the messages being intercepted and eventually faked. I still say this system is infallible.
I don't like being told about infallible systems from someone who's already been proved wrong. Perhaps the fail-safe position on Harrison's tape doesn't agree with our tape.
It must do. Harrison's tapes are copies made from our masters.
You seem to have thought of everything.
Yes.
These missiles Cerberus has, tell me about them.
50 Krakens, half of them armed with 50-megaton warheads.
Preset targets?
Oh, yes. Cerberus only has to launch them.
Only? What are the targets?
Here, over here in the east, and, to here.
But they're civilian population centers.
Of course. Cyclops will look after the military targets when he goes into service.
Does Harrison know his targets are civilian population centers?
His red tape provides a target schedule.
Do we really know if a man, any man, even a martinet such as you say Harrison is, would launch his missiles knowing they're destined for urban areas?
We've thought of that. Harrison thinks his targets are tactical rather than strategic. The red tape would bear that out if he plays it.
Meaning the target on the tape are not the targets the Krakens are set for?
Correct. It will be the same with all the C-class submarines. Although we have no doubts about Harrison's ability to follow orders, we can't risk last-minute misplaced moral feelings jeopardizing a retaliatory strike.
Moral feelings? I doubt if you have any idea what they are, Pike.
Being popular is your job, Prime Minister, not mine. My job is to provide you with the best weapons possible with the available funds. Something I do well.
Really? And what about this mess?
I didn't create Cerberus, nor did I vote the funds to finance it. Your predecessor and the chiefs of the armed forces all agreed that we should have the capability to reduce a potential enemy's population by 40% at a stroke.
40%?
Yes.
But why civilians?
Why not? The enemy's sword consists of the entire population. The military are merely the cutting edge. We also have the hardware to achieve the probable immobilization of a further 20%.
How, for God's sake?
The enemy's country is inconceivably large, at least 90% agricultural. We could flatten all their cities, and they could still muster a well-equipped army large enough to overrun the whole of Europe in a matter of days. You have to know your enemy. The willingness of its peasants to beat plowshares into swords is in the very heart and soul of the country. Propaganda has convinced every man, woman, and child that their destiny lies in the defense of the motherland.
I know all this, Pike. But you can't effectively bomb an agricultural society. The Americans learned that many years ago in Chinese Indonesia, what used to be Vietnam.
We won't have to bomb them. We have something far more effective. 25 of the Krakens do not have nuclear warheads. They have multiple heads that spread over a wide area after re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. 1,000 separate units scattered across the country will descend by parachute over selected rural areas with relatively high population densities.
They're not nuclear warheads?
No.
Then what are they?
Wide-angle laser scanners.
And what do they do?
Well, they're beautifully simple and very effective. At 20,000 feet, they will give off a spectacular lighting display. It will last 3 minutes, long enough to ensure the maximum number of people are watching them. We conducted some experiments over Suffolk some years ago. 3 minutes is the optimum period required to build up sufficient interest to get the greatest number of people watching. Anything longer, and there's a falling off as they lose interest.
Yes, but what do these things do?
Towards the end of the 3-minute lighting display, a wide-angle laser beam rapidly scans the 100 square miles of countryside beneath it. Anyone watching, which we calculate will be about 40 million, will have their optical perception facilities permanently impaired.
They're what?
They'll be blinded, permanently, by the light of 1,000 suns.
How many?
40 million, give or take a couple of million. One advantage of such a weapon is that it eliminates the problem of whether or not Europe should follow up with an invasion. With so many people requiring help, an invasion would be most undesirable from the economic point of view.
What an appalling device.
It's no worse than napalm. It doesn't kill, and fusing the retinas is painless.
Tell me, Pike, are you proud of Cerberus?
Neither proud nor ashamed. Merely satisfied.
Satisfied? Unless you think of something, Cerberus is going to trigger off another world war. Would you be satisfied with that?
The enemy is an extremely tough nut. But like all nuts, it can be smashed with one blow, provided the blow is hard enough. And that's one thing I can assure you of, Prime Minister. If Cerberus strikes, the blow will be hard enough. Naturally, I'm disappointed that unforeseen circumstances should have placed us in this position.
It damn well should have been foreseen. The Americans carried out a similar radio blackout experiment 30 years ago, back in the 60s.
If it's any consolation, Cerberus will not fire the Krakens.
No wonder everyone has tried to keep quiet about you, Pike. How do you know she won't?
Cerberus would normally receive a beacon 2 hours, 15 minutes from now. She'll send up her antenna buoys in the usual way, and an RAF Nemesis will overfly Fjord 88 to simulate a Cassandra beacon at the precise moment it is expected.
That's assuming Cerberus is still in the fjord.
Oh, she's in the neighborhood. She'll hear it.
What exactly is the beacon? A code word?
20 low-frequency pulses in 4 groups of 5. Pulse duration is 1 second, with 1 second spacing and 3 seconds between each group. The pattern is changed daily, but that's the pattern Harrison will be expecting for the next beacon.
10 seconds to beacon.
Standing by all systems.
Quiet now, please.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, thank God for that, sir.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Aitken. Thank God.
Field strength peaking at 6.5.
Wonder what went wrong with the earlier beacons.
There'll be a full inquiry when we return.
Field strength peaking at 6.6.
Do you think there was some sort
What was that reading?
6.6, sir.
The signal's getting stronger?
Yes, sir. 6.7 now.
What's the usual beacon strength?
5.9.
It's still increasing. 6.9. I'm getting a slight frequency shift. It could be Doppler.
Well, perhaps it's one
Shut
of
up
those...
a minute.
Now peaking at field strength 7. PCC reject, sir. Channel 1 beacon unacceptable.
What about 2 and 3?
Computer still analysing, sir. Now peaking at 7.2.
Rather odd, sir.
This is bloody odd. I don't like it, not one little bit. Switch the buoy mics on.
Sir.
Yes, that's all the evidence I need. Our friends are flying around up there trying to imitate a beacon. Get the antenna boys down, Aitken. Make for the open water as fast as you can. I'm going to see Fisher in Clarke control. Very good, sir. Take me down to Clarke control, Master-at-Arms.
Captain?
Do you want to speak to him, sir?
No, thank you. Get the lift moving.
Captain,
You're stopping the doors from closing, Mr. Floyd.
I must speak to you. Step back, please, sir. Not until you listen to what I have to say. What shall I do, sir?
Confine him to his cabin.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't do that.
Just show him that I can, Master-at-Arms.
With a guard, sir? With a guard.
Can you spare a man?
Not now. We're on emergency duties.
Well, put him in with Sinclair and Stride.
A bit crowded, sir.
Well, that's his lookout.
This way, sir. You've got no authority to do this, Harrison. I lodge an official protest.
Oh, really?
Why was the Redskins never winning everything?
Once you see one, you've seen them.
Another cabin made for you, Mr. Sinclair.
Oh, no.
Captain Harrison's orders.
Well, who is it this time?
Me.
Floyd?
Him. Well, gentlemen, I hope you all get on together. A meal will be sent in shortly. No arguments over who sleeps on the floor. Good day.
Well, Harrison couldn't have picked a better man to spy on us. A professional.
Well, what have you two done? Plotted a mutiny?
Didn't he brief you?
I'll take the top bunk.
That's mine.
And who are you?
Stride.
A leading technician, I see. A low form of life.
That's my berth.
Well, now, this is His Majesty's submarine, His Majesty's cabin, and His Majesty's bunk. And I'm His Majesty's servant. We'll share it, Stride. Or is that still frowned on in King's regulations?
Why are you here, Floyd?
I upset Harrison with my persistence. It's easily done. We have to have that thing on.
No, all right, I'll switch it off.
Yeah, I was watching that.
How did Harrison seem to you?
You know him better than I do.
You know it on an alert.
I guessed. Give me some credit.
Did he seem unstable?
Unreasonable's a better word. I can't say altogether blame him. Not if he's got to do what I think he's got to do.
The turbines have started.
I feel a slight movement just then.
We're lifting.
Full power going on. Wherever it is we're going there in a hurry. God, if only I had my intercom.
You want to listen to what's going on?
Yes, of course. Why? Can you fix it so we can?
I think it'd be simpler.
Well, why the hell didn't you say so before?
As they say in the movies, you never ask.
How?
They may have taken your intercom away, but you still have the junction box, and you have a closed-circuit television. So, by running a lead from the junction box and connecting it to the sound amplifier on the television, you'll be able to hear everything that's going on.
Stride, you're a genius.
Yeah. Well, even a genius like me can't spirit lengths of wire out of thin air.
No. How about the lead on my tape recorder, Mike?
Control room, Aitken.
Mr. Aitken, I can't get into Clarke control.
Really, sir?
Yes, really, sir. That idiot Fisher has locked himself in. It's only possible to call Clarke control from the control room.
Oh, I should have remembered, sir. He often does that.
Oh, does he now? I shall have something to say to Mr. Fisher. Now, you call him up and tell him to let me in.
Right away, sir. Oh, there is just one thing.
Yes, what's that?
If you could possibly avoid shouting at him, he does get upset rather easily.
How's it going, Stride?
Just one more connection.
Right.
What do you want to listen to? There's a whole row of terminals here. Control room, reactor area, Clarke control...
Can we listen to Clarke control?
Yeah, sure. Just a matter of twisting the wire around a screw. Like so. That's it. These junction boxes are ready-made bugging devices.
You're in the wrong business, Stride.
I'm not, you are. Right, let's switch the television on and see.
Someone outside. Yeah, stand in front of the box.
Right.
Yes, well, the difficult part's the rigging and alignment of the yards if you want to with furled sails.
Something to eat, gentlemen. Beef burgers. Navy beef burgers, God help us.
Well, they're just like Captain Harrison or a Force 10. Okay, if you treat them with respect.
That's odd. There's 4 each. The alert standing orders call for food restrictions.
Maybe we're off the alert.
Then why are the turbines going flat out? Anyway, thank you for the warning, Floyd.
My pleasure.
Let's see if my little arrangement works.
Not too loud. Yeah. That's Fisher with his beloved Krakens. If anyone should be locked up, it's him. He even talks to them.
Mr. Fisher?
Up here, sir.
You always keep this hatch locked when you're in here?
Sorry about that, sir. I didn't know it was you.
Why was it locked?
They don't like strangers, sir.
Who don't?
My little lady's here. I've just been checking them over.
Who? Oh, I see.
Yes. Pleased to be underway again.
Well, you can start the arming procedure now.
Very good, sir.
I shall want them ready in 2 hours. We're heading for open water. In your last report, you stated your arming team had the time down to 2 hours.
1 hour 40 on the last army run, sir.
Yes, well, that's very good, Fisher. Are the missile conveyors now working properly?
Perfectly, sir. Let me show you.
No, I'll take your word for it.
By not transporting more than 8 at a time to the launch tubes, the conveyors move much faster, and there's less strain on the hydraulics. We've tried loading 10, but always run into trouble.
Yes, well, we don't want hold-ups doing the real thing. What difference will it make to the overall time to launch all of them?
Oh, don't you worry, sir. We'll be able to discharge the lot in 10 minutes. They won't let you down, sir. They're good girls, and they've been very patient all these months. But they won't be hurried.
Fisher, come and sit down a minute.
Yes, sir?
You know, I don't even know your Christian name.
It's Philip, sir. After my mother, Philippa.
You realize what it is we're going to do?
Of course, sir.
And you've no qualms?
None at all, sir. The conveyors will function nice and smoothly, and I'm certain the girls will behave themselves. Won't you, girls?
You spend quite a lot of time down here, don't you?
Yes, sir. Hours and hours. It's my own little kingdom. And these are my subjects.
I see you've been chalking on them.
Only the names, sir. You see, I've named them after famous women in history. Boadicea, Helen, Golda, St. Joan, Margaret. Well, don't worry, sir. The seawater will wash it all off when we flood the launch tubes.
No, I wasn't, son. I'm more worried about you.
I'm all right, sir.
Fisher, you need a rest. You come along with me.
But I can't leave them now, sir. Not when they need me.
No, I'll see they're looked after properly. You have a rest. I'll take you along to the surgeon.
If you say so, sir.
Come on. You go first.
Yes, sir.
One thing, lad. Who was Margaret? I don't recall a Margaret in history.
Hurricane Margaret. It killed my parents in 1987.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't have to be, sir. They weren't important to me. Not as important as... Down here, I felt I was someone. People needed me. You depended on me. They needed me. Have I let you down, sir?
No, Fisher. No, you've always done your job well. Never any fuss. Reports always on time. I've probably let you down.
I shall miss them, sir. It won't be the same when they've gone.
Nothing will be the same when they've gone. Aitken, why didn't you tell me about young Fisher?
Tell you what, sir?
He's ill.
I didn't know that. Is he all right?
No, he is not all right. Did you know about his attitude towards the Krakens?
Well, only that he's keen on his job and spends all his free time checking them over. It's common knowledge.
Well, it wasn't common knowledge to me.
Maybe it should have been.
And maybe you should remember who you're addressing. Fisher appears to me to be suffering from a breakdown as a result of his attachment to the Krakens. You should have seen the writing on the wall long ago.
If an officer is competent and diligent, then I don't worry. I'm only concerned with incompetence.
And so am I, Aitken. And failure to note and report unusual behaviour in a fellow officer is incompetence as far as I'm concerned.
If you've no confidence in my ability, sir, then you know what you can do, sir.
I've every confidence in you, Aitken. Forget what I said. I expect Fisher's illness has only shown itself because his precious Krakens are to be launched.
Have you thought about the consequences of launching them?
Now, don't you start, Aitken. We don't have to think, do we? All we have to do is obey orders. And do you think I haven't thought about it?
You give that impression.
So, let's swap rank.
Oh, no.
Why not?
I'd rather not have to obey your orders.
They're also your orders. Collective responsibility, remember?
You can order someone to do something, but you can't order him to be responsible, no matter how many bits of paper you make him sign. The overriding factor is that he has to obey the orders in the first place.
Look, we've had 3 beacon failures. 3! And a crude attempt by the enemy at imitating one. Now, from that alone, we can guess that they must know we're in the area. And they know the beacon code. They've attacked our country, confident they can stop us retaliating. So, we go home without retaliating? Several cities have probably been wiped out, more if we do nothing. Shall we do that? I tell you what, Aiken. I'll have a lot less on my conscience by pressing those buttons than I would have by doing nothing. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. I suppose if you put it like that. Do we tell the crew?
Only those on fire control duties. There's no need for everyone to know just yet. It'll get around soon enough. All those off duty can carry on watching westerns or whatever it is they do.
What time do we launch?
When we reach this position. Here. Now, 2 hours from now, I want to be at least 200 kilometers out to sea. We should make it easily at our present 60 knots. I'll take over Clarke and control, leaving you in command here. We'll leave the communication circuit open for direct voice-to-voice contact.
What are they up to down there, Stride?
Arming the Krakens isn't a noisy job.
Nearly finished, sir. 3 more to go.
Well done.
Lunchtime minus 29 minutes.
Mr. Aiken, we've nearly completed the arming procedure. How much further to go?
25,000 meters, sir. Another 15 minutes.
We've got to stop them. We can't let them launch those missiles. This submarine is intended to act as a deterrent. If a situation arises in which it has to be used, then there's no point in using it, because it's failed to deter. Does that make sense?
Not to me, fella. If someone takes a poke at me, I poke 'em right back.
And that's just animal reaction.
You call it what you like. I call it survival.
But nobody's going to survive.
You speak for yourself, my friend.
Why build a submarine in the first place?
Oh, well, we could discuss that all night. Look, somehow or other, we've got to stop the launching.
Small question. How?
Oh, we'll have to think of something.
It's your idea. You think. I don't want to be involved.
You're a coward, Floyd.
If you like. Well, if you two are going to sit around plotting, I'll grab a spell on the top bunk.
Listen, isn't there some way we could sabotage the sub?
Hundreds of ways. Unfortunately, none of them can be carried out from this cabin.
There speaks a realist.
What about all those pipes and conduits passing through the bulkheads?
Lighting power, lubricants, coolants. I suppose we could chew through a cable and give ourselves a nice electric shock and plunge the companionway into darkness. You think that might stop them?
Well spoken, that man.
Look, if you're not going to contribute anything, shut up. Surely there's something we can do. Clarke and control's immediately below this deck. Stride?
What?
Something occurred to you then? I could tell by your expression. What was it? Well?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm thinking. I'm not sure of my bearings. Which side is this cabin on?
Starboard. Why?
This pipe ducts cooling water down to the hydraulic heat exchangers on the missile conveyor machinery.
Well, we could never cut through that. It must be at least 10 centimetres.
It orientates this cabin in relation to Clarke and control. I know where this pipe comes out below. Now, about 1 metre to the left, about here. Help me roll back this carpet.
Yeah, right.
What are you two up to?
Good.
Showing him where you hide your dust, Sinclair.
Shut up, Floyd.
Okay. I'm going to sleep.
What is it?
An inspection cover.
Yeah, but for inspecting what?
With any luck, Clarke and control's electric power distribution boxes.
How do we shift those bolts?
Haven't you got any spanners?
No.
And we don't?
But we must.
All right. Let's have a look at those tools in your modelling kit.
All weapons armed, sir.
Stand by to load conveyors.
Weapons 1 to 10, ready for loading, sir.
We'll only load 8 for the first batch.
That's too short of the full load, sir.
I am well aware of that. We'll load not more than 8 weapons at a time.
Very good, sir. Launch time minus 15 minutes.
Mr. Aiken.
Sir?
We're running the first batch of Krakens up to the launch tubes ready for firing as soon as we're in position.
Understood, sir. We're stopping the turbines in 5 minutes.
Stand clear of conveyors.
That's no good. Whoever tightened this bolt must have been a 3-metre gorilla swinging on a 6-metre Tommy bar. If all 3 of us try together...
Floyd!
Okay, I heard. Can't sleep anyway. You two taking this sub apart around me. Well, what do I do?
It's the last bolt.
Yeah.
Hang on here and heave when I say. Ready?
Yeah.
Right. 1, 2, 3. It's moving.
A bit more.
That's it. Oh. Now, the cover. You two catch hold of that end.
Right.
It's heavy. Ready?
Thanks, Floyd.
My pleasure.
Torch.
Here. See anything?
Ah!
What's the matter?
I was wrong. The distribution boxes aren't here. They must be under the companionway.
What about all those cables? Couldn't we cut them or something?
Armoured cables.
And what about this?
Might be all right for balsa wood. It's not going to do much good against armoured cable. Besides, which one do we cut through?
Well, don't you know what they're for?
Vaguely.
Well, you're supposed to be a technician.
Look, I don't carry the wiring diagrams around in my head.
Well, how about that one? Looks the smallest.
Auxiliary supply to the conveyors. And as we heard just now, they've loaded the first batch into the launch tubes ready to fire as soon as the turbines stop. Which they just did.
We'd better listen to what's going on.
We're in position, sir.
What's our depth, Mr. Aiken?
1500 meters, sir.
Take her up to launching depth, 1,000 meters.
Yes, sir. 1000 meters.
Launch time minus 4 minutes.
We've got 4 minutes.
I heard. I've been thinking. That blue cable...
Yeah.
I'm certain it supplies current for the servo motors, which open the launch tube caps just as the Krakens are fired.
Well, if we cut it, they wouldn't be able to launch the Krakens.
If it's the right cable.
We've got to try. It's our only hope.
Give me that fret saw.
For God's sake, don't break the blade.
Launch time minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Have you got a strong chisel?
Yes, here.
Lever the cable up so I can get at it.
All right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Hold it there.
Any good?
At least it's a new blade.
Launch time minus 3 minutes.
Come on.
Just hold the chisel steady.
All right.
Firing team standing by.
1000.
Do you think Floyd might help out?
I'm asleep, fella. I don't want to know what you two are up to.
Bastard.
The biggest.
If I cut through this cable, just as they launch the Krakens and the tubes remain shut, this sub and all of us will be blown to glory.
Launch time minus 2 minutes,
Nothing.
30 seconds.
Keep sawing.
What was that he said?
I thought you weren't interested in what we're doing.
Now give me that saw, Stride.
You get back on your bunk. Where are you going?
Do you give me that saw, or do I call the guard?
Launch time.
No.
I don't care what you do, provided it doesn't involve me.
Come away from that door.
Sorry, fella.
So am I, Floyd. Now get back.
Hey,
I warned you.
Open launch tube, C valves. C valves open. Mr. Aiken, switch fine trim control over to TCC.
Yes, sir. FTC now under computer control, sir.
Internal wave compensators on.
Your stabilizers on.
Launch time minus 90 seconds.
What's the matter with Floyd?
He'll be okay. Why aren't you cutting that cable?
You took the chisel. Are you sure?
Get on with it.
The chisel.
Oh. Where does it go?
Here. God, what happened?
I must have cut myself with it. Now get on. Don't worry about Floyd.
Launch time minus 60 seconds.
Oh, we're not going to manage it. This arm
Don't talk.
Are we now stabilized, Mr. Aiken?
Rocks. Launch tube started. Pressure's equalized.
Should I take a turn?
No, it's okay. Right. Leave it up a bit.
Okay.
That's it.
Insert firing keys.
Wiring keys inserted.
It's through the armour. Oh, good.
What?
Single core cable. It's the right one, all right.
Launch time minus 30 seconds.
Come on, Stride. Come on. Come on.
These strands, they're tough as hell.
Launch time minus 20.
Close ignition circuits.
Ignition circuit.
Try lifting and twisting.
Yeah,
Some of the
okay.
strands should break.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, good.
Launch time minus 10 seconds.
Ignition sequence.
Please, God, please.
2 more strands. Twist.
Launch time minus 5 and counting. 4, 3,
Last strand.
2,
Nearly.
1.
I don't know what to think, Louise.
It could have been worse, Michael.
We'll never know what happened. It was a stroke of luck, the RAF spotting the wreckage on the surface. 50 men.
Do the Russians suspect anything?
I think they would have said something. They've even sent some trawlers to help with the North Atlantic air sea search. That's the worst part. Seeing the faces of the wives on television. While the search is still on, they live in hope.
When's the phony search being called off?
Tomorrow. The wreckage the RAF picked up is to be dropped about 400 kilometres north of Iceland. I've always campaigned against deception and fraud in politics. And here I am, 1 month in office and having to perpetrate the biggest lie of the decade.
Oh, Michael, you mustn't blame yourself.
I have to, Louise. Like Harry Truman's buck, it stops right here, in this office. Half of them were under 25. Lieutenant Philip Fisher, born 6th of July, 1974. Pike's resignation is the one good thing to come out of it.
Do you still want to cancel Ceres and Cyclops?
Yes. Whether I could with the amount of money that's already been spent. Remember your Greek mythology about Cerberus?
Wasn't it a dog with several heads which guarded the gates of Hades?
Yes. Leading with Cerberus was one of the 12 labours of Hercules. It was also his hardest.
Maybe he had no one to help him, Michael. My transfer, you want it. It only requires your signature.
In The Light of 1,000 Suns by James Follett, Captain Harrison was played by Manning Wilson, Lieutenant Sinclair by John Rye, and leading technician Stride by Ian Thompson. Floyd, Michael Shannon, Louise Arnott, Sheila Mitchell, Wallace, James Hayes. The Prime Minister, Conrad Phillips, Theodore Pike, Vernon Joyner, Aitken, Sean Probert, Fisher, John Bull, and the Master-at-Arms, Nigel Graham, with Carol Boyd, Hugh Ross, and Roger Gartland. The play was produced by Margaret Ettle.